Chapter 18 The Cost of Doing Business. Witnessing death wasn't something that grew easier with time or exposure, Jack mused to herself as she stepped into the office of the estate's fallen steward. Delagar still sat upright in his chair, head fallen to his chest, eyes half closed. Wincing as she did so, Jack forced herself to look into the man's face, examining his eyes and features for any telltale glint of a half-formed spell. He'd claimed he wasn't skilled in such things, and any such indicators would likely have faded within minutes of his passing, but Jack intended to be thorough. As expected, there was nothing. Drawing back, Jack whooshed out a sigh, taking a moment to calm herself before she reached out to close Delagar's eyes. "Ember," she muttered, gesturing for the wolf to sniff about the entirety of the room. As he began to do so, Jack gingerly lifted Delagar's head, the better to examine the blood-encrusted slash in his throat. By the consistency of the blood still oozing from the wound, Jack guessed that Delagar had been dead since well before daybreak, but likely still some time after midnight. Beyond the well-placed cut across his jugular, however, he appeared to be untouched. So did the room, Jack realized as she looked across the man's desk, bookshelves, and decor. Whoever had slain him hadn't bothered making any attempt to make the murder look like a robbery. Any investigator would immediately determine that this had clearly been a calculated killing, Jack was sure. Provided these investigators aren't on the payroll of the Samanir. More than that, though, it didn't appear as though Delagar had put up any sort of struggle or attempt to avoid the blow, and a few moments of focused meditation didn't reveal to Jack that there had been any spell in place to keep him from doing so. Further, from the way the blood droplets had splashed from the wound, it was clear that whoever had struck the blow had been standing across the desk from the man, in full view of Delagar. Which meant one of three equally chilling possibilities. Delagar had had no reason to expect the attack, he'd seen no point in defending himself, or, by whatever motivation, he'd simply accepted his fate. Jack shuddered, both at the possible implications and at the macabre thought that had entered her mind. Would I ever simply accept death like that? It was a useless point to consider, she knew, given the number of unforeseeable variables that might influence such a decision, but the question still hung over her as she continued her investigation of the room. She'd nearly decided that she'd gleaned all she could from the scene, preparing to slip out the room's door, when something caught her eye on the end of Delagar's desk, closest to the wall. Frowning, Jack turned to look past the body, unsure at first what it was that had drawn her attention. She stepped forward, slowly scanning the desk's wooden surface. In a sea of organization, something infinitesimally out of place had tapped on her subconscious. It took her a few moments of careful scrutiny before her conscious mind caught up. To the left of the dead man seated at the desk was a polished stone globe of the world of Dareness, only about 12 inches in diameter. As Jack leaned this way and that about the sparkling landscapes of Covorum, Asaliran, and beyond, hoping to grasp what it was that tugged at her senses, her eyes fell to where the brass arms of the globe came together at the base to form a small decorative compass. In the otherwise pristine piece, the lip of the compass's face sported a small, glinting dent, as though someone had recently pried it out of place. Her eyes shifting to the letter opener nearby, she deftly used the small blade to do likewise, carefully lifting the compass piece from inside its housing. Beneath was a small, empty compartment. Jack's eyes narrowed, but seeing nothing else she could glean from the clue, returned things to how she'd found them, calling Ember to her side as she exited the room. As unsettling as it had been trying to solve a man's death while his body still sat nearby, what really tore at Jack's heart was returning to the living area to sit quietly at Swidona's side. The woman still stared blankly out the east-facing window of the chamber, tears occasionally trickling down her face. Seeing no one around to keep her from doing so, Jack rested a hand on the other woman's. "Swidona?" Swidona blinked, seeming to stir from her trance-like state as her eyes drifted in Jack's direction.
"He was such a sweet little boy,"
she rasped, loss creasing her face as her lips trembled.
Always wanted to make sure that things worked, that his father and I were taken care of. He could barely speak when I learned I could have no more children, but he took it upon himself to brighten my life wherever he could. He'd say that he was all Mommy and Daddy had, that he didn't have brothers or sisters to help him keep us happy, like the other children did. And so it was his job to make certain we were.
Her voice faltered, and Jack allowed her the moment she needed to recover before pressing.
"I'm sorry, Swidona, but we'll need your help."
She glanced about to ensure they were alone.
"Someone took something from a compartment beneath the globe in Delagar's office. Do you know what was there?"
"Yes," Swidona replied with a slow nod.
"Delagar increased security when he assumed control of the estate, setting magical alarms in place and enchanted memory stone fragments set to store moments of high emotion."
Swidona's eyes fell.
"Alarms that never sounded, and memory stone whose voice will never now be heard."
Jack absorbed Swidona's words. She'd spotted the runes in the doorway to Delagar's office, though she'd known that without the proper passphrase, she'd be able to make little sense of them. If they were alarms, as Swidona said, however, that led to even darker implications, and a conclusion it was growing difficult to avoid. Whoever had slain Delagar had been familiar with the systems he'd set in place to protect himself and the estate. Someone of Delagar's apparent paranoia would doubtlessly have had the alarm active at the hour in question, only dissolving it when calling out for someone to enter. Which meant that whoever had infiltrated the estate would have had to pass through at least 2 doors without tripping the alarm. More than that, they'd known precisely where to look for the shard of memory stone that would have recorded the murder.
"That's what was in the compartment?"
Jack forced herself to ask, even knowing the answer she'd receive.
"A way of recording moments of hostile intent?"
Another nod from Swidona.
"Yes. It's not surprising that she'd have removed it."
"She?" Jack prompted. She needed to hear the name, to know that she wasn't letting her own petty emotions dictate a premature conclusion. Or at least that she wasn't the only one.
"Ftheg,"
Swidona shrugged, as though the answer was obvious.
"Or one of her trusted agents. I'd not thought she'd go this far. I'd hoped that the Samanir would be forced to defer to the laws of Falcon Crest, that Delagar would be free of them at last."
"And Volcrit?" Jack growled.
"Do you think the Blade Master is a part of his general schemes?"
Swidona sighed, her glistening eyes meeting Jack's.
"Does it matter? Even if the actions were not officially condoned, he'll stand by the woman who helped to make him the legend he's become. Volcrit may be the charismatic leader the Samanir look to in the heat of battle, but Ftheg's always been the tactician. There's no mystery to be solved here, my dear. And in a city as blinded by fear and mistrust as Falcon Crest has become, there is even little hope for justice. Even with irrefutable proof, people will choose to believe a general of the Samanir, simply because it is less troubling to their way of life to do so."
"But if it's the truth," Jack groaned, aware of how naive she sounded. Swidona's only rebuttal was a sad smile for a moment. Then her gaze seemed to drift past Jack to the western window, a flash of indignation in her eyes.
"It seems the Samanir have sent their representatives at last. I'm surprised it took them this long, if they intend to maintain the appearance of investigating the crime."
Jack followed the woman's gaze, seeing that a pair of figures approached the front of the estate up the gravel pathway. Her heart did a tight backflip as she recognized the taller of the two. Tavik, looking nearly as distraught as Jack felt as he shifted uncomfortably in his guardsman garb. The other figure who was with him appeared to be a gnomish woman of early middle age, a gleaming, appropriately sized staff in her grasp she used to aid her walking, causing the golden-white robe that draped about her to swish with every step. Her pointed face seemed equally lined from frowning and smiling both, leaving Jack with the impression of someone aware of the weight their position carried, but who still strove to upkeep an aura of good humor. She wasn't smiling now, though, Jack saw. Whatever her level of involvement in the actions that had claimed Delagar's life, she at least seemed to grasp that this was a situation of some weight, one that demanded her focus and warranted her soberness. Slowly, Jack stood and drifted for the main door with Ember at her side, folding her arms as she positioned herself to intercept the arriving guests. Tavik spotted her almost immediately, his whole face twitching in sympathy as he met Jack's gaze. The woman, however, merely marked Jack's presence, her step unfaltering as she drew near, posture perfect to display the crest of the Samanir on the front of her robe. As the two stepped through the door, the woman's eyes scanned what was visible of the estate's interior, briefly sizing up the enormous wolf beside Jack, until her eyes fell upon the teary-eyed Swidona.
"We were sorry to hear of your loss, Lady Kelarath, and we've come to offer what aid we can in bringing your son's killer to justice."
Swidona did an admirable job of performing a mute, non-committal nod, but Jack wasn't feeling either as gracious or as defeated. Pointedly resting a hand on Ember's neck, she smiled tautly down at the gnome.
"Jacqueline Ed Owen, of the Northern Clans."
The smaller woman looked up to her, one brow lifting faintly at the corner.
"Diwach Ed Wyliad, head mage of the Samanir, if we're intent on being so formal."
She motioned to Tavik beside her.
"Guardsman Tavik will be assisting me in this investigation."
Something like a stab of betrayal welled up inside of Jack at the realization that someone obviously so highly placed among the Samanir knew Tavik by name. But that sensation quickly fizzled when a brief glance to a wide-eyed Tavik made it clear that he was just as surprised to learn that he had earned his superior's notice. Diwach, meanwhile, was studying Jack's face.
"It is interesting that this is our first meeting, considering your number of recent visits to the fortress. You are the attendant of the woman purported to be the returned Lady McAllister, are you not?"
Jack was still determining how she felt about such a reputation when she managed a "Yes, I am," in response. The head mage nodded slowly.
"A pendulous position clung to with admirable conviction."
Then, with a glance to Tavik,
"Come, guardsmen, let us see what might be done to uncover the truth of this matter."
"If that's really what you're after," Jack thought darkly, watching Diwach retreat down the hall to Delagar's office, summoning one of the servants drifting listlessly about to her for questioning. "Yes, Edmage," Tavik replied, bowing. He looked quickly to Jack, stepping close enough to whisper between them. "It's true, then? Delagar is murdered," Jack growled. She motioned after the headmage with her chin. "Who is she?" A frown of confusion flashed over Tavik's face before he seemed to realize what was really being asked. "Member of the Samanir Order Council, brought in after the retirement of Edmage Malinor. Bit of a prodigy with magic, I hear, and—" He glanced over his shoulder to ensure that Diwach was still in conversation with the servant outside the office door. "As solid as they come, from what I can tell. She's been the one running things in Vulcrit's absence." Jack's eyes narrowed as they bored into Diwach's back. Certainly, the headmage may have been ignorant of the deals set in place between the Samanir and Delagar with the McAllister estate, but on the other hand, she may have been the one pushing the deal far enough to drive Delagar to the level of desperation that saw him draining the poorer citizens of Falcon Crest out of their homes. "Have to be some good folks left, right?" Tavik was saying when Jack looked back his way, a wary smirk on his face. "She even wanted dead straight here as soon as I volunteered to escort her, but there was trouble at the fortress that required her attention." Jack scowled. "Trouble?" "Yeah," said Tavik, a look of genuine bafflement coming to his features. "Weird trouble.
Seems someone's taken it upon themselves to steal a piece of memory stone from the fortress archives.
He shrugged.
Not sure what harm they could do with it, really. Just a blank piece enchanted for recording major events in the city history. But of course the Samanir can't have someone running around with their stolen property, so they've got the fortress locked down until they figure out who's been stealing their stuff. First theft against the Samanir in years from what I can tell, and they're rather intent on making an example of whoever nabbed the stone.
I see, Jack said slowly. She found it more than a little strange that the Samanir would discover one of their memory stones missing, just as the one from Delagar's office vanished. But before she could decide how much of that to tell Tavik, Dewach looked back over her shoulder, motioning the guardsman after her.
"Come along, guardsman," the gnomish woman called as she slipped inside the office. "Justice for the most prominent noble of the land won't find itself."
With a conflicted smile to Jack, Tavik dutifully obeyed. Jack watched him go until he was out of sight, motioning the servant Dewach had accosted over to her. "See the Lady Kelarath upstairs," she whispered at the servant's expectant look, motioning to Swidona. The other woman had returned to staring blankly out the window, but Jack wasn't optimistic about Swidona refraining from treasonous words against the Samanir, should Dewach wish to speak with her further. That done, Jack turned back to the stairwell with a sigh. Now came the hard part, waking the others with the bad news. Chapter 19. Invited to take the fall. Allie found her hand trembling with rage as she drew it back from behind the painting on the wall before her. Too far, she thought, dredging up the image of General Fithaig's smugly superior face in her mind. You've gone too far for this to end well for you. Unbidden, Delagar's pained, apologetic face from the night before followed, as did a choice selection of her final words to him when he'd expressed his desire to put things right for both Allie and the estate. It's not going to make up for whatever you've done. She grimaced at the memory, shaking off the tingling sensation that lingered on her fingers from the piece of memory stone she'd just secreted away. Hey, you all right? Tanner's voice sounded from behind, and she turned from the vibrantly painted landscape of the McAllister estate, with the shadow of Falcon Crest Fortress looming hyperbolically large in the background. Fine, she lied, shrinking into her cloak against the cold of the morning, even within the estate's private library. She turned to glance over the impressive collection of books arrayed about the shelves of the room, her eyes finally settling on the sober faces of her companions. Jack clearly sensed the frailty of Allie's voice, but held back extraneous words of comfort with obvious effort. Jotagun, meanwhile, was as inscrutable as ever, and Tanner fixed Allie with a prompting look. It's just, Allie groaned. I wish Delagar had gotten the chance to make good on his word. You think he would have? Tanner asked, shrinking away from his own voice as though he despised speaking ill of the dead. He had every chance to take a stand against the Samanir, long before we ever showed up. When one has quieted their better voices long enough, Jotagan interjected, his foxkin brow furrowing. Sometimes opportunity is not enough of a foothold for change. Sometimes a push is necessary. Jack nodded. And it seems the Samanir certainly felt as though he was about to turn on them. They'd be foolish to remove someone they considered still to be loyal. Allie waved off any further comment, gesturing back to the corner of the painting behind her. Are we sure the stone will be safe there? Tanner's gaze shifted about the bookshelves. Depends on how good this Dewach lady is at sifting through all the magical noise in this room. A distinct glint entered the fox-like eyes, mingled with regret. If we weren't thinking to leave the city so quickly, I'd have liked to spend a few weeks poring through some of these. A similar wistfulness threatened to loose the tears stinging at the back of Allie's eyes. So would I. but they all understood the severity of the situation they were in, even before their brief visit to the addled, grieving Swidona.
"I'm sorry to have dragged you into all of this, my dear," the woman had told Allie through her tears, shortly before reverting to her blank stare out her bedroom window. "I truly thought I was doing what was best for you, for us all. But now, with Delagar dead, I intend to leave Falcon Crest, and I suggest you do the same. I do not think the war to be fought here is one we can win."
Allie had fallen into rage-blinded fuming at the prospect, the emotion only heightened when the dark presence at the back of her mind saw fit to remind her that no war would be beyond her ability to win, if you only accept the power of your bloodline. Amid her profanity-laden internal monologue toward Sherrod, or whoever it was who'd seemingly taken up residence in her skull, Allie had barely grasped what Jack was showing her when the other woman had produced a small, glowing fragment of rounded blue stone moments later.
"The recording stone from Delagar's office was missing," Jack had explained. "But I found this one mounted over a mirror in his bedroom. I don't know if it even holds anything useful, but I'd prefer if the Samanir didn't get their hands on it."
"That seems like something it'd be difficult to smuggle out of the city," Tanner had pointed out in a hushed tone.
"Agreed,"
Jack had nodded. Then back to Allie.
"Do you know of a good hiding place somewhere in the estate where we could stash it?"
Allie hadn't, but Tanner's explorations from their first night there had paid off, directing them back toward the private library on the ground floor. "Some of these pages are absolutely brimming with enchantments," Tanner said with a melancholy smirk, reaching out to brush a row of leather-bound spines. "Should have done some reading when we first got here."
"Take whatever ones you want,"
Allie grunted, shouldering past him for the library door.
"They're technically mine, right?"
"Yes, ma'am, my lady," Tanner replied with an audible smile. "Oh, but there's one other thing." Allie stopped to look back at him from the doorway, unsure of where she'd been planning to go in the first place.
"Yeah?"
Tanner glanced uneasily about the room, clearly sensing that he was about to bring up a touchy subject. "Well, Gefnar was supposed to come by the estate last night and—"
"He never did,"
Jack finished, scowling.
"He's not responding over the link?"
"Out of range," Tanner affirmed, shaking his head.
"Or dead,"
Allie thought, an angry sort of terror clutching her heart. It was admittedly a bit of a leap in logic, but after being sucker-punched with the news of Delagar's death barely an hour before—
"He was at the fortress last night, right?"
she said aloud. At Tanner's nod, she gave a sigh of resignation.
"Guess we'd better start looking for him there."
"It's mostly on the way to the temple where he's staying anyway," Tanner agreed. None of them wanted to voice what they were all likely thinking. If Gefnar had stayed around the fortress too long, had he been caught up in the trouble Jack had mentioned there? The others trailed Allie out of the library after her silent agreement, which was oddly comforting to Allie. Whatever might still stand between them and Gefnar, it was nice to know that, when it came down to it, they were all ready to look after him without hesitation. As they neared the main door to the estate by way of the central living area, Allie's gaze was drawn down the hall to Delagar's office by the sounds of muted conversation, quickly spotting the gnome mage Jack had mentioned. And the mage easily marked their group's departure in return. "A moment," the gnome woman called out, gesturing for Tavok to follow her as he exited the office behind her. Allie found herself coming to a stop just inside the threshold as the gnome woman approached, wishing darkly that it was Fitheg that stood before her.
"Which probably means it's a good thing she isn't." "Dewak, right?" she said flatly, her hands clenched to fists in the pockets of her cloak as the gnome came to a stop a few paces away. "Head mage of the Samanir," Dewak declared with a respectful nod. Her eyes shifted pointedly from Allie to her companions and back again. "Were you all set to depart, then?" "We're not leaving Falcon Crest yet," Allie shot back,
a bit tersely even to her own ears, though it was hard to figure out what was still keeping them there. With the influence the estate would have offered her to effect change now dangling out of Allie's reach, Swidona and Delagar paying for her actions, and no hope of securing the funds to pay for Hattie's work, the whole venture into Falcon Crest hung heavily in her thoughts as a costly failure. Sherrod's whispered promises of power at the back of her mind didn't help things either.
"We were just on our way to the fortress,"
Jack offered from Allie's side with a tight dip of her head.
"The Lady McAllister has further interest there."
"Indeed," Duwak practically hummed, her brow arcing as she looked Allie up and down. "Well, that works out well for everyone, I suppose. I'd like to question you all there around midday, if I may."
"Where you have spells in place to be sure we're not lying?"
Allie thought, initially tempted to take the head mage up on the offer. Then her mind quickly shifted to the potentiality of being asked the reason they'd come to Falcon Crest at all, and her eagerness faded. Not only would the Samanir learning of Veladrock break the promise Allie and her friends had made with the dragon, it would cause widespread panic. Worse, it wouldn't exactly help the case of a possible murder suspect to learn that they had a history of making deals with dragons.
"Of course,"
Jack broke the stretching silence.
"Was there anything else?"
"Not at present," Duwak allowed, gesturing that they were all free to leave. "I look forward to discussing matters further at the fortress." The meaning was clear. If they failed to make the appointment or attempted to leave the city, the Samanir would respond severely. As Allie led the way from the estate down the sloping pathway, she heard Duwak add, "Guardsmen, secure the aid of a servant as a guide. I'd like to inspect Lord Calarath's bedchamber as well." Allie looked sharply over her shoulder to see that Tavik hurried off to do as he was told, while Duwak planted her staff in the floor before her, calmly waiting for her order to be fulfilled. Tavik's furtive glance out the window toward Allie and the others told Allie all she needed to know. The investigation was going exactly as the Samanir had planned, meaning they might all be arrested before they could even submit themselves for questioning voluntarily. "You don't think they'd—" Tanner muttered, the impatient looks from his comrades answering his question before he could finish asking it. "Oh, guess it makes sense. We're the perfect culprits to pin this on. A couple of foxkin, a wilderling, and a street urchin? No one would even question it."
"And an easily fabricated motive,"
Jack growled, shooting an apologetic grimace over at Allie.
"Who wouldn't believe a greedy upstart would show up and eliminate her rival for power?"
"I didn't even want this," Allie fumed, throwing her hand back over her shoulder to indicate the entirety of the estate.
"Your words against theirs, I fear," Jotakan said coldly. "It seems we should plan to depart the city more quickly than originally anticipated."
Tanner shook his head. "Not without Gefnar. Enough people could tie him to us to make Falcon Crest dangerous for him, too." Allie's thoughts drifted back to her last meeting with Gefnar, the way her friend had looked at her with such conflict and dread.
"If we take him with us, is he just going to decide he has to kill me tomorrow to keep my darkness out of the world?"
She shook it off. It didn't matter what Gefnar thought of her. If he stayed in Falcon Crest, he could be thrown in the dungeons of the Samanir for the rest of his life.
"Then we grab Gefnar and we go,"
she said flatly, glancing back to her friends.
"Everyone have what they need in case we can't come back here?"
The others nodded, with Tanner hefting his small pack as he looked over to the stables. "Guess it would look a bit suspicious to grab the horses, huh?" At the other's silent affirmation, he sighed, his eyes falling to his booted feet. "Shouldn't complain, I guess. I've gotten rather good at healing up blisters." It was difficult, Tanner decided as he trailed Jack and Allie through the streets of Falcon Crest, trying to act so nonchalant toward passing Samanir and city guards, when so much of his energy was already directed toward acting nonchalant toward all the dirty looks from the normal people. A foxkin and a possible scheming fugitive, he thought, clacking his teeth together to distract himself. a combination that made him feel rather unwelcome in Falcon Crest. Which is fine, he told himself with a muted huff. I didn't want to stay in your stupid city anymore anyway. Think we could get some small talk going? He muttered to his companions as they weaved their way closer toward the imposing mass of Falcon Crest Fortress. Jack glanced back at him quizzically. Small talk? I'm not sure this is the time for it. Exactly, Tanner agreed. That's why it'd help to keep our minds off things. Like our current state of disfavor among the Samanir, Jotagan offered. Yes, Tanner groaned, side-eyeing his cousin. Like that. Jotagan pondered for a moment. Wouldn't our engaging in conversation simply cause any onlookers with an interest in our activities to have an interest in what it might be that we are discussing, further attracting unwanted attention? Well, Tanner considered. Wouldn't just walking in silence with our heads down look suspicious too? In my experience, Jotagan said with a shrug, inactivity is far less arresting than any sort of activity. Tanner had to defer to his cousin's expertise there, he supposed. During his time hunting down those who'd slaughtered their tribe of foxkin, he'd spent years keeping as low a profile as one could when they were an exotic form of half-breed. But then, we're talking to each other right now, Tanner shot back, his voice lowering to a whisper as he glanced about self-consciously. No more eyes were directed their way than usual, he didn't think. And it's made far worse when you appear as though you have something to hide, Jotagan affirmed. His eyes met Tanner's, and Tanner actually thought he saw a playful glint there. I suggest you get a hold of yourself. Tanner was left with a distinct impression of someone having smacked him upside the forehead, and it took him half a second to realize that the sensation had originated from within himself. Okizi seemed to share Jotagan's assessment. Right, he mumbled, clearing his throat. No small talk. Shh, Allie hissed, freezing in place and holding a hand up behind her for silence. Did you hear that? Tanner hadn't, but as he stopped, he felt that faint crackling in his mind of someone trying to reach out through their group's mental link. And, whether by distance or magical interference, being unable to complete the connection. It's Gef, Tanner whispered, pushing past the others toward the fortress. Gefnar? Gefnar, can you hear me? Where you been into you? Hold on, Gef, Tanner soothed, despite the pounding in his heart. Even as tattered as the words were, it was clear from Gefnar's tone that he was terrified. Where are you? We can come help. Tanner's feet stopped abruptly beneath him as he turned the street corner that led them out to the fortress's front gate. Inside, he could see that citizens were being lined up and slowly funneled out from the gate, following a thorough inspection of their belongings. City guards had set up a perimeter from wing to wing of the fortress, while a handful of Samanirs stood at the main entrance. More than ever, the marvel of architecture resembled what it truly was, an impregnable stronghold. Are you sure? Tanner shot back with a frown, straining to focus on Gefnar's presence in his mind. We're right outside. Why do you feel so far away? There was an uncomfortably long pause. I am. Tanner's brow furrowed even deeper in confusion, and he was about to ask what Gefnar meant when he felt a soft tap on his shoulder. Turning, he saw that Allie was simply looking upward. His stomach sinking, Tanner followed her gaze up towards where the top of the fortress arced around to mimic the form of a falcon's bowed head. If Gefnar wasn't at the top level, he had to be damned close. Slowly, Tanner eased back the way they'd come, leading the others down a side alley toward the rear of the fortress. Might as well see if things are just as dangerous back there. Gef, he said aloud, failing to keep his voice entirely even. What are you doing up there? Hiding, Gefnar replied uneasily.
The fortress is in lockdown.
We notice, Allie grunted. There was marked hesitation at Allie's input before Gefnar added,
They're searching everywhere in the fortress.
Just not where you are yet. Tanner exhaled deeply, trying to calm his nerves. He could clearly imagine Gefnar shaking his head, the gnome's voice slowly coming more into focus as Tanner pushed toward the back of the fortress.
No, but they think someone stole some of their memory stone.
Uh-huh, said Tanner, shooting an uneasy look back to the others. Gef?
Yeah.
Why would they think that? The long pause before Gefnar answered was answer enough already.
Because I stole some of their memory stone?
Tanner shut his eyes tight for a pair of steps, quickening his pace to a trot once he was sure there were no Samanir watching them. Well, not that I'm not interested to know why, he muttered, hearing the footfalls of his companions pick up behind him as well. But I think we'd better make sure the next time we talk isn't through iron bars. His mind began frantically working on the predicament. There was no way Gefnar could try to leave with the fortress on such high alert, not with the memory stone he'd taken. Don't suppose we could persuade you to leave the rock behind? Again, Gefnar's prelude of silence spoke volumes.
I can't. This is too important.
Understood, Tanner groaned. Don't worry, Gef, we'll think of something. As he continued his jog through the side streets toward the rear of the fortress, he had a difficult time convincing the agitated presence of Okizi that he wasn't lying. Chapter 20 Evading Inquiry. Tanner stared up at the pinprick of a window high above him, raising an arm to shield his eyes from the midday sun. From the window soon hurled a small metallic object. His heart giving a flutter of panic, Tanner took the few seconds he had as the roughly cubic metal box rushed down to meet him to ponder the stream of events that had led him to this moment. Here, standing beneath a plummeting lead box, with a flower pot full of dirt in his hands. Couldn't have studied telekinesis a bit more, he thought dryly, rushing this way and that as he tried to line himself up beneath the falling box. Always too fascinated playing with fire. The truth was, of course, that such schools of magic took years of study before one could even carefully lift a pebble from the ground. Catching a glob of one of the heaviest metals in the world falling at terminal velocity would have strained even the most skilled practitioner of the mental magics. In the seconds of dread left to Tanner to anticipate the approaching speck of lead, he supposed it was a good sign that only the past few minutes of his life flashed before his eyes, rather than the entirety of his life. "Where are you?" Jack had demanded of the trapped Gefnar high above them as they'd circled around to the seaward side of the fortress. "What room?"
A side chamber of some kind near the top floor,
Gefnar had replied.
A meeting room. I didn't see any magic centers or barriers, so I reaching out to you. Guess my hunch was right because I've been trying to make contact for hours.
"Have you heard anyone nearby?" Jack had pressed.
No, not recently.
Jack had nodded to Tanner and to the others. "Then we may have a chance. If you can make it to the top floor, behind the door straight across from the stairwell is the anteroom to Volkrit's office. As of yesterday, Volkrit's aide was cataloging magical items and storing them in lead boxes." Tanner had quickly seen where Jack's mind was heading. A properly fashioned lead box would be able to keep the sensors around the fortress from detecting the magical aura of Gefnar's stolen piece of memory stone. Hopefully. "You'll have to leave the stone and come back for it," Allie had chimed in. "We can't risk there being more than a single blind spot in their defenses."
"Yeah,"
Gefnar had agreed.
I'm pretty sure I was only that lucky the first time because they probably don't want anyone finding out what happens in this room.
It only solves part of the problem, Jotagon had pointed out, seeming apologetic at stunting the plan's momentum. The Samanir are searching anyone who leaves the fortress thoroughly, and I believe they will take special notice of someone carrying around a lead box.
Yeah, Gefnar had repeated. Well, the good news is that the room where I am has an actual window.
It had taken a moment for Tanner to realize what his friend was saying, a grimace coming over his face when he did. Oh no.
A large flying wolf on the receiving end would be out of the question, I suppose.
Jack had sighed, glancing over to Allie as she patted a distracted Ember's head.
Any chance that you?
Allie had shaken her head.
I can blast things and stab things. Not exactly the person you call on for subtle magics.
I'm afraid I will be of little use as well,
Jotagon had announced, motioning to his eyes, then overhead.
Direct sunlight compromises my vision. I'd be hard-pressed to catch something that small.
In the following seconds, Tanner noticed that all eyes had shifted over to him. His mouth had fallen open shortly thereafter. You're not serious. Jack had merely shrugged.
Ideally, of course, the best person for the job would be Gefnar, but seeing as how that's not exactly an option at the moment, you're the best blend of strength and reflexes that we have.
Well, can't we just let the thing smash onto the street? Tanner had grimaced, his eyes drifting up to the towering heights of the fortress's top level overhead. Allie had cocked a brow.
And crack open with the impact? Even if, by some miracle, the stone isn't cracked, you don't think the Samanir have wards and sensors directed on the exterior of their fortress? They'd detect it in seconds.
But, Tanner had protested, pantomiming the proposed painful activity.
I can't just reach out and catch the thing in my bare hands.
Jack had motioned curtly for silence as Tanner was unable to keep his voice from escalating. A quick glance up and down the alley they'd stood in had assured him that they didn't appear to have been overheard.
I'd be lucky if my hands only shattered.
Agreed, Jack had allowed, which means that we'll have to find some way to break the fall.
20 minutes later, they'd made one of the strangest transactions of Tanner's life, purchasing a flower planter from a nearby potter who'd seemed rather unaccustomed to making sales directly from his workshop.
You know,
the older human gentleman had informed them as he'd returned from the back of his home with a large pot layered in clay dust, near filled with soft dirt, as the group had requested.
My daughter sells my wares at a stall in the merchant quarter. No need to hunt an old potter down at his home.
He'd sounded more confused than frustrated, and Tanner attempted to diffuse whatever tension there might have been with a disarming grin. Oh, that always just feels so impersonal, don't you think? The potter had shrugged.
Fine, as you wish.
It was the handing over of the agreed-upon coin that seemed to bring the man the most peace of mind, enough so that, purely on a whim, Tanner had thrown in a little extra to have a vibrant orange tulip placed in the center of the pot. If nothing else, it would help to sell the image of a young man intent on winning a fair maiden's heart he'd been trying to convey. Which, of course, had meant a quick transaction into his elven form back in the alley, resisting the urge to self-consciously pull his hair down over his pointed ears ever since. All of this flickered through Tanner's mind as he watched Gefnar's lead box descend, screaming groundward at a pace that would have humbled a diving falcon. Given their location, the comparison would have made Tanner chuckle, had his heart not been pounding with mounting dread. Gefnar had announced his procurement of one of the lead boxes Jack had mentioned a couple minutes earlier, before adding that he'd returned to the meeting room and his original hiding place a few seconds ago. Distractedly, Tanner had wondered why a room seemingly valued so highly for its security should be the only one with an actual visible window into the outside world. Maybe to be a backup escape hatch in case the fortress was assaulted with equally powerful magics? Magic is great and all, but if it ever failed, they could find themselves trapped inside. Then Gefnar had hissed, "Here it comes!" and the promised lead box was sailing a heart-stopping arc down toward Tanner. But not directly, Tanner realized belatedly. At the box's current trajectory, it was going to collide with the lower curvature of the fortress's southern wing. Tanner cursed under his breath as he watched the box connect with the fortress exterior, darting further back in the side street where he stood to compensate. The box tumbled down a small stretch of curved onyx stonework, arcing back outward once again. Still hauling the flower pot his arms couldn't quite enclose, Tanner scurried for the new point of impact. Just when he thought he wouldn't reach it in time, Tanner lunged forward, the pot landing with a thud on the street and skidding on the cobblestone. At the same instant, Tanner ducked, hearing a sound like an enraged, child-sized bee droning past overhead, right before the dull thud of impact in the pot and the resulting shower of dirt that was flung up over him. Too late for it to have done any good, Tanner flung his arms up over his head, curling up on the ground for a few seconds. Then, slowly uncoiling, he rose to his knees and peeked up over the lip of the flower pot, catching the dull glint of lead in the sunlight as a corner of the box protruded from the rippling dirt. Eyes wide, Tanner thrust his hands into the soil, feeling around the small box's exterior. It was still intact. A guffaw of disbelief escaped Tanner's lips, even as he hoisted the pot back into his arms and heaved back to his feet on wobbly knees, attempting to disguise his guffaw as a hearty laugh. "A lovely day to all," he sang, adopting a dopey love-struck expression, in case anyone's gaze had been drawn by the sound. What he hoped was a convincing spring came to his step as he hummed, "My dearest shall love the flower." He stopped, his eyes falling to the pot once again. His tulip was, well, shredded was putting it mildly, he supposed. "Ah, but who needs flowers when you have a love such as ours?" he crooned. The performance would hardly be convincing had anyone been paying the slightest amount of attention, he knew. But mostly he was just glad that the others had made their way around to the front of the fortress, ready to raise a commotion to distract from Gefnar's impending escape attempt. Even as his thoughts turned to the gnome, Gefnar's voice sounded in his head. "Tanner? Did you catch it?" "Sure did," Tanner muttered, hurrying after his friends at a ridiculous waddle. "Never let it be said I can only set things on fire." "For the last time," he heard Allie sigh. "It was just a joke, and you weren't even supposed to hear that." "Price of being in each other's heads, I guess," Tanner shot back with a relieved chuckle. "Well done, Tanner," Jack cut in. "Now get out of there, Gefnar." A flash of resolve rippled through the link as Gefnar replied, "Right. Won't be too tall again until I'm out." There was a weighted pause. "Wish me luck." Tanner felt his heart tighten once again. "Good luck," he whispered, freezing in place as he heard a pair of footsteps round the corner behind him. There came a pointed clearing of the throat, after which a familiar voice said, "Certainly a creative way of smuggling things out of the fortress, I'll grant you that." Trying to plaster on a smile through his grimace, Tanner slowly turned to regard the frowning guardsman behind him. "Thanks, Tavik. Just, a crazy bet we had going is all." Tavik snorted, shaking his head as he closed the distance between them. His eyes drifted upward to the top of the fortress. "Saw the rest of you back at the McAllister estate, so I'm guessing it's Gefnar up there?" Tanner briefly considered reaching out to deflect the other man's thoughts from what he'd clearly just witnessed, but with Tavik on high alert, there was a good chance the attempt would fail. "And it wouldn't buy us very much time anyway." "Yeah," Tanner affirmed slowly. "Look, you've got to believe me, we're just trying to do the right thing here. So, is there any way you could, well, not immediately run to the Samanir with this?" Tavik's face scrunched into conflicted furrows as he ran a hand through his hair. "Wouldn't matter if I did. The Samanir have got enough against you already." His eyes leveled on Tanner's. "Duwok's back in the fortress now, ready to make a report." "Right," Tanner gulped. "Mind giving me the highlights?" "Delegar Kelarath was killed by a dagger.
The alleged returned Lady McAllister's weapon of choice. Potential evidence is missing from both the scene of the murder and the victim's bedchamber. And one of the alleged returned Lady McAllister's companions, who is reported to have made threats against General Fathaig herself, was the first person known to have been left alone at the scene.
Tavik rattled off with an apologetic glower. But, Tenor stammered. But anyone can use a dagger, and Jack wouldn't have threatened anyone without good reason. Tavik nodded slowly.
And the evidence?
That wasn't us, Tenor insisted. Then, considering, well, not all of it. The important one from the office was already missing by the time Jack got there.
A defense that'll sound awfully muddied during a trial,
Tavik muttered. Tenor could feel Okizi starting to panic as fire pulsed down his veins toward his hands, still clasping the flower pot. The flame only kept from physically manifesting by a quick, calming breath. Look, Tavik, it's all a bit complicated and we're not even sure what the Samanir have planned, but trust me, there's more going on here. Oh no, Tavik said coolly, motioning for Tenor to continue down the street.
So, you need to take me to the others. I can't imagine it'll be too long before the walk realizes you all didn't report to the fortress for questioning.
Relief washed over Tanner as, senses still on high alert for the possibility of finding a blade in his back, he turned and hurried back around to the front gate of the fortress. Guys, I've, picked up a friend, he whispered through the mental link. Be there soon. Any sign of Gefnar yet? There was a distinct pause as Allie and Jack seemed to assess the only other friend Tanner could be speaking of, before Jack's reply of, None yet, but the guards are all still calm, so I don't think he's been spotted or detained. Tanner nodded pointlessly, falling into a sort of walking meditation as he led Tavik on toward the others. Mostly, this was to distract him from thinking too long about how it was now a race between how quickly Gefnar could slink back to the ground floor, assuming he could even evade notice that long, and Head Mage Duwach's diligence in locating her prime suspects. Slink fast, Gef, he thought dourly. Our lives might well depend on it. Allie peered out from behind a sack of wheat in the low bed of the cart behind which she, Jack, Ember, and Jotagon had nestled in a sliver of space between the cart and the adjacent granary. It had been the best hiding spot open to them that still allowed for a clear view of the fortress's main gate. What felt like a solid hour had passed since Gefnar had fallen silent, but what couldn't have been more than 20 minutes by the movement of the sun overhead. Dozens of citizens had filed out of the gateway, following an extensive search of their persons and belongings by the small army of guardsmen and Samanir cordoning off the exit, many gnomes among them, which was good news for Gefnar.
Though I do not cherish the asking of it, Jotagon spoke up from where he intermittently peeked out from behind the other end of the cart, I feel it is a question that must be posed. What is our plan of action, should it become apparent that Gefnar has been apprehended?
Allie found herself barely stifling the urge to blast the foxkin off his feet. We get him out, she growled through clenched teeth, her eyes never flinching from their scrutiny of the gateway. Jack's hesitant inhale granted Allie enough warning this time to brace for the other woman's dose of reality.
Allie, we can't hope to take on the entire Samanir Order. Jotagan's right. We have to consider the possibility that Gefnar might be lost to us.
A wide array of comebacks flashed through Allie's mind, each vying to be shouted back at Jack. The chief one among them shocking Allie herself. Sure, there was the anger of not even knowing why Gefnar had gotten himself into such a situation in the first place, and, of course, the frustration she felt at having one of her closest friends look at her like she could morph into evil incarnate at any moment. But the thought that drowned out all the others was her absolute rejection of the notion that Gefnar could really be gone. He was smart, he was resourceful, but most of all, and despite everything that threatened to come between them, he was a friend. Someone who'd seen the goodness inside of her and done everything he could to help that part of her grow. A bit naive about the world, perhaps, but not so blind as to accept people's stated motives at face value. Or else he'd better have a damned good explanation for all his sneaking around. Ember, who'd nestled himself mostly beneath the cart to keep out of sight, perked up, his ears twitching about and nostrils flaring before he relaxed again, as though he just recognized a familiar scent on the wind. Seconds later, an exhale of relief from Jotagon alerted Allie to the fact that Tanner, now shifted to his elven form with his wavy hair obscuring the pointed tips of his ears, was making his way toward them, oversized flower pot in hand and a wary-looking Tavik in tow. "Hey," Tanner whispered as he came up alongside the cart, doing a rather unconvincing job of looking like he was very interested in the piled sacks of wheat there. "Still no Geff?" Allie grunted. "Still no." Her response trailed off as she caught sight of their gnome companion through the fortress's yawning gateway. It was hard to tell for sure from the distance between them, but it looked to Allie as though Gefnar was proving himself to be a better actor than Tanner, passing off what was certainly a wealth of nervousness as confusion and agitation. "He made it," Tanner hissed with a grin. "Not yet," Jack cautioned, and Allie found herself inclined to agree. Gefnar may have found a way to sneak back to the ground level unnoticed, but if the Samanir felt they had any reason to detain him, "I'm hoping your friend's smarter than to have whatever he may or may not have stolen still on his person," Tavik muttered back toward Jack from where he'd stopped beside Tanner. "Of course," Tanner interjected softly, hoisting the pot in his hands. "What do you think this was for?" Tavik cocked his head, understanding flickering in his eyes as he presumably spotted the lead box nestled inside the pot. "Right. Well, I suppose a plan can't rightly be called stupid if it works." "Quiet," Allie growled, her insides twisting as it came to be Gefnar's turn to pass inspection. He was quickly patted down, but as he was wearing only breeches, sandals, and a simple shirt, it didn't take long. From the way he gestured off toward the temple quarter and held up the pendant of Nomen Cal from around his neck for inspection, Allie guessed he was being asked to give a brief description of his business in Falcon Crest. Then, without ceremony, he was ushered on through. "Now has he made it?" Tanner smirked, more with relief than gloating. "As much as any of us have," Allie sighed, unable to keep a smile of her own from emerging. "Right," said Tavik, squaring his shoulders as Gefnar caught sight of Elf Tanner and the guardsman, uncertainty slowing his steps. "We'd best be off then. Got a temporary safe house for you lot, at least for a few hours." Allie's stomach tightened once more as Jack turned an uneasy grimace toward the guardsman from behind the cart. "Has it really gotten that bad already? We can't even be seen leaving the city?" "You'd not be allowed to leave the city," Tavik replied with an apologetic shrug. "You can follow me or not, but I think I'm your best bet of keeping out of prison a few hours more." There was a quick exchange of glances between the group as Tanner motioned Gefnar reassuringly forward. "It's okay, Geff," he said over the link. "For lack of better options, I think we're following him." Though Allie agreed with the assessment, she still found a familiar anger rising in her throat, and with Gefnar drawing closer, his expression souring as he caught sight of Allie, it wasn't hard to guess why. "Guess nothing's changed then," Allie thought bitterly. Somehow she'd hoped that Gefnar sticking his neck out for them all to steal the memory stone for whatever it held had meant that he'd decided to put the whole charade thing aside for the moment. "But that's not really something that just goes away, is it?" Allie reminded herself, unsure who she was more furious with. Gefnar for his continued refusal to find Allie through the darkness as he once had, or herself for thinking everything could just go back to the way it had been. Either way, she'd be better off doing what she did best, ignoring the problem and distracting herself with an alternate task. She imagined being wanted suspects in a city full of magic and a world-renowned peacekeeping force would make that rather easy. Chapter 21 Reluctant Favors. "He's been in there a while," Tanner muttered, shifting uncomfortably in his low crouch as he glanced from the back door of the two-story home before them and uneasily over his shoulder to and past the stone half-walls encircling the estate grounds they occupied. The hedges, flowers, trees, and statues arrayed about the winding gravel pathways weren't nearly so opulent or extensive as the landscaping at the McAllister estate, but Jack was still able to find some modicum of tranquility, as the familiar scents of vegetation decomposing before the merciless onset of winter filled her nostrils. Ember likewise seemed to savor the oasis of green amid the sea of cityscape, batting quietly at a few fallen leaves.
"Sorry, Em,"
she whispered, leaning forward where she knelt, tucked away behind a thick hedgerow, to touch her forehead to his.
"I know you haven't taken to city life either."
Especially not with all of the grimy side streets and alleyways Tavik had led them on in a winding retreat to his safe house. Still, even in unfamiliar urban surroundings, even Jack had been astounded at how Ember could practically disappear. As Jack lifted her gaze, she found Tanner scowling at her in disbelief, casting a look at the rest of the group for support as they all huddled away out of sight. "Really? You're not even a little concerned that Tavik might be in there ratting us out right now?" The scowl on Jotagun's face seemed to indicate that he shared the sentiment, but Allie and Gefnar, meanwhile, were busy not looking at each other.
"No,"
said Jack, shrugging.
"He's already had ample opportunity to call the guards on us, if that was his intention. And this would be a pointlessly convoluted way of leading us into a trap."
She smiled.
"There's healthy caution, and then there's paranoia, Tanner."
"I hope you are right,"
Jotagun sighed, casting his eyes back toward the door through which Tavik had disappeared minutes earlier.
"Very little of the way city dwellers behave makes sense to me."
Though Jack found herself agreeing with the assessment, she also knew that there was a far more integral reason for her faith in Tavik's motives. Tanner especially seemed to hold it against the guardsmen that he'd left Dragon's Nest behind in the wake of the Crockblood attack. But Jack had understood his motives, the drive to find something he could believe in. And it wasn't like Tavik had forsaken his duty to protect the people of Dragon's Nest in the middle of the attack itself. He certainly could have. They all could have. It hadn't even been a choice worth considering for Jack at the time, but the town gate had been left wide open, with no enemies standing in the way of simply leaving all the chaos of that horrible day behind. Tanner's bearkin father, Curtis, had briefly advocated doing just that, but ultimately they'd all made the decision to stay and fight, including Tavik. Beyond that, though, there was something that connected Jack to the man besides his obvious interest in her. He was the first city dweller she'd ever met, and after an admittedly rocky start, he'd decided to show her kindness by helping her bring Ember along on her new adventure. A bit too trusting and quick to champion the rules, perhaps, but Tavik always tried to do what was right. The rear door to the home opened, and a messy-haired Tavik appeared, gazing about in no direction in particular as he gave a simple nod, retreating inside and leaving the door cracked open.
"Guess that means we're heading inside,"
Allie grunted, uncoiling from her crouch and trotting up the steps. Jack followed behind the others, motioning for Ember to keep low as they all slipped quietly inside. A warm, homey hallway greeted them, despite the door through which they'd just passed obviously being some kind of servant's entrance. Tavik was there, nodding at Jack as she noiselessly shut the door behind her. Beside him was a young woman in a teal dress, her arms folded and a pointed scowl on her face. Slowly, her eyes slid over to regard a subdued-looking Tavik as she tucked a few strands of light brown hair behind her ear.
"Oh, will this be all of them, then?"
She gestured with her chin toward Ember.
"Are you sure there aren't a few dire bears still waiting outside?"
Tavik cleared his throat, smirking apologetically at the newcomers.
"That'll be all of them."
Tentatively, as though he was afraid the woman might slap it away, he reached a hand out for her shoulder.
"Thank you again for this, Hanware."
The woman, Hanware, rolled her dark eyes, spinning on her heel and making for the nearby door with a staircase leading downward, visible in flickering torchlight.
Shame on you for going on so. You know I'm happy to do it.
As Jack followed Tavik and the others down the steps after, she reflected that she'd never before felt as though sarcasm had physically struck her in the face before.
All sorts of new experiences.
The chamber Hanwer led them down into appeared to be some kind of food and wine cellar, filled with mingled pleasant and heady smells of meats, fruits, preservatives, and the distinct stab of fermentation leached into the wood of the shelves, barrels, and crates. Even in the confines of the cubic stonework of the cellar, the aromas reminded Jack of the food stores her clan would secret away beneath cool streams in small, hollowed-out caverns. She reflected that it was probably the underlying scent of wood that brought the sensation together. Hanwer stood at the bottom of the steps, hands on her hips as Jack and the others filed into the room. She cast a few glances this way and that at the only pair of stools in sight.
Not much in the way of furniture, I'm afraid, she managed without quite apologizing for it.
She gestured toward a back corner.
Some empty barrels over there if you need something to sit on.
Her eyes found Tavik again as she gave a dry smile.
The best we could do with such short notice, you understand.
With that, she swept back up the steps and out of the cellar.
I'll bring some actual prepared food from the kitchen, though I'll understand if you're not still there to eat it.
Tavik loosed a long exhale as Hanwer closed the cellar door above. He smiled tautly over to Jack, running a hand through his scraggly beard.
Sorry about all that, but I had nowhere else close by to take you.
Right, Tanner said slowly, leaning back against the stair railing as he motioned with a thumb back up the stairs. I'm guessing you two have some kind of history? Former girlfriend? A look of abject revulsion came over Tavik's face that left Jack with an odd feeling of something like relief.
What? No, my
half-sister. Jack frowned.
Sister?
Her mind then belatedly returned to those few minutes of her first meeting with Tavik, when he'd been rambling on about Dragon's Nest. Somewhere in the midst of it all, he had mentioned,
"Bastard my mom had with a city noble,"
Tavik affirmed.
Hanwer and I had barely met before my dad hauled me off west. That's how I ended up in Dragon's Nest.
His eyes drifted back up the stairs after Hanwer.
She's part of the reason I decided to head back here after, well, everything that happened back home. Guess I thought I might be able to have something like a family again.
Well, Jack offered with a reassuring smile,
you have just asked a great deal of her, and she didn't turn you away. That sounds like family to me.
Tavik gave a dry chuckle, shooting Jack a grateful smirk.
Right, I suppose so. Guess I should take what I can since my mom's gone too.
He seemed to grow lost in thought for a moment, finally jarring himself from his dark musings and looking self-consciously about to the others.
Anyway, you should all be safe here at least until sundown. Then we'll see about getting you out of Falcon Crest.
No! Gefnar piped up sharply from a corner of the cellar, shrinking back when everyone turned to him.
I mean, we can't leave yet.
Jack's gaze slid over to the flower pot Tanner had lugged all the way from the fortress, where he'd set it down by the steps, spotting the corner of a small lead box peeking up out of the soil.
Does this have something to do with the piece of memory stone you stole, Gefnar?
The gnome was nodding when she looked back to him, a shadow passing over his eyes.
Yes.
All right, Tanner said, frowning as he walked over to rest a hand on Gefnar's shoulder. Don't keep us in suspense, Gef. What's going on? Gefnar exhaled deeply, then spent the next few minutes telling the others exactly what the memory stone contained. By the end, Jack found that her jaw was clenched tightly, her fingers cinched around the fur at the back of Ember's neck. A glance beside her showed that Allie's arms were folded over her chest, her eyes seemingly changed to a dark, pulsing purple as she absorbed Gefnar's story. Tavik's jaw had gone slack with disbelief, and Jotagon thoughtfully stroked his chin fur, a deep scowl on his foxkin features. "Wow," Tanner said flatly, gulping at what looked to be a stubborn dryness in his throat. "Agreed," said Jack, her eyes finding the lead box once more. "It seems we have a great deal left to do." Tanner's heart leapt into his throat as he heard the latch to the door at the top of the cellar stairs clunk out of place, the fire fading from his vision as he saw that it was Hanware who glided down from the ground level, a tray of food in her hands. A single brow twitched upward on her face as she took in the odd band of strangers scattered about her cellar. "You're all still here, then? Lovely." Not for the first time, Tanner was glad that whatever retort his sister might have tried to vocalize, if her snippy emotional state was any indication, was left unsaid. Instead, it was Jack who was left to speak for the group, motioning for Ember to hang back by the barrel that had been serving as her seat, as she moved to stand before Hanware and give a meek bow of her head. "We do apologize for any inconvenience we might have caused, Lady Wizened," Hanware finished, slipping into what Tanner took to be a reluctantly gracious smile. "Hanware Wizened, formerly Nem Korlak." She glanced slowly around the torchlit cellar, the magic unending torches lining the walls providing adequate light for her to determine. "Tavik's gone. Where's he set off to?" "We have business left in the city," Jack said slowly, her eyes flitting ever so briefly to the flower pot by Tanner's feet. "But Tavik still has some duties to attend to before he's able to return and escort us where—" "And it's better to wait for the cover of night anyway," Hanware cut her off, grunting as she set the platter of cheeses, crackers, and bread on a nearby stool. Spotting Allie's wary glower, Hanware shrugged. "I didn't think I was secreting you away to my cellar because you'd made yourselves popular with the Samanir. Tavik wouldn't have come to me unless he had no other choice." To her credit, it looked like Jack made an attempt to keep from butting in, but she soon blurted, "He does care for you. That much is clear." Hanware snorted. "Oh, I know. He's a good man, bit of an ass, but a good man." She sighed, chuckling as she shook her head. "Honestly, though, I didn't expect to see him again after our last meeting, mostly because of me telling him I never wanted to see him again." Her gaze slid about the group. "He said much the same before you determined it was all my fault." No, of course not, Tanner thought to himself. Who could ever think that of someone so utterly charming? "But he still came to you when he needed help," Jack pressed. "Because he knew he could guilt me into giving it, clearly," Hanware growled, though Tanner clearly saw the smirk at the corner of her mouth. She repeated her sigh and chuckle. "Truth is, we've disagreed on most things since he first showed up at my door a few months back. Disagreed strongly. But I suppose there's something to be said for the fact that he keeps coming back, and that I never actually turn him away." She grunted. "Not before a good argument, anyway." Tanner grimaced, leaning over to whisper to the serene, seated figure beside him on the cellar floor. "You sure we're family, Jotagon? Seems like we're supposed to be fighting a lot more." "My fault, I'm sure," said his cousin, a playful glint in his foxkin eyes. "I'll endeavor to be more antagonistic in the future." "Enjoy the food," Hanware said flatly, gesturing to the tray she'd brought down. Then, her eyes finding the prone wolf that studied her from behind Jack's back. "And I'm assuming your overgrown pup is housebroken?" "Yes," Jack assured with a smile. "Which is all the more impressive," Tanner belatedly realized he was chiming in, "when you consider how little experience he's had with actual houses." Hanware squinted over at Tanner for a moment before drawing up the hem of her dress and retreating up the stairs. "Lord Wizened will be back soon. Do try to keep it down." Tanner shot the others an exaggerated grin by way of apology for the attempt at humor, settling back against the cellar's brick wall.
I just hope Ember doesn't hit another growth spurt while we're down here,
Gefnar spoke up from Tanner's other side.
He might actually start breaking houses.
A spark of good humor was trying to break through the gnome's drawn expression when Tanner looked his way, and, for a brief moment, Tanner let himself forget the unpleasant circumstances that had ensured they would all remain together, at least until the contents of Gefnar's memory stone were addressed. Speaking of bad house guests, Tanner said, frowning playfully at Gefnar, I've been meaning to ask you something. Gefnar fidgeted where he sat, obviously feeling exposed without his temple guard armor and weaponry.
Yeah?
He said, folding his arms. You're not exactly the sneakiest person around, Gef.
No, but I'm less noisy without all of my gear.
Less noisy, sure, Tanner allowed. Still, though, sneaking around the most secure structure in all of Covorum? How'd you manage it, really? Stale panic flashed across Gefnar's face as he recalled the memory.
Really? I overheard a couple of scholars talking about transporting items up to Volkrit's office, and I managed to hide away in their levitating cart before they took it up.
Tanner nodded slowly, a smirk of admiration coming to his face. And the levitation enchantment was able to cloak the energy from the memory stone in your pocket. Gefnar gulped.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it would, but yeah.
And on the way back down? Tanner nudged.
The whole fortress was on high alert. How'd you manage not to be seen? Well, the floor I was on was abandoned,
Gefnar went on, clearing his throat uneasily.
And on the one below, I ducked into what looked to be some kind of gathering chamber to avoid a guard patrol. Left open in the corner was some kind of cupboard. I thought, but when I climbed in, I found myself plummeting in a controlled descent into darkness, until...
You popped out in the kitchen, Tanner finished, realizing what had happened. Gef, you sneaked out of the Samanir stronghold in a magic dumbwaiter? A glare of good-natured indignation swept over Gefnar's face.
Not entirely. I had to make it from the kitchen to the common lounge where a couple of guards spotted me and must have thought they'd just missed me on the first pass, because they escorted me to the main gate.
Tanner barely recalled to stifle his guffaw in time, shooting a worried glance up at the ceiling. Fighting back a smirk, he cleared his throat. I'm sure there was just a lot of confusion. They were probably just distracted.
It's okay, Tanner,
Gefnar interjected with a self-deprecating chuckle. He shrugged, gesturing to his own body.
I know I'm not the most physically imposing person around. Even the other gnomes back home treated me like a kid. I don't think they meant anything by it, but even after my last growth spurt, I was the whole temple's little brother.
The left side of his face scrunched up at some memory.
I guess it only really bothered me when scholars younger than I was treated me like that.
Well, hey, said Tanner, clapping his friend on the shoulder. Anyone who underestimates you has clearly never seen you in action. Not really. He grinned over at Gefnar when the gnome shot him a grateful nod, his guilt at making light of the incident abating somewhat.
I definitely understand being self-conscious about the way people see me.
He was about to express as much to Gefnar when, from around the cellar, all eyes shot upward at a heavy clunk. A trail of heavy, irregular footfalls followed what must have been the closing of a large door, shifting away from the direction of the cellar. Across the room, Jack and Allie visibly relaxed, Jack reaching down to pat the still alert Ember where he'd curled up by her barrel stool, and Allie leaning back against the wine rack she'd claimed on the floor, her eyes drifting partially closed. Tanner, however, flicked his pointed ears fractionally this way and that, reaching out to his sister's curious presence in order to sink further into his foxen senses. His eyes fluttered closed as he strained to hear what was being said upstairs.
"Oh, dinner is served, then,"
came a rumbling, slightly slurred voice, causing Tanner to flinch away at the sudden burst of sound. The other party's response was so delicate by comparison that Tanner was left to strain to hear once more, only catching the final words,
picked out a suitable wine to pair with it already.
Tanner had identified the voice as Hanware's by the time he found himself uttering an instinctual growl at the raucous roar of laughter that sounded in reply, his ears swiveling to lay flat against his head.
"Ah, have I taught you well then, my dear? Let's see what selection you've made."
Lord Wizened sounds as one fond of wilfully compromising his faculties by way of habit, Jotagon muttered disapprovingly from Tanner's side.
"Why?" Gefnar whispered.
"What's he saying?"
"Shh," Tanner hissed, bracing himself either to shrink back from another of Lord Wizened's bellows or to strain to hear the man's wife. After a few seconds, it was Hanware who spoke again.
"A productive day of business, my love?"
She sounded as though she'd made her way to his side.
"Heh,
Lord Wizened chuckled.
"As usual, of course. War may be a vile business, but it serves as a vital change-up for the economy of—" "What? A grasted green 465? I appreciate the effort, my dear, but I can see that I'll need to attend to this matter personally."
The heavy galumph of his footsteps began to thud toward the cellar door. Ember was already on all fours, nudging Jack from her seat as Tanner's eyes went wide and he clambered to his feet.
"Everybody hide!"
Chapter 22. Relocation. Allie had known that her piecemeal nap was over as soon as High Oaf Wizened's feet had stumbled into the home above their group's cellar safe house, but she'd resumed her sleeping stance anyway. She'd pointlessly tried to convince herself that this had been an attempt to glean whatever rest she could from their downtime before whatever awaited them later that evening. The truth, however, was as clear to her as it likely was to everyone else. Having her eyes closed simply made it easier not to happen upon Gefnar's return stare from across the room. She was already spending every waking moment in fear that the darkness prickling at the back of her mind would decide it was tired of waiting for an invitation. She didn't need someone else making her feel guilty about it. What had really ended up happening, though, was that her lack of visual contact on her surroundings left her more attentive to the sounds around her. Meaning that, by the time Tanner shot to his feet and frantically whispered for everyone to find a hiding place, Allie had already been quite conscious of Lord Wizened's feet closing the distance to the cellar door. A few seconds of mad, near-silent scrambling ensued, during which Allie tucked herself between a stack of crates and one of the room's many wine racks, her thoughts worrying as to what trace they might have left of their presence as she peered out to see that even Ember had located a place to squeeze out of sight behind some barrels against the far wall.
"Everyone's grabbed their packs. Tanner and Jotagon have lifted the flower pot into an empty barrel. The torches on the wall were burning when we got here, meaning they're likely enchanted."
Her heart pulsed to a stop as her eyes fell on the stool just left of the stairwell. The stool and the tray of crackers, cheese, and fruit Hanware had brought down for them atop it. She was just contemplating a mad dash for the tray when the cellar door swung open, lamplight flooding down the stairs from above. Braced against the railing for support, Lord Wizened shambled down into view, sporting a predictably ornate tunic, well-groomed hair with faintly graying beard, and green eyes bleary with drink. Allie had targeted enough inebriated nobles in her life to recognize that Lord Wizened was flushed and waterlogged from prolonged drinking, though still at least enough in command of his body and mind to have navigated himself home, and now down into the cellar.
"Meaning you're the type who likes to get drunk on expensive wines, and lots of them,"
Allie determined, reflecting that her assessment easily fit with the contents of the man's cellar. Oblivious of the disapproval toward his extravagant lifestyle being leveled at him from across the room, Lord Wizened uttered a low belch as he plodded to the base of the steps, waving off his wife's insistent pleas as she slipped down behind him, failing to hide the panic in her eyes.
"Oh, please, my love,"
she was saying, shifting slightly to her right in order to block Lord Wizened's view of the tray of food.
"Return upstairs. You've been trying to teach me about wine for years, and I'd like to show that I've actually learned something. I've surprised you before, haven't I? Even when you initially thought I might have made the wrong pairing?
It's all right, Lord Wizened chuckled, planting a sloppy peck on her cheek. I'm just really craving a 463 is all.
Then let me grab it for you, Hanware pressed, gently trying to turn the man back up the steps. It won't take—
Bah!
Her husband interrupted, smiling broadly as he patted her on the arm.
It's all right, my dear. I know just where it is.
Dread swept over Hanware's face even as she shrank away from what was most certainly Lord Winowed's objectionable breath, and Allie found a similar sensation nestling in her gut as the intoxicated man turned toward his prize with purpose. Hanware, who'd clearly already spotted the gnome who tucked himself away behind a small wine barrel, seemed to know where Lord Wizened was heading to. Allie tensed, ready to leap into action against Lord Wizened if he spotted the wide-eyed Gefnar. With practiced precision, she reached into a small pouch at her side, withdrawing a pinch of Ladin flower pollen. The magic that aided the natural sedative in the spell she intended to use could carry the pollen to Lord Wizened with ease, even through the latticework of the wine now between them as the man closed in on Gefnar. But Allie also knew that the spell worked best if the target was caught completely off guard. Things like adrenaline and mental conditioning had a nasty habit of shielding targets from the effects of magically induced sleep and mind-altering enchantments. And since Allie hardly expected someone like Lord Wizened to have undergone training to steel his mind against incoming magics, catching his drunken mind completely blindsided nearly ensured the spell's effectiveness.
Nearly,
Allie growled silently, bracing herself to cast the spell the instant she sensed Lord Wizened notice anything out of the ordinary. There was no such thing as certainty when dealing with magic, and not even the initial surprise Lord Wizened was sure to feel at spotting something unusual assured the malleability of his mind.
Then kill him,
a cold voice in her mind suggested nonchalantly.
You don't get more certain than that.
Allie's lip curled back in a snarl as she attempted to maintain her focus.
Shut up.
Lord Wizened was closing in on Gefnar, humming to himself as he reached out to grab the desired bottle from the wine rack before him. As he pulled back, bottle in hand, he stopped, his frowning, bloodshot eyes casting over his shoulder at precisely the moment Gefnar hissed sharply, his shoulder slipping against the wine barrel between him and Lord Wizened. Allie shook herself, an instant from releasing her spell, the enchantment forming on her lips, when she heard something else. Lord Wizened took a startled step backward, and a sound like faint skittering filtered through the cellar, a shadow of movement shooting past the man's feet.
Gah!
Lord Wizened yelped, the bottle in his hand slipping from his grasp and dropping to shatter on the stony floor.
Hanware, we've got rats!
Even in her startled state, Hanware managed to block her husband's line of sight to the tray of food as the man bolted for the stairs.
I'll go and grab some of the lads. We need to clear those rodents out of the cellar.
Oh, but dear, can't it wait?
Hanware blurted, trailing Lord Wizened up the stairs.
What about supper?
The tension momentarily draining from her limbs, Allie found herself rolling her eyes at Lord Winowed's reply of,
Supper? Supper is what can wait, my dear. You know how much all of those bottles are worth?
Above, the door swung shut with a heavy thud, leaving only the muffled continuation of the unwilling host's conversation to filter down into the torchlit cellar.
Guess that's our cue to get moving,
Tanner whispered from across the room, slinking out from behind a large barrel beside Jotagan.
Wonder how long it'll take them to realize the rat was just an illusion.
If we're lucky, Jack hissed back, trotting silently forward beside Ember. They never will. Everyone ready to go?
Yeah,
Gefnar grunted, easing out from his hiding place and sending a sheepish smirk around the group.
Thanks for stepping in, Tanner.
Hey, no problem, Tanner replied with a grin. He could have spotted any of us. It was just bad luck. Anger flared in Allie's chest before she was quite sure why.
Well, he didn't spot just any of you, did he? He spotted that one.
Allie closed her eyes, inhaling deeply. It hadn't been Tanner's reassurance toward the apologetic Gefnar that had stung, she decided. It was that Gefnar hadn't thanked her. Why should he? None of the others could have known how close she'd been to sticking her neck out for the gnome. How close she'd been to... A dark, crackling energy danced across Allie's palm, incinerating the pollen she'd still clutched in her fingertips. Allie stifled a gasp, looking down to her hand as the dark power dispersed. Try as she might, she couldn't now determine what spell she'd nearly unleashed against the unsuspecting Lord Wizened. A low chuckle filtered through her thoughts, and she had to bite her own lip to keep from screaming in hatred toward the dark Thakur nestled comfortably in her mind. "Never try anything like that again," she snarled inwardly. There came the distinct impression of a shrug in response.
"Very well. I was only trying to be helpful."
"Now!" Tanner's hushed prompt distracted Allie for the moment, and she watched as the foxkin led the group up the stairs, adding, "The way out is clear." Aware how much faith they were putting in those oversized ears of his, Allie trailed the others out of the cellar and down the short length of hall leading to the home's back entrance. She was fairly certain none of them knew what their next move would be, since their plan thus far had been to wait for Tavik's return, but she reflected that at least hiding in the bushes outside would be made easier now that the sun had certainly set. As it turned out, they only got as far as the doorstep before Tanner nearly stumbled headlong into a figure on the far side in full guardsman attire. "The blazes!" the guard blurted, stilling Allie's infant panic. She was beginning to recognize Tavik's unique blend of impatience, confusion, and uncertainty with ease. Tanner, however, winced at the sound, after having managed to swing the door open with minimal noise. The foxkin shot a glance over his shoulder, past Allie and the others, and Allie belatedly realized what Tanner must have picked up on instantly. Lord Wizened's bellowing from across the house had stopped. "No time," Tanner hissed, darting past the frowning Tavik and leaping over the nearby hedgerow to the group's hiding place from earlier that day. Jotagun and Gefnar followed close behind, with Jack falling behind Ember long enough to shoot Tavik an apologetic grimace. Allie was last, catching Tavik's frantic eyes as she mimed the motion of tipping a bottle up to her mouth before disappearing into the bushes. Even in the fraction of a second she'd held Tavik's gaze, she'd noted the recognition in the man's eyes. "Stand!" came the awaited holler from inside the home, and Allie peeked out in time to see Tavik's face scrunch up in expectation beneath the brim of his helmet, where he held his ground at the doorstep. "Who goes there?" Tavik cleared his throat, forcing a tight smile as he turned to stand at attention before the doorway, the sound of heavy footfalls already echoing down the hall and out into the moonlit night. "It's only me, Marsk. I just thought I'd come and say hi to Anne, where is all?" Lord Wizened's swaying form entered view, nearly filling the doorway, his wife peering over his shoulder as frustration and concern warred in her eyes. "That's Lord Wizened to you, guardsman. And though my memory's admittedly not at its best, I could have sworn that Hanware told you never to come back here again, when you last spoke." "Yes, well, you know how siblings are, my lord," Tavik replied, obviously biting back a harsher response. "I suppose I was open enough time in past that cooler heads might prevail." "That's so." Lord Wizened braced himself against the doorframe, leaning down into Tavik's face, the younger man unable to keep from shrinking back at the smell of the nobleman's breath.
"Well, how about this, lad? When she feels like speaking with you again, she'll find you. All right?"
"My lord, please," Hanware interjected softly, reaching out to rest a hand on her husband's arm. The clenched fist below the touch slowly relaxed, though Lord Wizened's squinted eyes never left Tavik's face.
"I'll not warn you again, lad," the nobleman sneered. "You've caused my lady enough pain. Come here again, and I'll ensure you're thrown out of the city guards. Of Falcon Crest, if I have to.
I understand, my lord, Tavik said meekly, bowing from the waist.
My apologies for disturbing you both at your home once again.
Then, his eyes barely flitting to his half-sister, he spun on his heel and made for the rear gate of the estate. Lord Wizened grunted, loudly yanking the door shut. The instant he did so, Tavik looked back over his shoulder to assure himself no one was watching, before casting his gaze over to where Allie and the others had hidden themselves.
Come on,
he mouthed between clenched teeth, motioning frantically for them all to fall in behind him.
I just want to point out,
Tanner muttered before leaping into motion.
I would have liked to have a talk about putting too much trust in a proven abandoner, but I guess here we are.
With that, he darted forward, making it unclear if he'd caught Jack's disapproving glower. Jack was smarter than to let things devolve into an argument at such a delicate time, however, and she merely motioned Ember into step beside her, the lot of them causing only a few rustles of foliage as, once again, Allie brought up the rear behind Jotagun and Gefnar. She was suited to the position, she supposed, as Tavik began to lead them off into the night. She was used to watching her back in the streets of a big city, and constantly having to cast her eyes to the sides and behind made it easy to avoid eye contact with the gnome in front of her. Jack's heart pounded in her chest as she softly jogged the last few paces between her and Tavik, where the guardsman had tucked himself away at the fringes of the dead market square. It wasn't the physical exertion that had taken its toll on her, Jack knew. It was instead the constant fraying of the nerves that accompanied sneaking through the seemingly endless, eerie streets of Falcon Crest.
We should wait here a moment,
Tavik whispered back to her, still peering out through the shuttered stalls between them and their destination.
Straight shot to Addie's, but there's a guard patrol through here every 20 minutes or so. Best wait for it to pass to ensure they don't spot you.
Yes, I imagine they wouldn't be too happy to see our guardsman guide either,
Jack thought, her eyes shifting to Tavik's moonlit profile. He was risking imprisonment, or worse, helping them out like this.
Couldn't we just sneak around to Hattie's workshop from behind? She whispered aloud.
Tavik shook his head minutely, sparing a quick glance back at her.
East side of the merchant quarter is where most of the hawkers and store owners head off to drink in the evenings. Meaning we not only have to worry about the guard patrols that make a point of strolling through to help keep the peace, but a few dozen drunken merchants stumbling around the streets, who've all been told about you by now.
He gave a defeated smirk.
Not willing to bet they're so drunk as to forget the reward for thugs got on your heads.
Reward? Tanner spoke up from behind Jack.
How much?
From across Jack, Tavik shot the foxkin an incredulous look.
500 plumers apiece.
Tanner blinked.
Plumers?
Gold kavora,
Allie grunted, though she seemed grateful of the distraction.
Some of the kids back in Lorson called them that too.
She deftly fished one of the coins from beneath her cloak, holding it up before Tanner's face.
Falcon in flight on one side.
Samanir Crest on the other, Tanner muttered, shooting a wry look to where Gefnar and Jotagun had pressed up against the building's wall on his other side.
As if we needed another reminder that we're going up against the biggest players on the continent.
This spurred off a hushed exchange between him and his cousin, but Jack had distractedly turned back to Tavik.
Will Hanwer be all right?
The talk of drunken merchants had dragged the image back into her mind of Tavik's distraught half-sister being barred from him by the imposing form of her husband. Tavik frowned, turning from his study of the market square to stare at Jack for a moment.
Oh, with Marsk, you mean? He's not ever laid a hand on her, to my knowledge. Just a bit too fond of his wine is all.
To Jack's surprise, Tavik didn't sound at all bitter while admitting that Lord Wizened wasn't the vilest person alive.
You don't hold anything against him? He didn't seem that fond of you.
Why should he be?
Tavik shrugged.
From his perspective, the handful of times I've showed up, Hanwer and I get in a fight,
He takes her side because, well, of course he does. Not saying they're a good match at all, but I think he just tries to protect her in his own way.
A bit domineering, though,
Jack pointed out. Tavik snickered.
He is at that. I don't know. Anwar must have seen something in him. Her father may have set up the match, but it had to meet with her approval.
Ember gave a soft harumph at Jack's side, but even without the prompt she thought she would have noted the flicker of sadness in Tavik's eyes.
Her father? It wasn't a joint decision with her mother. Your mother?
Tavik gnawed on his lower lip.
No. Anwar never wanted to get into the details, so all I know is that it was some stupid accident down at the docks a few years back. By the time the Samanir mages got to her, it was too late.
I'm sorry,
Jack said softly, feeling as though she should reach out to comfort him, but concerned what that might mean.
To whom?
The question had wormed its way into her thoughts before she could stop it.
Thanks,
Tavik mumbled, returning his attention back out to the market square. Then, abruptly,
Blazes, nearly missed the patrol.
He jerked his gaze back along the group.
Come on, this'll likely be our best window.
Preempting any response, he darted off through the square, Jack inhaling to steady her nerves before hurrying after alongside Ember's impossibly silent bulk. The muffled footsteps of her other companions fell in behind, and, in less than a minute, she trailed after Tavik toward the still workshop of Hadifazir. Immediately upon reaching the front door, Tavik pried open a small panel by the jamb, yanking downward on a rope that dangled inside. A low, droning buzz sounded from inside the workshop, and Jack thought she heard a startled yelp of reply. Only a few seconds had passed before a dull patter of feet on the workshop's wooden floors followed, leaving Jack and her friends to look about the market square and at each other worriedly before the door to the workshop was flung open. There stood Hattie, hair flopped over atop his head even more messily than during their last meeting, as he adjusted a pair of spectacles over his pillow-creased face.
Tavik?
He rumbled sleepily as the guardsman pushed his way inside, followed by Jack and the others. Then, with a touch of agitation as he swung the door shut behind them,
I hope I don't have to remind you, young man, that I installed that wake-up chime for use in emergencies only.
Her brow creasing, Jack's eyes followed the trail of wires seemingly wound away from the chime on the inside of the building, wrapping up along a ceiling strut before dropping down a support beam by a small cot in the half-story upstairs.
Jolts me awake,
Hattie proactively explained, seeing the confusion on many of the faces before him. Gefnar's features were particularly baffled.
Why would you do that to yourself?
It was a compromise, the Tinkerer replied tersely. The Samanir were growing tired of how heavily I slept when they needed to talk to me. That and your erratic bedtimes, I hear, Tavik added. I sleep when I'm tired,
Hattie protested, taking a moment unprompted to regain his composure.
Now, what precisely is so important that's got you all dragging me out of bed at whatever hour it is?
Jack looked over to where Gefnar shifted about uneasily on his feet by the door, shooting the gnome a reassuring nod.
Well,
said Gefnar, clearing his throat.
It's this.
He stepped forward, fishing the memory stone he'd stolen from Falcon Crest Fortress from his pocket, and holding it up before Hattie.
Proof that Blademaster Volcrit, General Fethag, and Head Mage Duak are all guilty of inciting violence against the very people they're sworn to protect, and of planning to misuse Samanir resources to their own personal ends.
Hattie frowned down at the gnome, slowly reaching up to scratch his scruffy neck.
Damn,
he muttered, slowly plucking the memory stone from Gefnar's hand.
Guess we might as well put the kettle on, then. Looks like this is going to be something of a long night.
Chapter 23. Evidence Refined.
Well, that ought to do it,
Hattie garbled from behind the strange cylindrical tool he held between his teeth. Allie cocked an eyebrow from where she leaned against the workshop wall nearby. By all appearances, it looked like all Hattie had accomplished was very painstakingly affixing Gefnar's stolen memory stone in a peculiar apparatus, suspended in thin, cured hide, stretched 2 feet by 2 feet, like the dullest puppet show backdrop of all time. "Mind you," Hattie continued, stepping back to glance about the members of his audience as he retrieved the device from between his teeth, tapping it nervously in his palm. "Some of the lenses may be slightly out of alignment. The Samanir haven't asked me to distill a memory for them in quite some time." "Meaning what?" Tanner asked warily. "That it won't work?" Hattie looked genuinely hurt at the question. "What? Course it'll work. The image might just be a bit fuzzy is all." At the numerous expressions of confusion or incredulity that he received in response, he merely shrugged. "I take pride in my work." He stepped back toward his machine that held the memory stone, pausing to look back at the others as his hand rested on a crank affixed to the machine's side. "Now you're sure y'all want to do this? Technically, the only one of you who's a criminal thus far is the little guy." His gaze briefly shot to the grim-faced Gefnar. "Aside from aiding a fugitive from justice, mind you, but the second the rest of you lay eyes on what's inside this rock, you're all just as guilty of treason against the most powerful folks on the continent as he is." Allie grunted, drawing the man's gaze.
"It's not like they're our biggest fans right now anyway, what with trying to pin a murder on us."
The image of Delagar's body slumped in his chair flashed through her mind. Gritting her teeth, she pushed it aside, motioning to Hattie with her chin over her folded arms.
"What about you? You seem pretty casual about being party to light sedition."
Hattie attempted a shrug that wasn't as convincing as he'd probably intended. "Me? Why, all I'm doing is granting the Samanir hierarchy a chance to defend themselves in absentia, Miss Allie." He slowly looked about the others' solemn faces. "Under implied duress, I might add. Who knows what my home invaders might have planned for me otherwise?" An involuntary chuckle slid from Allie's throat. None of them had said or done anything remotely threatening since their arrival, and Tavik had even promised the craftsmen protection from whoever might have managed to follow them all through the city. Hattie's meaning was clear. He may have initially protested that he'd only ever found the Samanir to be honest and noble in their dealings with him, but he was certainly open-minded enough to see the proof against them. And curious enough to risk some peripheral treason along the way.
"Thank you, Hattie,"
said Jack, a grateful smile on her face when the man looked her way.
"I wish circumstances could have been different, for all of our sakes."
Something dark flashed in Hattie's eyes.
"No point in wishing things could be different, Miss Jack. Things are what they are."
Then, pointedly meeting the gazes of all parties in the room, he began heaving the crank in his grasp about in a slow circle. Sparks and radiant pulses of magic danced along the cables of the machine, coalescing around the apparatus that held Gefnar's memory stone at the center. And, as more and more power poured into the stone from all sides, a faint cone of light materialized downward from it, causing an image to shimmer to life against the taut canvas below. It was nebulous at first, only solidifying into separate pieces of a picture as Hattie fiddled with a few dials and knobs with his free hand. A chamber manifested as a not quite three-dimensional image, bathed in blue light from the memory stone. And there, seated around a small, square table, were 3 figures. A human male, his dark hair and beard flecked with gray and features lined with seemingly equal parts frown and smile, all of it adding to an air of gravitas already granted him by the sleek, gold-inlaid armor he wore. A gnomish female, head bowed and brow furrowed as she shifted about in her seat, her thumb working at a deep groove in the staff she held planted firmly against the floor. And a human female, her steely gaze and superior bearing causing visceral disgust to churn in Allie's stomach as she eased around for a better view.
All right, Fitheg, Allie thought sourly. Let's see what war crimes we can pin on you today.
Part of her supposed that she really shouldn't be finding so much satisfaction in all of this, given the horrible implications of what Gefnar had told them they were about to see. But she found herself unable to be impartial at the prospect of bringing the conniving general down a peg.
A troubling report indeed, Duak,
Volkret was saying, rubbing tiredly at his brow.
It seems things have deteriorated here even further since Mevar agreed to the winter truce.
Beside the machine, Hattie glanced back to Gefnar.
Have we missed anything important? Do I need to recalibrate?
Without following the man's gaze, Allie heard Gefnar's voice shift as he shook his head.
No, this is actually perfect.
Hattie was unable to hide a proud smirk.
Yes, sir,
Duak conceded in the image, her hand tightening around her staff. From across the table, General Fitheg scowled.
If you have something else to report, Head Mage, kindly do so.
Duak's form slowly came more into focus, as though the nearby memory stone etching the moment into itself was more fully grasping the gnome woman's emotions.
I suppose I do, she said heavily, turning to the expectant Volkret. After many long months of searching, I have finally discovered the location of Dunaxis Ed Kutin.
Allie felt her upper lip curl back in a snarl. Gefnar had told them all what to expect from this recording, of course, but that did little to keep Allie's intense hatred for the former mayor of Dragon's Nest from rearing its head. Even Tavik, standing a pace behind Jack at the rear of the group, gave a low grunt.
Have you indeed?
Volkret replied, seeming equal parts relieved and wary.
Your expression tells me that I'm unlikely to enjoy the revelation.
It's unexpected, to be sure, Blade Master, Duak admitted, tapping the butt of her staff against the floor as a shimmering image familiar to Allie, even second-hand as it was, flickered to life in dancing light from the crown-like memory stone housing atop the staff. Walls of wood and stone stretched across the image with rocky turf as a foundation. Rough-hewn metal accents fastened it all together at the seams, while great horns, both metal and beast, protruded upward from the battlements and over the large gate. My scrying and meditation have revealed something truly troubling.
Volkret leaned forward, his mouth falling open in disbelief.
Is that...
An orc fortress, yes, Duak confirmed. It seems as though our lost ally has been imprisoned by a sizable tribe along the southwestern coast. The Glenadok.
I don't understand, Fitheg cut in, sounding genuinely baffled, in fact. Allie tried not to find too much enjoyment in that.
Can't anticipate everything, can you?
Oblivious to Allie's glare, the image of Fitheg gestured toward the picture Duak had conjured.
How did these Glenadok acquire Dunaxis, and why did they not kill him outright? Orcs are hardly known for their mercy toward living spoils.
Duak nodded.
This is where things grow truly bewildering.
With another tap of the head mage's staff on the floor, a kind face Allie knew well shimmered into place where the image of the Glenadok stronghold had been.
High Priestess Entohika,
Volkret uttered incredulously.
Dunaxis spoke of her often. Surely you don't mean to tell us that she handed Dunaxis over to the orcs as some kind of trophy or plaything? It would hardly seem to be her style.
Not a trophy, Duak explained. It seems there is actually a tentative alliance between the people of Dragon's Nest, now led unchallenged by the High Priestess and Chief Aragos of the Glenadok.
Another tap, and Entohika's face vanished while the form of a gruff orc champion slipped into focus.
The tribe has kept Dunaxis in protective custody, as it seems everyone left in Dragon's Nest either wished him free or dead, and the town currently lacks the resources to prevent either.
Volkret's gaze slowly shifted to the head mage.
You're joking.
At Dewach's minute shake of the head, the Blade Master actually loosed a curt guffaw of laughter.
Strange times we live in, it seems. A paragon of Nomenkal aligning herself with the bloated corpse remaining of the scourge of the previous age.
What of the guard, Captain? Fetheg interjected once more. Hadn't Denaxis made mention of thinking he might be able to sway the oaf to our cause? Phylak ed Havrek, Dewach replied, again shaking her head. From what small glimpses I've had of him, he appears to have gone along with Entohika's rulership with farcical reluctance, outwardly claiming to oppose Entohika's methods while privately admitting that they both have the best interest of their people at heart. Fetheg offered a bitter snort. So he is content to kowtow to a religious figurehead with no political experience, and to condemn a man whose only crime lay in over-planning the means by which to bring about the future the people deserve. Only crime? Allie thought, gritting her teeth. As far as she was concerned, in willingly allowing both Crockbloods and the servants of Kravog into the city to do as they wished, Denaxis was complicit in the murders of guardsmen, townsfolk, and his own son. Crexus's stern but fiercely loyal face pushed its way into her thoughts, and she was barely able to push it aside again before the hot tears stinging at her eyes began spilling down her cheeks.
"Compose yourself, General," Volkrit chided Fetheg for her outburst. "Anger for another individual's lack of pragmatism is self-defeating. All we can do is to deal with the hand fate has dealt us."
Subdued, Fetheg eased back in her chair, Dewach seeming reluctant to release the words as she asked, "Then what would you have us do, my lord?" Volkrit closed his eyes for a moment, thumb and forefinger tracing downward along the grey-flecked beard encircling his taut mouth.
"We do what we must," he said at last, opening his eyes. "If Denaxis had betrayed us, we would have heard of it by now."
Fetheg's eyes hardened. "But we cannot delay any further and allow for the possibility—"
"I know,"
Volkrit snapped.
Then, sighing, "I know. That is why we must make preparations for an assault against these orcs."
"Sir," Dewach said slowly, "I'm sure I don't need to remind you that our troops and supplies are spread thinly as it is. If we extend ourselves even further—" She trailed off as Volkrit looked tiredly over to her.
"We do what we must," he repeated. "We cannot risk the people learning the truth of this war. Morale is frail among the troops and populace both already."
Dewach bowed her head, defeated. "Very well. Who shall lead the assault?"
"None of us," Volkrit said quickly, leveling a hard stare over at Fetheg. "We risk plausible deniability if one of the three most notable leaders is discovered to have taken part in a raid across the continent with an uninvolved third party during wartime. People may begin to examine our activities too closely."
Fetheg looked like she was actually fighting the urge to pout, but she nodded her assent. "Captain Luridin would be the best choice then, I think. He has a history with other orc tribes which would lead public perception to be more malleable along the path of a rogue Samanir officer exacting personal revenge." An emotion Allie couldn't quite place tugged at Volkrit's faint crow's feet.
"Very good. Have him depart with discretion and haste."
Dipping her head in deference, Fetheg pushed back from the table, hesitating as she saw the Blade Master rub at his eyes. It seemed she was missing a vital cue to depart, and her military sensibilities wouldn't allow her to ignore its absence. "If there is nothing else, Blade Master?"
"Orcs,"
Volkrit muttered, seeming not to have registered the prompt. A dry chuckle slid from his throat.
"Harkens back to the glory days, I suppose. Valiant knights versus the forces of evil."
He looked up, smiling grimly between Dewach and Fetheg.
"It has a certain poetry to it, doesn't it?"
Dewach said nothing, her eyes falling to her lap, but Fetheg leaned forward to meet Volkrit's gaze.
This is not our doing.
Volkrit's features morphed into purest disgust, but Allie could see that it was only partially aimed outward.
This is all our doing, General. Let us not delude ourselves into innocence. We each understood what the cost of our actions could be when we set out on this endeavor together.
Perhaps not fully, Duwak offered softly. The ripples were meant to lessen, not to grow in strength.
We cannot hope to cleanse our souls with ignorance either, head mage, Volkrit retorted with a sigh. By virtue of our positions, we hold the lives of countless thousands in our hands. And by the power we wield, we chose this path for us all. If others must help to bear the weight of that choice, the least we can do is accept responsibility for it, if only in secret.
And if we had done nothing, Fetheg growled, the people would now be leaderless. You know how close they were to calling for our removal from power.
Is that so wrong? Said Volkrit, the vulnerability in his voice actually convincing Allie that he was hoping for an answer. Should the people not desire a peace-minded leader in times of peace?
Fetheg's hand on the table formed into a fist.
And whom would you have trusted to govern them fairly?
She gestured broadly to the city beyond the window behind Volkrit.
One of these merchant lords masquerading as nobles? The lineage of last age is gone forever. The man-beast Trelegon saw to that.
So, rather than subjecting the people to the whims of another coin-bought tyrant, Volkrit groaned, his posture arcing in defeat, we choose instead to hurl them into a war they may no longer have a chance of winning.
There was always a chance Mevod would have returned to reclaim his father's bloody throne, Fetheg protested.
Perhaps, Volkrit shrugged. But it was we who put the blade in his hands and the dark whisper in his ear. What voice do you think he would have had in Covorum had we not arranged for him to be proclaimed the hero of the downtrodden?
Allie sneered in triumph, glancing over to the spellbound Hattie in time to see his eyes fall. That was it. They had the proof they needed. Volkrit and his council had just admitted to taking part in establishing Mevod as an opposing force in a costly war, in order to necessitate their continued rule of Covorum.
The ploy worked, did it not? Fetheg insisted. Our hidden enemies now face us directly. How many vermin and half-breeds have flocked to Mevod's cause?
Far more than we'd anticipated, Volkrit said sourly.
Are things truly that serious? Duwak spoke up from her side of the table. Are we so outnumbered that victory is now so improbable? Not for long, Fetheg declared. The truce has granted us the time we need to alter the public perspective on both sides. Patriots will rally to our cause when they hear who walks with Mevod, and those subjected to the long winter months surrounded by Mevod's vile allies will come to see that we are the rightful rulers of the land.
Are you so certain of that outcome? Volkrit replied, his brow arcing. What if all we've done is to grant time to other half-breed nations to align themselves with our enemy? Or now, with our hand forced against the Glenadok, perhaps an alliance of orcs will join Mevod out of spite.
Blade Master, said Fetheg, barely managing to keep her temper at bay. You cannot allow yourself to become so defeatist. We must believe.
What I am being is pragmatic, General, Volkrit cut her off, rising to his feet as he squared his shoulders. I am a soldier, and for better or worse I will continue to lead like a soldier. And right now, you have your orders.
Fetheg slowly stood, offering a tight bow.
Yes, Blade Master. I will inform Captain Luridin of his new assignment first thing in the morning.
Volkrit frowned.
Not tonight?
Little could be accomplished through haste with the troops still so tired from our long journey, Fetheg assured him. I think it's best to allow them one more night of rest and revelry. And I have other business I must see to tonight.
Shock left Allie numb for a moment, only to be replaced by cold fury. Gefnar had witnessed this conversation the night before, the night Delagar had died. She was so blinded by further evidence of Fitheg's involvement that she barely registered as the rest of the scene played out with Volkrit and Dewak slowly trailing the general out of the room, followed by a shocked whisper of, "Damn," from past Gefnar.
"Is that all?"
Hattie asked, turning to the gnome in the present as he reached out to end the display. Oh, yeah, said Gefnar, and it took Allie a moment to realize what it was that had him so distracted. His eyes were fixed on her. She turned down to meet his gaze, seeing his right foot shift back slightly in a defensive stance. I didn't want you to get your hopes up. Tanner told me about Delagar, and I think we all know that Fitheg's responsible somehow. But generals have a lot of duties. Her leaving without a full explanation of where she's going isn't proof. If we can't find evidence for every crime they've committed, what we can prove will have to be enough. Allie understood. There was already no guarantee that anyone would even listen to the evidence they did have. But she was hardly interested in hearing how irrational her goals were, least of all from Gefnar.
So,
Hattie sighed, leaning back against the table where the memory stone apparatus was, having deactivated the image.
What do we do? So long as Volkrit keeps the wealthy folks of Falcon Crest safe, there's no one with enough clout to do anything about all of this who'd want to hear what we have to say.
He motioned to Allie with an apologetic grimace.
Especially since your one friend in high places has been conveniently removed from play.
Tanner nodded. Any chance, Swidona? He trailed off as Jack shook her head. She is not in any state of mind to be leading an effort like this. Maybe if we had time for the shock of her son's death to wear off, and for the anger to set in.
But you're in a bit of a rush, what with the Samanir trying to pin a high-profile murder on you all,
Hattie finished. At the series of wary looks he received, he shrugged.
I'm not stupid, and I'm not entirely oblivious. Fitheg's been calling for the capture of the imposter McAllister and her confederates involved in the murder of Delagar Kellerath for hours.
Gefnar frowned. And you still let us in? Another shrug.
I like to let everyone tell their side of the story before I make up my own mind on things.
But you're convinced? Tavik asked eagerly. You're with us now? Hattie grunted, folding his arms.
I've worked for the Samanir for years, and they've always treated me right. But I'm not so naive as to think that everyone treats each other equally.
His voice hardened.
And I'm not a fan of anyone who's keen on deciding which lives are worth more than others.
I'm glad to hear you say that, said Jack, her eyes drifting to the back of the shop. Because we were hoping we could use that machine of yours to beat Volkrit's people to the Glenadock. We have a vested interest in their continued safety. We've already sent a warning ahead, but our friends in Dragon's Nest might not be there in time to help. Cocking his head, Hattie followed Jack's gaze, a dark guilt coming over his face as he looked to the inactive tetherport prototype he'd shown them before.
Well, a few problems with that plan, really. As I mentioned before, I had to reclaim some of the parts for a Samanir project.
Don't tell me, Allie said with a groan. Hattie nodded.
The Samanir project was another tetherport model. Larger, more powerful.
That's how they're going to mount their assault on the Glenadock, Tanner breathed, his eyes wide. Just appear inside the stronghold, grab Dynaxis, and vanish, killing anyone who gets in their way.
If they've got a death wish, sure, Hattie grunted. A journey of that distance especially will be a mite unpredictable, though. If they heard my warnings at all, they'll make sure to aim for a wide-open area, preferably without even any large trees. Not eager to test it, mind you, but I imagine it's rather unpleasant to find yourself transported directly into a solid object.
Oh, said Gefnar, a disgusted look coming to his face. Ouch. Any chance you might fix the prototype? Tavik pressed, scratching at his scruffy beard. Hattie gave a non-committal growl, rubbing at the back of his neck as he considered the question. Problem 2. I might, mind you, be able to cobble something together, but without a proper regulator, there's only so much power I can pour into the thing before it overloads. Okay, said Tanner, wringing his hands nervously. Meaning what? Meanin', Hattie exhaled heavily, that the furthest I could get you is about a mile, maybe 2. Allie felt the frustration boil in her belly. Terrific, she thought. Maybe not even far enough to get us out of Falcon Crest safely. Guess we could always drop right into the Samanir's laps. We could go surrender to the guards they've absolutely left back at the old family home, drop on top of a guard patrol, or... She stopped, the details of an insane plan settling into her thoughts. We go to the Samanir, she whispered. Her words seemed to echo in the silence that had opened in the conversation, leaving everyone to turn to her in disbelief. I'm sorry, said Jotagon, speaking up for the first time since their arrival at the workshop. Hattie, Allie said by way of reply, her eyes fixed on the craftsman. This other tetherport, the more powerful one, the Samanir have it in their fortress? I assume so, said Hattie, looking pointedly to Tavik. I haven't seen it, Tavik admitted. But there are many places in the fortress off limits to guardsmen. Somewhere in the more high-security areas would certainly be the safest place for it. Allie nodded. Then that's where we need to go. Hang on, Tanner blurted, motioning to Gefnar. We just barely managed to get Gef out of there a few hours ago, and now you want us all to go right back in? Not through the front door, Allie clarified, drawing Hattie's gaze over to the prototype tetherport with a twitch of her chin. Oh, Hattie said slowly, grasping Allie's meaning well ahead of Tanner. Sure enough it'd be risky, porting within a port like that, he muttered, stroking his beard as he looked over to his dismantled machine. Then, smirking excitedly back to his visitors, who now looked to be in various stages of acceptance of the plan. But then, I suppose, science always is. Chapter 24. Makeshift Strategy. Tanner gripped the oblong piece of metal in his hand, letting the heat glowing in his fingertips smelt it into a more malleable state. Watch your fingers, he muttered as he lowered the hunk of tin toward the hodgepodge of leather, chainmail, and etched armor plating splayed out at his feet. Don't have to tell me twice, Gefnar grunted back, maneuvering the armor plating about for Tanner to see the seams of where the plating met with the hooks jutting through the chainmail and its leather backing. Squirming intently at the crudeness of his own work, Tanner lowered his fingers, tracing it along the joints of the plating as the tin began to melt and drip into place. And all because Hattie never felt like whipping up another of those fancy solder irons of his, Tanner thought in annoyance, sparing a glance up across the room, where the craftsman was hard at work under some panel or another along the side of the prototype tetherport. In Hattie's grasp was the object of Tanner's jealousy, a small iron tool with a wedged head, heated with some kind of magic for melting the tin Hattie pressed to it with his other hand. Unfortunately, as Hattie typically worked alone, he'd seen no need to build a second one. And with nothing so familiar as a forge at Tanner's disposal, he was left to work with what he had. Sighing, he refocused on his work, chewing relentlessly on his tongue as he finished fusing the armor plating into place as best he could. His work finally completed, he stepped back to look down with a grimace at the ugly thing by his feet. He'd initially been excited when he and Jotagon had made the discovery of the short, deactivated golem in one of Hattie's scattered bins, but he'd soon found that his intended purpose for the thing's multifaceted armor would involve a master with all things smithing. And Tanner was by no means a master. It's fine, Gefnar assured him with a forced smile, seeming to sense Tanner's disgust with his own work. Tentatively, the gnome hoisted the plate-laden mail suit up off the floor to hold it up before him. It's about the right size, anyway. And it's better than nothing.
It could still save my life.
Anything is possible, I suppose, Jotagon allowed from Tanner's side, almost managing to hide the skepticism in his voice. At Tanner's doubtful glare, Jotagon allowed himself a tight smirk. Though I can't help but think it would have been safer to hazard the long trek back to the temple in order to reacquire Gefnar's other suit of armor.
Reluctantly, Tanner had to admit that his cousin's hyperbole helped to put things into perspective. With who knows how many possible dangers between them and Gefnar's temple guard armor, and with no other gnome-sized armaments in Hattie's workshop besides a human-sized short sword with a hilt almost too large for Gefnar's hand, they had to work with what they had. Even so, Tanner knew as he helped ease Gefnar into his makeshift armor that Curtis would have taken one look at the thing and died of sympathetic shame.
Well,
said Gefnar as he poked his head out of the chainmail shirt. Scraps, really, that the three of them had lashed together with wire.
What do you think?
Tanner spent the next few seconds biting back a number of self-deprecating comments, a fact that seemed to humor Okizi to no end. Shut it, he nudged back playfully in his mind, unable to keep a smile from his face. Nothing wrong with wanting to take pride in your work. Tell ya what, he finally managed, clapping Gefnar gently on the shoulder for fear of causing the whole thing to crumble. After we sort all of this out, we can get a real blacksmith to do something with this. The parts really are good quality work. I think with the right tools and know-how, this really could be better than your old... His voice trailed off as he saw Gefnar look guardedly over his shoulder across the room, to where Allie and Jack were helping Hattie in his work as best they could. Oh, Tanner said flatly, frowning at Gefnar when his friend turned back around. You're still planning to leave, aren't you? The cold knife of betrayal twisted in Tanner's gut once again as Gefnar nodded.
Tanner, I'm sorry, really, but every second I'm around...
His eyes shot briefly over to Allie once more.
I feel... ripped apart inside. Like two halves of me are clawing into each other, and the only way I can be at peace is if one of them wins.
Jotagon mutely excused himself with a dip of the head, making his way to assist with the tetherport, though Hattie clearly already had more help than he needed. There were only so many tools that required fetching or cables to be held in place. Tanner sighed, dropping to one knee in front of Gefnar. Slowly he reached into a pouch at his side, withdrawing the enchanted scroll from within that was one of their links with Dragon's Nest.
Gef, please, just reach out to Entohika. I told her about what's happened and she wants to help you through this.
Gefnar merely held up his hand.
I appreciate everything Entohika's done for me over the years. She's the closest thing I have to a mother. This is just something I have to figure out on my own.
Gef, Tanner snapped. Then, inhaling deeply to dissolve his frustration. Gef, it's not. We all need help sometimes. How many times have any of you saved me in a fight? Or from my own stupidity? He gestured past Gefnar to the others. We've all needed saving at some point or another, and that doesn't mean we're weak. It means we're mortal.
What if I am weak?
Gefnar bit out, blinking rapidly.
Tanner, what if the time came and Nomenkal made clear to me what had to be done?
His gaze fell, tears beginning to well in his eyes.
What if I couldn't do it? What if darkness won because I didn't have the strength to do what was necessary?
Tanner's eyes shifted past Gefnar to where Allie was intensely focused on helping Hattie fish a small piece of metal out of the tetherport's mechanisms. Look, Gef, he sighed, turning back to the gnome. I can't tell you what the future holds. For all I know, you're right, and we've been traveling with the single greatest threat to the world since Dragon's Nest. What I can tell you is that I've only had a few real friends in my life, meaning I like to keep the ones I do have as close as possible. He smiled warmly down at Gefnar as the gnome lifted his gaze. More than that, I don't want to live in a world where other people or outside circumstances get to dictate who I can and can't have in my life. His thoughts briefly turned to Drogel, his longtime half-orc friend from growing up in Dragon's Nest, though Drogel was a few years older. Currently, the man who'd been like a big brother to Tanner growing up was staying with the Glenadock orcs, a tribe currently marked for slaughter by Volcrit and the Samanir. Meaning that Tanner had struggled to be patient about moving to help Chief Aragos, his people, and whomever of their messaged allies who might reach the Glenadok stronghold in time, since learning of the impending attack earlier that day. Fortunately, he'd had a few things to help distract him, though that list was growing uneasily short.
You don't think that's ultimately selfish?
Gefnar was asking suddenly. Keeping your friends close? Said Tanner. I don't know. I think if you're actually being friends right, it's never selfish, but honestly, I wouldn't care if it were. Really, what's the point to life besides making connections with people? Amid the thought of Atrisar's smiling face, he added, And what if all we really need sometimes is someone who can still see us as a friend, even at our darkest moments? Gef, what if the future you're so afraid of only happens if you're not there to stop it? Gefnar gave a defeated shake of his head.
By doing what?
I don't know, Tanner repeated. But I think I was wrong before. What makes you strong isn't that you take on dragons or put your shield between the rest of us and whoever's looking to snuff us out. You're strong because you do all of this while putting everyone else's safety above your own, like a true servant of Nomenkal. He rested a hand on Gef's shoulder, careful not to disturb the etched pauldron affixed there. When the hard choices come, you'll always know what to do deep down, because you're the best person I've ever known. As Gefnar held his gaze, uncertainty still flickering in his eyes, Tanner grinned, rising to his feet. And whatever you decide, I'll still always be your friend. Gefnar looked like he was about to respond when a triumphant "Whoop!" sounded from across the cluttered workshop, and Tanner looked up to see that, with a sound like the soft droning of a beetle in his ears, a shimmering haze had filled the circular framework mounted to the tetherport's base. Feeling a flutter of anxiety from Okizi, Tanner squared his shoulders and strode across the room, hearing Gefnar fallen behind. Hattie, meanwhile, was looking about at his guests with a cocky smirk, spinning the small tool in his grasp about his fingertips. "Done with half of the parts I should rightly need, I might add," he said, gesturing to the translucent blue sheen dancing in the circular doorway, like a pond that had forgotten how gravity worked. "Is it stable?" Jack asked warily, resting a protective hand on a wide-eyed Ember's furry neck. "Looks to be," Hattie muttered, fiddling about with the dials on the side of the tetherport. "It's linked properly with the anchor on the far side, and yep, the anchor appears to be stationary. Should count our blessings that the Samanir haven't thought to put up a ward against this kind of thing yet." Tanner gulped, recalling that the anchor was how Hattie had referred to the device Tavik had left with a few hours prior. A head-sized frame with a spherical memory stone latticework at the center. The goal, as Hattie had put it, was for Tavik to use the anchor to stabilize the group's planned tetherport jump inside the fortress. "So," Tanner put forth optimistically, "I'm guessing that means Tavik's found a safe spot for us on the other side?" "Or been discovered and had the anchor confiscated and stuffed in a chest somewhere," Allie offered with a grunt. Something like panic flashed across Jack's otherwise somber face, and Tanner noticed that her grip on Ember's neck fur had tightened. "How can I help?" he recalled Tavik asking once Allie had put forth her unorthodox plan. He hadn't been proud of it, but Tanner had felt like his next words had needed to be said. "Are we sure we can rely on you?" Yes, Tavik had stayed in Dragon's Nest long enough to help rid the town of cultists and crockbloods, but as far as Tanner was concerned, that was the easy part. Sticking around to help clean up the mess, righting all the mistakes that had been made, whether they were yours or someone else's. That was the hard part. And Tavik had seemingly walked away from it all without a second thought. The guardsman had looked to Tanner then, regret and determination filling his eyes, rather than the anger Tanner had been expecting. "To the death," he'd said heavily. "Fact is, I'm done running." "Glad to hear it," Hattie had cut in, clearly not caring to know any context for the conversation, as he'd handed Tavik the anchor device. "Your job, then, will be to find a reasonably open area for the other end of the gate to open up and hold the anchor up off the floor as still as you can." With a cheery smile, he'd added to the rest of them, "Best to make sure you lot don't pop out the other side to find that you've materialized inside of a wall or anything." Tavik had shot a final solemn nod toward Jack before slipping from the workshop, the uncertainty in his eyes then now mirrored on Tanner's own face. "Are we sure about this?" he asked, stepping cautiously up toward the pulsating tetherport doorway.
"Not entirely," Hattie admitted with a shrug from off to the side. "But this appears to be the plan still, unless you've cooked up a better one."
Tanner hadn't. At his silence, Hattie cleared his throat, gesturing toward the doorway.
"Care to be first?"
"Why not?" Tanner shot back before he could talk any sense into himself, and, inhaling sharply, he strode through. For a moment, he was robbed of all sensation in the experience, save for the feeling of having face-planted into a pond with no describable temperature. The rising, frenzied squeal of fear in his mind drowned out everything else. Then he understood what it was that had terrified his sister so much. In the brief seconds he was left feeling as though he was stepping through darkness and water, something felt wrong. Rather than having the oppressive blackness press in on him, it actually felt as though it were attempting to tug him every which way at the same time. And that it might just succeed. Fur, skin, and flesh all felt disjointed from each other, and Tanner briefly wondered in horror if his hide was about to be ripped off his insides, just like he'd done to so many dead animals over the years. The thought was so revolting that, as Tanner abruptly found himself stumbling into a large, dimly lit hallway, he discovered that he was also about to exhale in a deafening scream. A hand reached out to grab his shoulder then, cutting short his cry as it choked off in alarm, and Tanner spun about to see a pair of concerned eyes looking slightly down at him. "Tanner," a voice hissed, with Tanner barely registering it as belonging to Tavik. "Keep your voice down. All the others?" Tavik's question was left unfinished as a sound like softly lapping waves echoed off the walls, and, from the nothingness Tanner had just stumbled through, Jotagon, Gefnar, Allie, Jack, and Imber all pushed through a hazy circular doorway to match the one back in Hattie's workshop. "An unpleasant sensation," Jotagon whispered, rubbing at his arms even as he scowled down at them. "And more than a little magic involved," Jack voiced all of their fears, following a quick glance at Ember to see that the wolf had shrunk down to the floor to rub the strange tingling from his nose with his forepaws. Otherwise, though, he seemed unharmed, just feeling a bit looser in his own skin like the rest of them. At least, that's what Tanner assumed everyone's faintly confused expressions meant. "You're telling me," Tavik muttered back, his eyes falling to the anchor device in his hands. The memory stone-laced latticework lit them all in a dying bluish glow from stabilizing the doorway. "The Samanir have detected that, which means we'd better get moving before—" His words were cut off with a grimace as the sound of armored footfalls echoed from around the corner nearby. "Stay out of sight," Tavik pleaded under his breath, striding toward the corner alone, the anchor still in one hand. Even as Tavik's torchlit silhouette neared the corner, Tanner heard a muffled curse from down by his knees as he pressed himself against the wall. Half a heartbeat later, a loud clang echoed up and down the stony hallway, and Tanner spun to see that Gefnar had bent down to snatch up the piece of his patchwork armor that had clattered to the floor. From ahead, Tavik threw a wide-eyed look over his shoulder, quickly unhooking his helmet from his belt and dropping to one knee as though he were picking it up from the floor. "Hold there!" A loud, commanding voice funneled down the hall from past Tavik, and Tanner felt himself and his companions freeze in place. Gefnar's eyes squinted nearly shut in a full-body wince as he was left still reaching for the piece of his armor. Good evening to you both," Tavik met the command with a disarming smile, slipping from sight around the corner as he strode to meet the new arrivals. The faintest of slurs lined his speech in an affectation that was either well-rehearsed or just incredibly familiar to him. "I don't suppose either of you could help me? Bit turned around with all these twists and turns. Not even this old divining orb can set me straight." Tanner tensed himself for action, prepared for everything to descend into chaos. As lies went, it wasn't all that convincing, and he wasn't finding himself particularly impressed with Tavik's acting abilities either. To his surprise, however, he merely heard the guardsmen approach Tavik, one of their shadows dancing into view from around the corner to show an expectant hand reaching out toward Tavik. A sober guardsman would recall that use of magical items is strictly regulated within the fortress, the same voice from before reprimanded. Especially in high-security areas such as this. Surrender your device and return to the barracks. Right, Tavik sighed, handing over the anchor without fuss. Now, would I get there? Tanner could hear the Samanir rolling her eyes as her shadow gestured past Tavik. Simply follow this main hall without veering, and you should reach the common area in due course. Ah, thank you, said Tavik, backing up a few paces before turning to slip back around the corner past Tanner and the others. Just when Tanner thought their trouble was over, however, he saw the guardsman give a small shake of his head, pointing back toward the receding sound of Samanir footfalls. That's the way we've got to go, Tavik mouthed. Stifling a groan, Tanner inched up to peek around the corner. Seeing that the Samanir had reached a small horn-shaped device protruding from a tube that branched off from the communication line running along the top corner of the hallway. He could just make out from their muffled words that they were reporting the incident to someone with the authority to stand down the alarm. Probably our forgetful chief facilitator, Tanner thought dryly, taking some small amount of needling pleasure in the thought that they might have jarred the old gnome awake. He was aware of how petty that was even before he felt the equivalent of a disappointed glower from Okizi within.
They stand in our way,
Jotagon whispered from Tanner's shoulder, the other foxkin already settled into a crouch. Which means we go through them, Allie agreed, squaring her shoulders as she prepared to move after. Quietly, said Jack, nodding to both Jotagon and Allie, the clear candidates for the job. Jack may have been able to blend flawlessly into her surroundings while in nature, but no one had more experience vanishing in and out of buildings than those two. And non-lethally, right? Gefnar hissed, his concern echoed in Tavik's expression. They're only doing their job. Jotagon inclined his head toward the gnome.
Of course.
He turned to Allie.
Right or left?
Allie shrugged. Left, I guess. Unless the one on the right looks a lot like Fithag. Her fellow assailant cocked his head quizzically at the joke, but fell wordlessly into step with her as Allie slinked around the corner. Thankfully, Tanner mused as he watched Jotagon and Allie close the distance on the receding Samanir, neither target bore much of a resemblance to the general. Which hopefully means they aren't as paranoid as she is either, he thought, his heart pounding as his friends closed in. Or at least just not the type to excessively watch their backs. Chapter 25. Subsequent Passage. Don't turn around, don't turn around, don't turn around, Allie thought pointlessly as she eased up alongside Jotagon behind the pair of Samanir. They'd finished their brief report into the wall-mounted message horn seconds earlier, setting off back the way they'd come in the flickering torchlight. The street urchin in Allie urged her to call her dagger, Biriak, to her grasp, if only for self-defense, but she gripped her hands into fists, shaking off the urge. She wasn't about to give Sharad the tools he needed to use her as a weapon of death, not when there was a chance that no innocents had to die. Beneath her shirt, the pendant that had once belonged to Crexus, now imbued with his belief in the power of showing mercy, pulsed softly, soothing some of the tension of the moment. Still crouched low, Allie timed her exaggerated strides with the heavier footfalls of her mark, in and exhaling softly at the moments of impact to cloak her breathing. And still all the Samanir had to do to spot her was to turn even partially in her direction. They still wore their helmets, having been prepared for a confrontation when responding to the magic alarm the tetherport had set off. But even that didn't strip them of their peripheral vision entirely. Still, if she timed it just right, it all might work to Allie's advantage. As she'd anticipated, the one in front of her began reaching up to remove his helmet as the pair retreated, leaving himself momentarily defenseless. The only catch was that Allie was still a few paces away. With a minute hand motion toward Jotagon that she could only hope he understood, she darted the last few steps, hopping up to plant her knee into the Samanir's back as one arm snaked around his neck. In the corner of her eye, Allie saw Jotagon grapple the other Samanir into a similar hold, deftly tripping her down to the floor. Allie grunted, only partially at the strain of continuing to choke her target into unconsciousness against his wild flailing and wrenching at her arms. She may not have had as much finesse as the foxkin, but her victim would be joining his friend soon enough.
There. Good.
A cold voice chuckled into her thoughts.
Just a tad more pressure on the windpipe, or a firm yank at his chin to snap the neck entirely.
Shut up, Allie snarled back silently, but the damage was done. In her brief moment of distraction, her grip slackened just enough for the Samanir in her grasp to wriggle free, the man whipping around and drawing his sword, his eyes ablaze with the fire of self-preservation, locking on Allie. A jumble of curses filled Allie's mind as she leapt into motion, catching the Samanir's arm off to the side as she brought her fist up under his jaw. Behind, she could hear the rest of her companions springing into action, while Jotagon held fast to his own target, the other Samanir growing more sluggish in her flailing. An arrow whizzed past Allie's shoulder, eliciting a startled yelp from the Samanir as it flew past his arm. Capitalizing on the distraction, Allie slipped under the man's frantic swing, coming up behind him to deliver a kick to the back of his knee. In the same instant, Tavik fell on the man from the front, knocking the sword from his hand and throwing the shield wide. While the Samanir was still off-kilter, Allie struck at the back of his head, sending him stumbling forward a step, even as he inhaled to cry out for help. Allie grimaced in expectation, but the shout never came. Jotagon was on his feet once more, delivering a lightning-quick punch to the man's throat before dragging him down to the floor as well. A well-placed kick from Jotagon as he went down, striking the temple of the other Samanir, left her still, and, in the span of a few seconds, the other was unconscious as well. "What happened?" Tanner whispered animatedly, looking between Jotagon and Allie. "We almost had the whole keep coming down on us." Even Allie barely caught the briefest of glances Jotagon shot her way as he climbed back to his feet.
The man was turning to speak with his compatriot just as Allie moved in. He spotted us just in time to slip Allie's grasp.
For a moment, Allie wasn't sure whether she was furious or grateful at the lie. There was no way Jotagon believed it. He knew as well as she did that they'd had the drop on their targets, that Allie's moment of hesitation had nearly cost them all their freedom. Possibly their lives. "We'll have to be more careful moving forward," she finally said, throwing Jotagon a nod. By his stare and head tilt of response, Allie knew that her message had been received, and that Jotagon was content she wouldn't be making the same mistake again. "And I won't," thought Allie, fuming pointlessly toward the dark presence prickling at the base of her skull.
"How long before these two wake up?"
said Jack, motioning to the Samanir on the floor. Jotagon shrugged.
"Impossible to say, though we'll have to hope we're long gone by then, as we haven't the time we'd need to secure them properly."
His foxen eyes drifted down the hallway ahead of them.
"We will, however, at least need to remove them from sight."
Jack peered out from the base of the stone stairwell into the vast chamber beyond. Only a handful of columns broke her line of sight to the far side of the underground room, the supports serving the dual purpose of structure and illumination. The glowing memory stone rings affixed a few feet above eye level on each one served to cast the entire chamber in a soft bluish glow. And, at the chamber's other end, its pair of crackling cylindrical energy sources flanking it against the dark stone wall, was their objective. The Samanir tetherport, the circular doorway atop its platform flickering in a translucent haze. "Sure is a lot bigger than the one in Hattie's workshop," Tanner muttered from behind her. At Jack's shoulder, Tavik grunted.
My short time among the Samanir has taught me well that they don't believe in doing things by halves.
Jack could feel his eyes shift her way.
How do we want to play this?
He motioned to the armored duo to either side of the doorway, who seemed to be deep into a conversation regarding how things must be going on the other side. Neither really seemed to be well informed on what the tetherport truly was.
I only count 2 again. I can try and distract him while the rest of you—
3, Jack countered, pointing to the back corner of the room, where a man in relatively simple Samanir robes busily conducted what looked to be some kind of calculation on the desk before him. Tavik gave a slow nod.
Right. Well, hopefully I can keep their focus on me. Damn.
The last word emerged as a low groan as the robed man turned from his desk, strolling back toward the tetherport to poke away at a panel on the side with a small metallic instrument.
A Samanir tinkerer, then?
Jack wondered.
Looks pretty focused on his work,
Allie chimed in, her tone implying that she seemed to share in Tavik's defeatist attitude.
No way he doesn't see us coming. Then we wait for the best moment,
said Gefnar, audibly steeling himself.
No,
Jack said firmly. They'd wasted enough time already, tucking those 2 Samanir out of sight in that storeroom. She turned back to her companions, easily marking the wariness in their eyes. Drawing herself up out of sight of the room beyond, Jack rested a hand on Ember.
Every second we spend second-guessing ourselves on this side, Chief Aragos and his people could be fighting for their lives on the other. We were the ones to put this burden on the Glenadok. We brought Dunaxis into their home, which means we're responsible for bringing them to Volkrit's attention.
In a practiced, fluid movement, she swung herself up onto Ember's back as the wolf dropped into an expectant crouch.
I've had enough of being too late. The world strikes like a hungry predator. It has no interest in how ready we are to face it.
She scanned the faces of her friends, and she saw that she'd given voice to thoughts simmering in their own minds. Bolstered, she added,
We owe it to those we failed in the past to act with greater purpose. Those we might have helped can't afford to have us fall prey to indecision.
So, we act,
Allie said with a nod, her eyes and jaw set with determination as a gleaming dagger manifested in her waiting palm, with a flash of purplish-black magic. Jack drew her sleek elven sword, Hellfade, from its sheath as she dipped her head toward the other woman.
For Delagar.
For Queen Roithiak and the Ravenbloods, slaughtered at Kadason, said Tanner, fire crackling to life on his fingertips. Beside him, Jotagon drew his own blade, locking sorrowful eyes with Tanner.
For a family lost.
Well below Jack as she sat astride Ember, Gefnar hefted the modest sword and shield he'd claimed back at Hattie's workshop.
For Osgar, son of Aragos.
Tavik looked up to Jack, the loss in his eyes speaking of all of his friends who'd fallen in the attack on his childhood home.
For Dragon's Nest,
he said, his voice wavering slightly. At last, Jack's gaze fell back to Allie in time to see the other woman look up from the dagger blade that had drawn her vacant stare.
For Crexus,
she said coldly, nodding to Jack as dark power pulsed in her eyes.
We follow you in, Huntress.
The weight of the title struck Jack more fiercely than it ever had before, and, as her eyes swept over the faces before her once more, she understood why. Each of the people before her, whether because of trust earned or trust shared, was looking to her for guidance in that moment. Most had probably done so for months without Jack even noticing. Huntress wasn't merely something Jack was to Taraki and those like her, or even to the people of Dragon's Nest anymore. Somewhere among her adventures with the people who now stood waiting on her command, for any one of whom Jack would gladly lay down her life, Jack had become something greater than a comrade to them all. She was their huntress, their leader. The notion was absurd, so at odds with the Wilderling way, and the pilgrimages of the clans that Jack felt a brief moment of shame. Her people were supposed to help where they could in their journeys to the outside world, as your song, the guiding voice of her people, had mandated. But to realize that so many people were potentially reliant on her leadership felt wrong somehow. Then, as it often did during moments of uncertainty, the voice of her father echoed in her mind.
The path each of us must walk will not always be what we anticipate, or even wish it to be, my treasure.
The memory of his warm smile helped to soothe her pounding heart.
Even so, we must listen for the will of Eirnot in all things, and cling to that which is most vital, the values our people hold most dear. Ever pledge yourself to the service of others, and treat all whom you encounter with compassion and respect. Even those who don't deserve it?
Jack could hear her younger self ask across the years. It was her mother's laugh that sounded in her thoughts then.
Especially them. Only in such times these things share another name. Mercy.
Jack gripped the sword at her side, leaning low over Ember's head as she looked to her friends.
We make for the doorway,
she said, patting her wolf's neck.
Ember and I will draw their attention off of the rest of you.
She turned the wolf towards the chamber before them with a final glance over her shoulder.
We attack only in self-defense.
Got it, Tanner whispered as Jack felt Ember coil to spring into motion.
See you all on the other side, I guess.
If this even works,
Jack thought in the instant before she was charging forward atop the wolf, sword held high overhead as she closed the distance toward the startled Samanir before the swimming tetherport doorway. The pair of startled yelps from the armored figures in her path helped to distract her from any lingering doubts toward their plan. Either they'd emerge wherever the tetherport spat them out, or they wouldn't. And they could worry about whatever that meant if and when they had to.
Drop them,
Jack hissed into Ember's ear, feeling the wolf's stance shift dutifully as he sprang the last few steps toward the Samanir. With a lunge that brought Jack close enough to bat aside a frantic swipe from the one on the right, Ember clamped his jaws around the metal-plated leg of the one to the left. The Samanir cried out in pain, but Jack knew that Ember was holding back. With jaws like his, Ember could have bitten clean through if he'd tried. It was hard to fault the man for feeling threatened, however, so Jack tried not to harbor too much ill will against him as the Samanir brought his sword up to skewer Ember through the eye.
Back!
Jack screamed barely in time, Ember obeying the call to retreat a step as the Samanir's sword sliced through empty air. Her heart pounding at the near miss, Jack capitalized on her few seconds of breathing room to assess her surroundings. The others had followed her in, as promised, with Allie, Tanner, Jotagan, and Gefnar already slipping past the distracted Samanir to leap through the doorway behind them. Jack registered the lack of Tavik in the count just as she caught sight of him down beside Ember. His sword was in his hand, just parrying a strike from one of the Samanir, who seemed eager for a target besides Ember, while the other moved to face off with Jack and Ember. And Tavik was looking, wide-eyed, past Jack to the back right corner of the room. With all the attention she could spare, Jack followed his gaze. The technician had darted not back to his notes, but to what looked to be a rune-etched patch of wall that was now glowing harsh reds and yellows, in response to his flurry of taps and swipes. A magical interface, Jack realized, and, given the harsh drone of pulsing horn-like sounds that raked at her ears, and the way that segments of the chamber ceiling and pillars fell away with stony clunks, it wasn't difficult to guess what the interface was for. The technician had just activated the chamber's security measures.
Tavik!
Jack shouted, throwing another swing of her opponent's sword wide with Hellfade.
Get through, now!
Troyan! Tavik grunted, but Jack could see out of the corner of her eye that he'd been forced into a slow retreat that was also about to leave Ember's flank exposed to attack. Growling under her breath, Jack nudged Ember back a pace as she threw her hand out toward Tavik.
Grab on! We go together!
Tavik hesitated only long enough to glance the other Samanir's blade down into the floor, using the precious seconds he'd bought himself to grab a hold of Jack's outstretched hand and fling himself over Ember's back.
Hold on,
Jack shouted, feeling Tavik frantically fumble along Ember's saddle for something to grip. In the same moment, Ember's wolven body sank down to the floor in a crouch, the plan only just formed in Jack's mind, already informing his movements. Shouldering past the Samanir who stood at the ready before them would open all three of them up to attack. Their only chance was to catch them off guard.
Which means doing the unexpected.
Ember had no room to manifest his wings and fly them out of reach in the enclosed space between the room's pillars, but Jack had seen him clear human-sized bushes from a standstill, even when he'd been barely more than a pup. Still, even in his inexplicably enlarged form of recent days, Jack couldn't help a niggling doubt in the back of her mind as time seemed to slow, the magics and darts of the room's magical security measures all clanging against her self-preservation senses. With the combined weight of 2 passengers, would Ember be up to the task of carrying them through? Then, Ember was hurling himself skyward, his furry underbelly arcing over the slack-faced Samanir as they watched the wolf leap headlong through the shimmering doorway. Just as Jack's sight was plunged into the momentary blackness of the tetherport, the hair at the back of her neck prickled with the sensation of a dart crackling with claws of lightning as it narrowly missed her back, the Samanir behind yelping as they dropped to the floor to avoid the onslaught. They'd made it, but Jack only allowed herself a rush of relief as she reached an arm back to loop around the form of Tavik, still slung over Ember's saddle behind her.
We all made it,
she thought, the sensations of the second jump beginning to tug at her skin and flesh. It was worse this time. Much worse.
Now we all just have to get there in one piece.
Chapter 26. Conflicted Reunions. Tenor felt as though someone had reached down in his throat and was currently doing their best to withdraw every internal organ in sight. He felt like this would have been a far more manageable sensation had it not simultaneously felt as though an army of termites had materialized under his skin and were attempting to flay him alive from the inside. And the fact that his attempts to scream were lost in the nebula of blues and blacks that crushed in on him like abnormally thick water didn't help matters either. He did hear screaming, though, the frantic wailing of a terrified child searing his brain into mush, like white-hot sound waves from that other part of himself. Okizi. Trying to shut out every other awful sensation, Tenor focused on sheltering his sister from the void that threatened to rip them both into pieces. In the absence of air, he still attempted to center himself with the breathing exercises Allie had taught him. The attempt, at least, seemed to help him center himself, and he imagined himself crouched low over the little foxkin girl he knew his sister to be, sheltering her from anything that might threaten her, the way he'd seen mother birds do for their chicks during thunderstorms back home. "I'm here," he soothed, willing the words into reality in the amorphous void. "Nothing will get to you as long as I'm still here." A flicker of light flared in Tenor's mind, and he could feel more than hear the wailing stop. Then, somehow more destructive to Tenor than all the forces around him, a single word materialized in his thoughts, under no control of his. "Otuli?" Tenor gasped, only realizing as the sensations of cold air, a starry sky, and tumbling onto his face in pebbles and dry grass overcame him, that air rushed into his lungs on command. Laying where he had fallen for a moment, Tenor let himself readjust to the pull of gravity and the countless sounds that made up his usual reality. He was fine. He'd made it, and with all of his pieces where they should have been. Thankfully, however, the taste of blood in his mouth from where he'd slammed face first into the ground helped him bask in the moment of self-loathing. "Stupid," he thought, his hands clenching into fists as he gripped at dirt, rock, and grass for stability. All of them had been aware of the untested nature of launching yourself from another tetherport while you were already anchored to one. Hattie had made it clear that they'd be taking their lives into their own hands. But Tenor hadn't fully considered what effects the trip might have on someone with his unique condition. He'd managed to convince himself that if they died, he would always at least be there to comfort his sister in their shared final moments. Now he understood that he'd been horribly wrong. He'd felt the way Okizi's presence had torn into his mind. She'd had no control over it. With 2 different tether ports and the anchor Tanner could still feel attached to his lapel, trying to tug them in so many directions, Okizi had nearly been forcibly ripped away. She could have been lost in some nameless void for all eternity, for all Tanner knew, and he might never have gotten her back. It's not just me I have to worry about anymore, Tanner reminded himself, the thought driven home as he staggered to his feet and turned to see that Jotagon was coughing up blood, doubled over on his knees. "Jotagon!" Tanner blurted, barely registering as Jack, Ember, and Tavik leapt through a shimmering doorway in the air that dissipated upon their arrival. At least they'd all made it. Now we just have to survive, Tanner thought darkly as he rushed to his cousin's side. Gefnar was already there. His eyes drifted shut in focus as he rested a glowing hand on Jotagon's shoulder.
"I'll be all right,"
Jotagon sputtered, smiling weakly as he let Tanner ease him back to his feet.
"It seems the journey is especially harrowing for half-breeds,"
he added, wiping some bloody spittle from his foxen mouth with the back of his hand as he looked to Tanner with obvious concern.
"Perhaps stemming from our divided nature."
"Yeah," Tanner agreed. "Okizi's okay, though. We both are." A flash of bluish light from perhaps a quarter-mile off snapped his attention to where a pair of moons hung suspended in the night sky, their light peeking through scattered clouds to illuminate a gut-wrenching scene. Perhaps 200 Samanir, many decked in plate armor and sporting broad shields, stood arrayed before a familiar sight. The Glenadok stronghold. Things were much different from how Tanner had last seen them, though. Scattered fires smoldered along the gnarled ramparts, and a dozen or so orcs rained arrows down on the army below them. And, before Tanner's eyes, a pair of Samanir mages thrust their staffs skyward, sending tendrils of bluish light to intertwine with each other in a rushing, dazzling dance. In the span of seconds, the combined magics took the form of a great battering ram, the conjured engine of war uncoiling its taut synthetic crank with blinding speed. The resulting crash of construct magic against wood and steel reached Tanner's ears a fraction of a heartbeat after he watched the ram collide with the gate, and he looked on in horror as the great doors of the Glenadok stronghold groaned and gave way under the ferocity of the spell. "The Samanir have broken through!" Tanner yelped, pointing stupidly back over his shoulder as he turned to stare wide-eyed at his friends. "Drogel, Bozina, Argos, they're all in there."
"Is there another way in?"
Tavik grunted as he heaved himself off Ember, his eyes slowly scanning the battle.
"Even if the orcs manage to hold him off at the gate, we're cut off at this end."
"It'd take too long to find it even if there is," Allie growled, her gaze shifting to Jack. "If we can't go through, I say we go over." Tavik blinked.
"Over?"
A proud smirk came to Jack's face as she turned to the guardsman, patting the neck of the wolf beneath her.
"I think it's time you saw what Ember can do these days."
"I'm going," Tanner snapped, already moving to clamber up behind Jack, and distantly hoping he hadn't overstepped. "Me too," Allie said coldly, hoisting herself up after Tanner and shouldering him closer to Jack to ensure that she wouldn't slip off Ember's rump. "If Denaxis needs killing, I plan on being the one to do it." Tanner could tell from the shift in Jack's bearing that she'd likely take issue with this plan of action, should the moment arrive, but she was already whispering into Ember's ear, a soft white magic in her fingertips as she fell into the bond she and the wolf shared.
"Otuli,"
Jotagon said from below, frustration in his eyes when Tanner looked his way, as he clearly registered that Ember was already overburdened. "I'll be careful," Tanner cut him off. With a firm nod, Jotagon reached up to briefly clasp hands with him.
"See that you are. You and Okizi are all the family I have left."
Tanner managed a smirk. "Likewise. Now, you might want to stand back," he said, already leaning forward in preparation. Jotagon's quizzical frown quickly shifted to understanding as a pair of large, furry wings manifested from Ember's sides, carrying the trio on his back skyward as he leapt into the air, winds churning furiously as he bore them all toward the clouds.
"I'll send Ember back for you,"
Jack called over her shoulder to the others. All Tanner heard by way of reply was a low whistle from Tavik before the guardsman breathed a soft, "Oh." Allie clamped her knees against Ember's sides, one hand reaching past Tanner to grip the straps of Jack's saddle, and the other reaching downward toward the chaos of battle below her, splayed, crackling fingers at the ready to unleash the black hole of power she held in her grasp. It was a technique first taught to her by Lethold back at Aranek Sanctuary, though she'd been unable to master it then.
"Such things require great focus and discipline,"
the old instructor had informed her when the magic of the spell had slipped from her grasp in a shower of purplish sparks. His bushy white brow had furrowed then as he'd attempted to explain the intricacies at play.
"One must find a seed of blackness, a part of themselves that is devoid of magic. The shroud of hair or dead skin will suffice, spent bone or tissue. Then one must reach into this void and expand the nothingness to its desired dimensions, utilizing the opposing positive energy still at play around it to direct course as needed."
Since her earlier failures with the technique, however, Allie had honed her skills, her growth spurred by Entohika's brief instruction. And now she held this swirling heart of blackness at the ready for any sign of danger from down below. She didn't have to wait long. A startled shout sounded from down on the ground over 100 feet below, and Allie watched as a pair of Samanir near the back of the formation lifted their crossbows to the sky. Ember's wings warped minutely this way and that, as a staggered series of bolts shrieked toward and past the wolf and his passengers, one finally grazing Ember's neck. A low grunt rumbled along the wolf's flank, but he seemed largely unscathed, and Allie couldn't afford any distractions from the two mages down below who had also noticed the target overhead. One of them tapped her staff against the ground, the head of her staff flashing briefly as a swarm of glowing needle-like darts flashed to life from the memory stone and seared upward toward Allie and the others. The darts spiraled around each other to form a swirling pillar of light that shifted like a snake to follow Ember's course through the air. Allie almost loosed the blackness in her palm toward the incoming storm, but, ahead of her, she watched as Jack swung her arm down and to the side like a pendulum, and a near-invisible white glow manifested between them and the darts. Each of the piercing pinpricks of light splashed against the barrier and fizzled into nothingness. There was no time for Allie to be impressed with her friend's display, however, as Tanner jabbed a finger down toward the second mage. "Jack!" It wasn't hard to guess the reason for Tanner's alarm. For someone as well-versed in pyrokinesis as he was, it was a simple matter to identify the potent explosion of flame that was about to erupt in their faces. A faint snarl tugged at Allie's mouth as she released her spell. Well, it would have anyway. The spinning black sphere in her grasp leapt from her palm as she flung it downward. The dark purplish magics that held the nothingness contained locked in a synchronous perpetual orbit. An instant later, the anticipated searing heart of fire leapt from the mage's staff, its trajectory locked on course to intersect, when Allie shifted the spell to compensate. She was too far away to see it, but she liked to imagine the slack-jawed look of alarm that came over the mage's face as he watched the spell impact prematurely against the mirroring orb of blackness, the resulting ball of flame flaring only briefly before every roaring tongue of fire was sucked into the nothingness. But Allie wasn't done. She couldn't contain the spell much longer, she knew, but straining with every scrap of focus she could muster while still latching onto Ember, she threw the spell the remaining distance to the ground, straight into the mage. There was a scream of alarm and a sickly flash of magic from atop the mage's staff as he attempted to shield himself, and Allie felt the spell fizzle and dissipate, though not before the void at its heart had found a new home in the memory stone of the mage's staff. After a second of shocked disbelief, Allie heard a pointed curse from the mage as he attempted to harness the magic of his staff once more. "Always shore up!" Tanner was abruptly shouting from in front of Allie down toward the gate. It took Allie the entirety of Ember's steep descent into the interior of the stronghold to decipher why the foxkin would be shouting out random adages from the old gambling pastime of Craigbit, A dwindling band of bloodied, snarling orcs stood inside their broken gate, their scything blades and polearms halting the Samanir advance. And, near the front, beside the hulking, heavily armored form of Chief Aragos, was Drogal, the half-orc from Dragon's Nest, shifting this way and that to jab at the invaders with a gnarled spear. In the instant Allie and her companions hung overhead, she saw Drogal look up to them with a deep scowl.
"How in the blazes?"
She saw the half-orc mouth in disbelief upon spotting the flying wolf. Just before Ember crested over the wall, however, Tanner lashed out with a plume of flame to ignite a pool of oil that the orcs had spilled out to deter the Samanir from scaling their battlements. The oil flashed into a fiery stream that swept up along one side of the gate's opening, causing a handful of Samanir to abandon their advance with startled cries. From further back in their ranks, this was precisely the moment a line of crossbowmen opened fire.
"Ember, dive!"
Jack shouted before Allie could warn her, and the wolf dropped into an even steeper descent that would carry them just opposite the wall lined with orc archers. It wasn't quick enough. Even as Allie scrambled to latch onto Ember or her fellow riders, her eyes found a line of the archers across the battle, each of them shifting to track Ember's flight. Distracted as Allie and her friends now were, they wouldn't be able to dodge or deflect so many bolts in time. Before Allie could resign herself to her fate, however, a trio of battle cries reached her ears from back where she'd first arrived, and her eyes shifted over her shoulder to see that 3 brave, stupid figures rushed in on the crossbowmen, swords raised for battle. A foxkin, a human, and a gnome, slowly losing ground to his shorter legs. Distracted for a crucial moment, the Samanir spun their weapons about, frantically opening fire on what they must have assumed to be an intervening army. It would be stupid and reckless for only 3 men to assault their flank alone, after all. Her heart gripped with worry and fear, Allie caught only a glimpse of the ensuing fight before the orc battlements rushed up across her vision and Ember carried her, Jack and Tanner down safely into the interior of the Glenadok stronghold, his wings flapping furiously a few feet above the ground to halt their otherwise lethal momentum. Despite Ember's pounding wings and deep crouch into the landing, Allie was hurled from the wolf's back at the force of the impact, tumbling into a roll before shooting back to her feet. Tanner didn't fare quite as well. "Oof!" the foxkin gasped as he connected with the dirt and coarse grass behind the orc walls. Slowly, cautiously, he hauled himself back upright. "You'd think I'd be a little more graceful being part elf and part fox," he muttered self-consciously. Jack, meanwhile, had never lost her seat, already trotting atop Ember up to the gate as the wolf's wings receded into nothingness. A frown of concentration on her face, she thrust out a hand toward the battered doorway, her fingers tracing a quick spell in the air, the vibrant white of her natural magics trailing her fingertips to leave an intricate glowing glyph suspended in the air for a moment. In response, a radiant sphere, alight with that same whitish glow, shimmered to life between the orcs and their enemies, seeming to rotate into reality from nothingness. "Fall back!" came the order from beyond the mingled barrier of Jack's sphere and Tanner's flame, leaving Aragos, Drogal, and the other orcs to glance to each other questioningly as the Samanir fell into a momentary confused retreat. One orc raised her sword to the sky in triumph, but Aragos spun about, barking a harsh rebuke at her as he strode directly for Jack. Allie jogged with Tanner to come alongside the huntress, but her mind was decidedly elsewhere.
"Gefnar!"
she hissed under her breath through the group's magical link, looking pointlessly up past the battlements.
"What do you think you're doing?"
The half-second of pause before the gnome's reply felt like the longest moment of her life.
"Buying you the time we can."
"Gef!" Tanner nearly shouted, eyes drawn with worry as he looked to Jack and Allie.
"The 3 of you can't fight a small army. We'll send Ember back for you. They'll drop him out of the sky, Tanner."
Gefnar cut him off.
"You know they will."
Jack turned from the approaching Aragos and the bewildered Drogal trailing behind.
"He's right,"
she sighed, her brow creased in conflict as she patted Ember's neck. Then, scowling,
"So you 3 pull back the first chance you get, Gefnar. Promise me."
"Promise,"
Gefnar grunted with audible exertion.
"He won't let them overwhelm us."
It infuriated Allie beyond all reasoning that she wasn't able to determine if she was more angry at or terrified for the gnome in that moment.
"I'm amazed to see you all here again."
Argos was then greeting Allie and the others, and she was forced to shove aside any half-formed conclusions. The old orc's wrinkled face creased even further as he scanned the unexpected arrivals.
"And the means by which you've returned,"
he added, scrutinizing the drastically changed form of Ember. "You don't know the half of it," Tanner muttered, his face only brightening somewhat as he locked eyes with Drogal. "Glad to see you're still on your feet."
"Likewise,"
the half-orc grunted, jaw slack as he took in the peculiar reinforcements.
"How are all of you here?"
"Not entirely sure we are, strictly speaking," Allie offered dryly, but Jack was already back to business. "The Samanir are here for Dunaxis," she explained to Argos, pointing back through the fire and magic keeping the attackers momentarily at bay. "Have any gotten through?"
Aragos's scowl deepened as he inclined his head and pointed off to the northeast.
"A few of them used magic to breach our defenses and drove deeper inside."
Beside the chief, Drogal's eyes widened.
"Bozena and a band of warriors went after them."
Allie stifled a sigh. Of course, Drogal's fellow half-orc would be in the thick of it, too. "You two do what you have to," Tanner interjected, nodding to Allie and Jack as he already stepped away. "I've got to help the others as much as I can." With that, he bolted for the steps leading up to the nearby battlements, the embroidery of his robe pulsing a bright orange as he called on the flame within. Then his form was shifting as he dropped to all fours, the robe and its swirling design seeming to meld with his fur as he assumed the shape of an oversized fox. He became a blur of motion, tracing slashes of fiery light on Allie's vision as he darted up the steps.
"The blazes?"
Drogal was whispering as Allie turned back to the half-orc, and she noted with some relief that she wasn't the only one who still needed to adjust to all of the party's changes.
"A lot's happened since we last saw you," Jack offered by way of explanation, turning down to Allie. "The Samanir inside will be after Dunaxis. Are you with me?"
Allie was already clambering up behind Jack once again.
"It's why we're here."
In the meantime, Jack was addressing Chief Argos once more.
"The Samanir are here by the same methods we are, which means you only have to hold your position for less than an hour before they're forced to retreat for a time. We've also alerted Entohika, but whatever forces she is able to muster won't reach here in time, not for the first assault at least. If you outlast this attack, it may be in your best interest to evacuate."
Aragos's dark eyes narrowed at Jack's final words, but he merely nodded, hefting his massive curved blade.
"We will hold. And if not, we will make these delicate lilies pay for every step of advance in barrels of blood."
"He's certainly learned a lot more words in Greater Kavor in the past few months,"
Allie thought in dark amusement, briefly looking to the considerably less enthused Drogal, the most likely of the chief's instructors. At the same time, she could tell from the way Jack tensed up in front of her that the other woman was restraining herself from objecting to all the bloodshed. Allie may have understood the sentiment. The Samanir were simply following the orders of their true enemy after all. But she'd also reached the same conclusion that was holding Jack's tongue. How could they ask Aragos and his people to protect their home while showing mercy to those who would slaughter them in return without hesitation? And so, wordlessly, Jack nudged Ember forward as the wolf sprouted his wings once more and leapt toward the sky. As the sounds of battle fell away for a moment, a cold voice predictably filtered through Allie's thoughts in the relative calm.
"And what will you do when you find the man you seek? Surely it would be best for everyone for Dunaxis to die. The Samanir would have no reason to press the attack and lose further soldiers. The orcs would lose no further of their own in a fight they never sought. And vengeance would finally be had for all the heartache Dunaxis has caused."
For once, Allie didn't respond sharply for Sherrod to be quiet. She didn't respond at all. Instead, she simply scanned the maze-like scattering of orc homes below her, dark power crackling at the fringes of her vision as she looked for any sign of the old mayor. The man who'd indirectly murdered his own son. And she tried desperately not to think of what she would do when her search came to an end. Chapter 27. Efforts Divided. Tanner braced his forepaws over an iron-bound embrasure, fire rising in his throat as his foxen eyes swept over the rallying Samanir forces below. The orcs to either side of him uttered a few startled growls at the sight of him, but they quickly seemed to realize that he was on their side as an arc of flame spewed from his gullet to splash at the feet of the Samanir formation. Warning shots probably useless at this point, but I'd like to know that I at least gave them a chance to give up. A pair of mages, Tanner saw, had fallen back behind a Samanir infantry shield wall, the rising light of magic in their staffs as they attempted to clear their army's path through the flame and searing orb of magic that Tanner and Jack had left in their way. Behind the infantry rank, a half-dozen mounted Samanir trotted back and forth, presenting a moving target to the orcish archers, while returning fire with small hand crossbows. "Clear the way!" The horseman in the most resplendent armor shouted down to the mages from behind his lowered visor. "Show these beasts the might of the Order." "Captain Luridin, I presume," Tanner snarled, fire rising in his throat once more. If a warning shot wasn't convincing enough, maybe sending their leader off squealing like a frightened schoolboy would do the trick. For whatever reason, Okizi rather seemed to like the sound of that. Even as Tanner channeled more fire into being with the combined strength of his sister, his eyes darted to the rear of the Samanir formation. Things weren't nearly as bad as he'd feared. In fact, it looked as though Jotagon, Gefnar, and Tavik were holding their own as they landed numerous non-lethal blows against the rows of gnomes and humans with crossbows at the rear of the Samanir formation. The soldiers were recovering from their shock, however, the wounded ones falling into a retreat while others stepped forward, drawing the blades at their sides to engage the trio of ambushers. Despite the Samanir's superior numbers, Tanner's companions still managed to cover each other in a harrying retreat, allowing Tanner a moment to turn his attention back on Captain Luridin. Time to unseat their leadership, I think. With precision he couldn't have even imagined a few short months earlier, he launched a gout of flame across the battle directly for the captain, careful to avoid striking the man's horse. Contrary to how others might have perceived Tanner's current appearance, he wasn't a monster. He wasn't about to make the animal suffer for the blind obedience of its master. As Tanner had hoped, the captain spotted the incoming arc of flame in time to bring up his shield, and Tanner was unable to keep a bemused smirk from his face. They probably resembled a bizarre facsimile of the ancient paintings in that moment, Tanner playing the part of a fire-breathing dragon as he bore down on the Samanir with flame dredged up from his core. The captain, meanwhile, easily fit the image of the heroic knight in his ostentatious armor, catching Tanner's fiery attack on his upraised shield, the flames splashing out in all directions. Even onto the horse. Tanner's smirk quickly faded into a grimace as the horse whinnied, rearing up on its hind hooves and nearly throwing the captain to the ground. Sorry about that, Tanner thought, seeing that some of the flames had singed the horse's mane. Even the Samanir who stood or rode near to the captain frantically patted out droplets of flame on their clothes and armor that had erupted from the impact on the captain's shield. In spite of the peripheral damage he'd caused, Tanner still felt a rush of pride. Guess we've got more powerful than we thought, eh, sis? He had no chance to savor the moment, however, as Captain Luridin now pointed directly to Tanner atop the wall with his gleaming long spear. "The Spectre! Bring down the Fire Spectre!" Tanner nearly guffawed at the man's understandable confusion, the sound morphing into a grunt as he ducked back behind the gnarled Merlon to his left in order to avoid the small storm of bolts that rained down on him from the unengaged crossbowmen. One bolt still scraped along his furry side, however, and would have embedded itself deep in his flank had he twisted about to avoid it a fraction of a heartbeat later. "Gah!" he growled in that same guttural voice that had issued from his mouth the first time he had let his fox side take over fully. He looked back along his side, seeing that the bolt had scored a wound from shoulder to hip, his blood already seeping out along the matted stripe. Gritting his teeth, he reached out to his sister once more, both to comfort and to combine their strength for another blast. As he hauled himself up over the embrasure this time, however, he saw that things had already shifted drastically. The mages had dispelled the fire and magic barring their path through the gate, with one continuing to lash out with spells as the Samanir cavalry led the charge against the howling orcs awaiting them. Seeing the continued harassment of their archers, the other mage had directed her attention toward Tanner's companions, shooting a jagged blast of energy straight for Tavik. His reflexes alerting him to the danger at the last moment, Tavik spun out of the way, though tendrils of the blast still raked across his back as they passed by. Tanner could see the guardsman give a snarl of pain, though the actual sound of it was drowned out by the overwhelming cacophony of battle. More painful, however, was the frantic look Tavik shot between Jotagon and Gefnar and the mage as he clearly arrived at the same conclusion in Tanner's mind. The three of them had to retreat. Now. With the archers still in momentary disarray, they could attempt to slip into the cover of night. Even the moonlight was at its dimmest, with the rear of the Samanir formation lit mostly by the glow of torches and spells at the gate, as the moons had dipped behind shifting cloud banks. But the mage had magic on her side. So long as she could see the faintest trace of a target, she could still strike, and from a greater distance than even a crossbow. And she was still safely tucked away behind the infantry shield wall, meaning that the orc archers and even Tanner would be wasting their efforts in trying to drop her from their side. Meaning that if Tavik and the others were to pull back now, they'd likely be incinerated before they'd gone 100 paces. So, resignation in his stance, Tavik gripped his short sword and charged straight for the mage. "Oi! As soon as she drops, you two run, got it?" Tanner heard him call over his shoulder through the din around them. "Got it!" Gefnar might have grunted back as he ducked nimbly beneath the wild blow of the Samanir before him. In the same instant, Jotagon swept up behind the Samanir, knocking the man's legs out from under him to send him sprawling ungracefully onto his back, his helmet flung from its perch. Capitalizing on the moment, Gefnar scrambled over to the Samanir's head to slam the butt of his sword hilt into the man's exposed temple, and the man fell limp in a daze. Tanner winced at the blow, having witnessed many times before Gefnar's deceptive amount of strength. Hopefully nothing some magic or a good salve can't fix. "Gefnar!" Jotagon was shouting then, slashing wildly at a Samanir who rushed in to skewer the gnome on his blade. Jotagon's counter had the desired effect, however, and the Samanir was forced to dodge the blow by leaping back, buying Gefnar the time he needed to recover. The foxkin and gnome then fell into a joint defense as more and more Samanir rushed in to overwhelm them. Tanner ached to aid them with his fire blasts, but at that distance and in such close quarters, he may well end up doing more harm than good. And I probably won't be spared from leaping out to face an enemy army head-on twice, he thought, recalling his rash call while in a similar situation weeks earlier, during the Wolfkin assault at Kadason. Forcing himself to trust in his friend's abilities, Tanner dragged his attention back toward the Samanir captain, who, still mounted, was leading the charge against the orcs through the cleared gate. His best chance at buying the others time now was to burn the enemy leader into submission. Leaderless, the Samanir might just be pushed into a retreat. So, my apologies, thought Tanner, realizing darkly that the sentiment was growing less sincere by the moment, as fire rose in his chest once more. But I'm afraid this is going to hurt, Captain Lurden. Tanner winced at the gash in his side as he craned his neck down over the battlements once more, a stream of blinding flames spilling from behind his teeth to again smash into the captain's upraised shield. The captain's resulting snarl of anger and pain was audible over his army's chorus of charging battle cries, And, as the captain lowered his singed, smoking shield, Tanner caught a glimpse of the man's frenzied eyes behind his visor. Which was when time seemed to freeze as Tanner absorbed a number of factors at once. A radiant blast of magic drew his gaze down to where Tavik had engaged the mage below, those shielding her from Tanner and the orcish archers only now taking notice of her plight. The blast caught Tavik full in the chest this time, leaving a charred, smoldering mark as the bluish light subsided. Tavik faltered, but he used his stumble forward to his advantage, grasping the mage's staff to wrench it aside with one hand while slashing his short sword across her midsection with the other. It wasn't a deep wound, but it was enough to drop the mage into a crumpled heap. A pair of Samanir were on top of Tavik then in swift response, with the bloodied Tavik barely able to knock their blows aside as he staggered back and back. "Gefnar!" he yelled, more frantic this time, and Tanner saw the gnome glance the guardsman's way in a fraction of free space he and Jotagon had bought themselves. "Gefnar, you've got a patient!" Gefnar initially seemed confused as to whom he was meant to be helping, his eyes falling to the still form of the mage. "You or her?" he called back. "Both!" Tavik shouted through clenched teeth, nearly stumbling onto his back as he threw one of his opponent's blows wide and slashed down across the Samanir's wrist. The Samanir yelped in pain, his comrade lunging forward to finish Tavik. Resignation settled onto Tavik's haggard face, though he still made the effort to throw himself sideways from the finishing thrust. He was gifted a reprieve, however, in the form of a dazzling flash of magic before the second Samanir's eyes. Tanner's gaze shifted back to Gefnar, and he saw that the gnome rushed in to help, shield hand outstretched and glowing with the same bright magic he just used to blind Tavik's would-be killer momentarily. Tavik didn't waste the opportunity, falling in on the disoriented Samanir with his last reserves of strength. But it was what happened behind Gefnar then that held Tanner's gaze. One of the Samanir Jotagon and Gefnar had been facing darted after the gnome, blade raised high overhead to split Gefnar in two. Before the Samanir could land the blow, however, Jotagon's thin, sleek blade sank into the seam of the armor at his side, and the guardsman swayed for a moment before toppling to the grass as Gefnar raced on, oblivious and unscathed. But, in the half-second Jotagon was left with his attention divided, another Samanir struck from the foxkin's other side, his gleaming sword biting deep into Jotagon's thigh. Tanner saw his cousin grit his teeth against the pain, even as, hobbled, he attempted to recover, blocking two strikes from two other foes before a third carved across his chest, trailing crimson droplets. Okizi screamed audibly within Tanner's skull, and a fury to match the hatred he'd felt for Iramiz, the man who'd led the slaughter of the foxkin people, flared in Tanner's heart as he watched Jotagon drop to one knee, managing one last parry and counterstrike before a final blade was sunk through his belly and out of his back. Even through the haze of fire that descended over his vision, Tanner thought he saw Jotagon's eyes drift closed in serenity as he whispered a few final words from behind a blood-stained muzzle. Then he sank onto his side and lay still. "Jotagon!" Tanner bellowed in a chilling blend of two heartbroken voices. "No," he shouted inwardly. There was still time. Even now, Gefnar turned back as he heard Tanner's cry. He could reach Jotagon and heal him before the life was gone fully. He only needed someone to protect him for those few precious seconds. And, in his panic, Tanner no longer cared if rushing into the thick of an enemy army was the worst idea imaginable. He braced himself to leap from the orc battlements and claw into every last Samanir who threatened his cousin's fading chance for survival. "The Spectre! Slay the Fire Spectre!" someone was shouting distantly, but Tanner couldn't afford the distraction of determining the source. He had to reach. Something slammed into his side, throwing him back off his hindpaws, and, for a split second, Tanner was more frustrated than scared. Then, as he fell, his friends beyond the wall slipping from sight, he realized the simple truth of what had just happened. Another crossbow bolt had found its mark, the fletched end barely protruding from where it had embedded itself deep in his chest. No, Tanner thought as dark shadows began to swim over his vision. It wasn't self-preservation that left him in denial. It was the overwhelming sense of helplessness as Jotagan slipped from view, and the understanding that soon no amount of healing magics would be able to bring him back. But it was all right, Tanner tried to assure himself as he caught his last glimpse of Gefnar. Then, to Tanner's horror, he realized that Gefnar was no longer looking toward the fallen Jotagan. His wide eyes were fixed on Tanner as the dread and the weight of the moment settled on him. "Save him!" Tanner wanted to scream, the only sound emerging from his mouth a garbled gasp. Then he was thrown back into something hard, and the world went dark. What struck Jack the most as she felt Tanner's life begin to slip away through their mental link was the way the sensation was dwarfed by the horror and loss stemming from Gefnar, soon to be replaced by determination and a nearly overwhelming wave of guilt. Behind Jack, atop the soaring ember, Allie inhaled sharply. "Tanner, Gefnar," she hissed. But the only response they received were jumbled, heart-stabbing emotions. Jack gave a tired sigh, stifling the urge to look back over her shoulder toward the receding gate, or even to turn Ember about and rush to her friend's aid. Instead, she kept her eyes fixed on the maze of orcish buildings below, alert for any sign of movement. "We can't go back," she said, as much for her benefit as Allie's. "We have a task to complete, and the Samanir can't be allowed to determine Dunaxis's fate." There was a brief span of silence from Allie, in which Jack felt the other woman slump in defeat. "Not sure I should be trusted with it either," Allie growled. Before Jack could press the issue, the sound of clanging steel against steel drew her gaze to the southwest through the cloud-filtered moonlight. There, illuminated in the soft flicker of torches and the firelight that spilled out of nearby windows, she saw what they'd been seeking. A dozen or so Samanir, swordsmen, archers, and mages among them, were locked in pitched battle with a smaller orcish force, the familiar form of a tall, raven-haired woman with pale green skin and a gnarled pike in the thick of it. As much of a relief as it was to see that Bozina was still alive, Jack resisted the urge to call out the half-orc woman's name as she took in the rest of the fight. Much like at the gate, the orcs were slowly being driven back. Only here, instead of having just their home at their backs, Bozina and the others had engaged the invaders only a few dozen paces ahead of a figure in resplendent clothing, now soiled with time, whom Jack instantly recognized, despite the burlap sack that had been pulled over his head. Dunaxis's hands were bound where he had seemingly been thrown against the side of a nearby building, but his feet were not, and he was beginning to heave himself upright. However much Jack longed to go throw him back to the ground, though, she knew where she and Allie were needed most, and so she veered Ember off in the other direction and down to alight behind the Samanir line. In the precious seconds they had left when the Samanir would be oblivious to their presence, Allie conjured a potent swirling bead of purplish near-black magic, launching it out ahead of Ember's swooping dive. The bead exploded in a blast that swept over the bulk of the Samanir force the instant it struck the grimy stonework of the street, and cries of fear and alarm rose up from below as the archers and mages looked up to their descending assailants, some still picking themselves up from where they'd been thrown by the blast, and others frantically patting out the curling tendrils of dark magic that still crept along their charred armor. Jack, meanwhile, had brought a small stick to her hand that pulsed with flashing white veins as she began to focus on it. "This is the most powerful wand I've ever created," she heard Zaja, the birdkin wandsmith from Dragon's Nest, in her mind. "You point? It zaps." "Definitely the most potentially devastating apology gift I've ever received," Jack thought, the raw pain from both Gefnar and Tanner still clanging in her mind as she prepared to unleash the full brunt of the wand's power against the Samanir. In their full armor, she hoped that the blast of lightning would merely shock them into submission, rather than searing right through their bodies. But the truth was, she was beginning to realize that it was naive of her to believe that any of them could make it through the night without blood on their hands. The best they could hope for at this point was to put on a show of power in hopes of cowing the Samanir into submission.
So, I guess we're about to put the best blacksmiths Falcon Crest has to offer to the test, she thought darkly, drawing back to send the lightning that crackled within the wand, lancing into the closest mage. Only, before she could, something like the rush of a chill morning breeze after a night spent too close to a fire overcame her. The lightning was no longer in the wand. It had coursed up the length of Jack's arm, taking root in her veins and pounding rhythmically in her heart. It pulsed in her blood, a far more potent, more unhinged form of the light of the forest she'd learned to wield in simple ways from a far younger age. Jack's eyes drifted upward, and she saw that the scattered clouds overhead roiled into dark storm banks, crackling with veins of lightning and shuddering with peals of thunder as they began to block out the moonlight entirely. Even stranger, Jack realized that she was the cause. She'd only meant to unleash the lightning within the wand down on the Samanir invaders, but nature itself had, instead, bent to her will. Not quite understanding why, Jack reached a hand palm upward toward the darkening sky, and she watched as tendrils of jagged electricity danced on the underbelly of the clouds, coalescing high above Jack's outstretched hand to form a spitting amorphous heart of lightning, awaiting Jack's next command. Her mouth falling open at the lunacy she was about to attempt, Jack brought her splayed fingers together into a fist, as though she was grasping the crackling threads. And, her eyes falling to the closest Samanir mage, she yanked her arm back downward, just as Ember brought her and Allie in for a landing nearby. The response from the lightning was immediate and nearly blinding, a zigzagging whip of it lashing out for the target appointed merely by Jack's thought. It wasn't the full brunt of a storm Jack brought to bear. Somehow, beyond an emotion she could fully express, she'd had enough confidence in her shocking new ability to control that. She still had enough sympathy for soldiers simply following orders not to simply slaughter anyone in Samanir armor, but the mage still shuddered at the flash of the impact, gasping sharply as her nerves convulsed in response to the power jolting through her body. Of course, the price for Jack's restraint was that the mage merely staggered, anger flashing in her eyes as she looked about for someone to blame for the absurd fluke of nature she'd just survived. Her furious gaze soon found Jack, who'd already reached upward to call down another strike, ready to shock every Samanir into submission if necessary. Another blast of lightning spilled down from the sky to strike the mage where she stood, the woman snarling as she swayed on her feet, clearly losing her grasp on consciousness as she brought her staff to bear, the memory stone atop it beginning to glow with an infant spell. Ember, meanwhile, alighted on the ground, with Allie immediately swinging off the wolf's back behind Jack to launch a few purplish daggers into the Samanir ranks, before glancing back to Jack.
"And you were worried I might be getting too powerful?"
Unsure of how to respond, Jack simply drew her sword, feeling the light of the forest flash in her eyes as, her confidence bolstered by her repeated success with the lightning, she nudged Ember with her knees, spurring the wolf into the fight as his wings folded away and vanished. Without Jack even miming the action of calling the strike this time, another bolt of lightning struck the mage at the mere direction of Jack's mind, while Ember lunged forward to drag the woman to the ground and Jack knocked her staff out of her grasp with health aid. The woman brought her hands up before her face in horror, obviously believing she was an instant away from being mauled by the wolf now looming over her. But instead, Jack pulled him off a pace as she commanded another lightning strike to fall from above. Finally, shocked into unconsciousness, the mage fell still. As Jack looked about to the rest of the fight, terror fluttered briefly in her chest as she saw that a handful of Samanir armed with crossbows had spun to face her, each of them loosing a bolt at center mass. Inhaling sharply, Jack thrust her hand outward once more, instinctively thinking to erect a simple barrier, much like the one that had absorbed the magical torrent of darts loosed up at her and her friends, when they'd first flown over the Samanir force at the main gate and into the stronghold. What happened instead was far more surprising. In response to the magic now pounding in Jack's veins, the very air about her and Ember shimmered and swirled, light and soft wind encasing them in a fleeting, translucent shell. The stream of bolts unleashed against her and Ember flashed against the dome of air and magic, each one thrown harmlessly aside to clatter against the rocky ground. As abruptly as it had manifested, the tornado-like barrier fell away, though Jack could still see dirt, pebbles, and leaves dancing about Ember's paws in a perfect circle, as though the very forces of nature were ready to spring to Jack's defenses once again, should she have need of them. Her sword drooping to her side, Jack stared down at her own hand. Never before had she felt so at one with the light of the forest, especially so far from home. She'd only ever heard stories of those who were able to wield natural magics the way she had just done, and such individuals were always spoken of with a sense of awe. The idea that she might be counted among heroes of such esteem had not once crossed her mind, not even after the way Agalek and Tiraki had shown her such deference. Not even when Ember had first begun to manifest his bizarre new abilities. Now, however, as the wolf looked back at her over his shoulder, a soft assurance glowing in his glinting brown-orange eyes, Jack thought she was beginning to understand. She wasn't someone who just happened to form a bond with the most deceptively powerful wolf ever encountered. There was a connection between them that surpassed the simple friendship between sentient and beast. Neither of them were what they appeared to be. And, as Ember's powers were growing, so it seemed were hers. Whatever she was, she could no longer ignore that she was manifesting abilities far beyond that of a normal wilderling. Perhaps more akin to the kind of power one might expect from a protector of the primal world. Agalek's fabled huntress of the green. "Jack!" a low, raspy voice cried out, and Jack shook herself from her thoughts to see that Bozina had fallen back beneath the onslaught of blows from a trio of Samanir. A rumbling snarl sounded from Ember's lowered head, and Jack nudged him into combat once more. Not for the first time, she was glad of something to distract her from the growing weight of inevitability in her mind. If she really was destined to fulfill some prophecy, despite Shanadir's comforting assurance that she could still retain her identity, she wanted to stay who she was until the moment it became foolish to do so. As she rushed to Bozina's aid, she just hoped that the moment hadn't already passed her by without bothering to declare itself. Chapter 28. Irreversible Choices. Allie darted out into the main street once again, having circumvented the main battle between Bozina's orcs and the Samanir strike team entirely, skirting to the opposite side around a large, oblong building. She'd unleashed the briefest of attacks against the Samanir flank, in hopes of distracting them for a crucial moment. But she'd known from before Jack had even set Ember down behind the Samanir that she'd soon be finding her way to the other side of the skirmish. The bound, hood-blinded figure behind the orcs had been struggling to regain his feet. Despite the anger pounding in her ears in concert with her footfalls as she rounded the far side of the building, spotting Denaxus once more, she tried to assure herself that she was merely thinking of the mission. After all, weren't they supposed to be keeping the former mayor out of Samanir hands? But as she closed in on Denaxus, who braced himself to sprint away from the sounds of battle, she reluctantly admitted the truth to herself. Whether for justice or petty revenge, she needed to be the one to decide the man's fate. It was a fact hard to deny when she found her dagger, Biriak, in her grasp, slashing upwards for Denaxus's throat. A dark, stabbing fog of power shrouded her vision as the blade bit into the man's flesh, time seeming to slow. "Only a finger's breadth further, child." The chilling pressure that was Sharad echoed at the back of her mind. "You've not yet severed his jugular." Allie wanted to listen to the voice, to let it overwhelm her sense of self just this once. A simple matter of letting that dark presence guide her hand, her dagger, deeper into Denaxus's flinching neck. Her eyes fell from the man's covered face to the weapon in her grasp, gifted to her by Denaxus's own son shortly before his death. And, in counterpoint to the numbing cloud of pressure in her thoughts, the pendant of her necklace seemed to pulse warmth into her chest. A capacity for mercy. Between lips trembling with rage, Allie inhaled of the crisp night air, letting it momentarily purge all external motivations from her mind. And, slowly, she lessened the pressure of her blade against Dynaxis's neck. In all likelihood, she might lose herself to Sharad's darkness one day, but for now she was enough in control to recognize that she couldn't let her own drive for vengeance overrule the greater good. General Fetheg feared that Dynaxis could endanger their plans, which meant that Allie had to ensure he lived long enough to do so.
Very well.
Sharad's looming essence seemed to respond with an indifferent shrug as it receded.
Immortality has taught me nothing, if not patience.
Unable to suppress a shudder, Allie brought her focus back to reality, leaning in as close as she could to the taller man's ear to growl,
"Don't move."
To her surprise, a chuckle of what sounded to be relief sounded, muffled, from beneath the sack over Dynaxis's head.
"Yes, I suppose I should have expected to find that you are involved in all of this somehow, my dear. You and your friends always seem to be present when things are going poorly for me."
Another version of Allie, one who hadn't just lived through the day she had, might have been in the mood for a snarky retort. But instead, she merely let her blade slip fractionally along the side of the man's throat, sneering in satisfaction at his grunt of pain and the trickle of blood she drew.
"Don't speak, either. Understood?"
Dynaxis somehow managed to look smug even with his face hidden, as he gave only a minute nod of response. Content that he was effectively immobilized, Allie spared a look over at the dying sounds of combat. The orcs, she saw, had quickly gained the upper hand with the help of Jack and Ember, many of the enemy archers already throwing down their crossbows and dropping to their knees, hands raised in defeat, while others who were less marked by injuries simply sprinted off into the night. Nearby, the final two Samanir swordsmen fought a harried retreat, one of them being knocked from his feet by the resounding crash of an orc club against his chest plate.
"Stop!"
the other bellowed, falling back a pace and dropping his blade down to his side in surrender.
"Mercy!"
Her posture straightening in her saddle as she strode a prowling Ember forward between the beaten archers, Jack looked down to meet the man's gaze behind his visor.
"Before any mercy is shown you, I want you to consider, as you look into the faces of those you would have slaughtered without conscience, how little you would have shown in their place."
An involuntary smirk tugged at Allie's lips.
"Of all the weapons our huntress wields, guilt sure seems to be her weapon of choice."
It took her a moment to identify the relief washing through the link from Gefnar, though still mingled with the sting of guilt and loss. And, an instant later, she exhaled softly with relief of her own as she felt Tanner crawl his way back to consciousness.
"Good,"
thought Allie, exchanging a brief nod with Jack.
"I don't think either of us was looking forward to explaining his absence to Atrisar next time we met."
"Get out!" Bozina was growling coldly to the Samanir after a moment of uncertainty on Allie's part as to whether or not the subdued invaders would survive to take another step. The half-orc woman thrust the bloody tip of her pike back toward the stronghold's main gate.
"Get out and tell your people that the honor they've so clearly lost has been found by others more willing to build a better world."
The remaining Samanir faltered only for a moment before darting off the way they'd come. Bozina's shoulders slumped the instant her enemies were out of sight, and she leaned heavily against her pike as she planted the butt of it in the blood and dirt at her feet, looking to Allie, Jack, and especially Ember in disbelief.
"You're injured,"
Jack stated, her tone indicating that she display no tolerance for attempting to divert the healing light that formed on her fingertips as she approached Bozina.
"I can go on,"
Bozina insisted, though she didn't deflect the magic that began the process of closing her many surface wounds. She motioned to Dynaxis with her chin, with a grateful half-smile to Allie.
"They were after your vermin of a mayor."
Allie didn't bother pointing out that neither her nor Jack had done more than pass through Dragon's Nest on their way somewhere else.
"Though, sure, my brief stay turned out a bit longer than expected."
She did, however, twitch the blade of her dagger fractionally against Dynaxis's throat, just in case he might be thinking about voicing any objections to Bozina's characterization of him.
"Then we need to get him somewhere secure and out of sight,"
Jack declared, a disapproving brow curling on her face as Bozina did wave aside any further attempts at healing.
"Do you have a place?"
Bozina inclined her head.
"Aragos is home. Close to the fighting, I know."
She preempted the incoming protests from both visitors and subordinates.
"But it's the most defensible place we have." "Then go,"
said Jack, nodding to Allie.
"We'll head back to the gate and keep them off of you as long as we can."
"Thank you," Bozina grunted, hobbling over to assume ownership of Dunaxis. Then, as she grasped his arm, she turned back to Allie and Jack.
"The tribe, it isn't as strong as it once was. The Samanir will soon overwhelm us. Is there any hope of further aid?"
Allie shot a wary look over to Jack as she reluctantly drew her dagger off Dunaxis's neck. With no sun on the horizon yet, it was still well under a day since they'd alerted Dragon's Nest and any other allies who might be near of the approaching threat to the Glenadoc. True, their own trip from Dragon's Nest to the Orc stronghold had been slowed by the cart they'd had in tow carrying Osgur's body, but even the fastest, most resilient horse would be hard-pressed to make a trip that had taken them over 3 days in less than 1. And Dragon's Nest had very little in the way of horses.
"Possibly,"
Jack answered Bozina's question, the taut smile on her face making it clear to everyone just how far she was stretching the word.
"Dragon's Nest is aware of your plight, and they'll be doing everything they can to reach us in time. For now, however—"
"We are alone,"
Bozina said with a slow nod. A moment of silent dread settled over them all, accentuated by the shouts and clangs of battle filtering to them from the gate.
"Best get me to safety, then,"
Dunaxis broke the silence, attempting to nudge Bozina into motion with his bound arm.
"Wouldn't want all of your losses to have been for nothing."
Allie's dagger flew from her grasp almost completely on impulse, the startled gurgle of pain from Dunaxis bringing her some small measure of joy in the moment, as a single droplet of blood spilled from the fresh nick below his chin.
"Get him out of here,"
Allie snarled to Bozina.
"We'll come find you when it's safe."
With that, she trotted up to Jack, taking the offered arm and swinging up behind the huntress on her wolf just as Ember's wings re-emerged and carried them back skyward and toward the gate. She could see that, far ahead, the Samanir had in fact pushed Aragos and his people well back from the gate, with the thickest of the fighting inside the stronghold now, as Samanir mages and archers covered the formation's rear against the now exposed orc archers, still firing down from the walls. And, somewhere on the near side of it all, she could sense Tanner jolting back to consciousness.
Jotugan!
Tanner gasped against the dryness in his throat. He couldn't tell where he was for a moment, amid all the warring lights and sounds. Couldn't quite grasp why his cousin's name had been struggling to escape his lips.
Shouts, spells, steel.
He was in a battle. The battle that had claimed Jotugan's life. Hot tears stung at his eyes as he tried to catalogue his surroundings. The battle was taking place past his feet as a sea of movement, and he was also moving. Away from the fighting. His head lolled to look upward, and he saw the source of the hand clasped onto the back of his cloak, dragging him away from danger. The hatred that thrashed inside his chest in response was nearly overpowering to the point of bewilderment. Even short of that, though, there was still a moment of confusion as he tried to decipher his own vitriolic response to the sight of Tavik, the man whom some small part of Tanner couldn't help but blame for the sequence of events that had led to Jotugan's death. It was a burning sort of clarity that seemed to evaporate the fog of unconsciousness lingering in Tanner's mind. If Tavik hadn't broken off from the others, if they'd just stayed together, Jotugan might still be alive. Worse, and to Tanner's shame, a far simpler wish materialized in his thoughts as he squirmed out of Tavik's grasp.
Why couldn't it have been you instead of him?
It was petty. It was heartless. And yet, Tanner couldn't make the thought leave.
Tanner?
A voice so fragile that it caused an image of cracking glass to spring to Tanner's mind whispered from beside him, and Tanner turned to take in the wide, glistening eyes of Gefnar through his own tears. He didn't know why he asked it. He knew the answer. But the words still formed on his bloodied lips.
Jotagon?
Gefnar merely closed his eyes, the tears that had welled there now spilling down his cheek as Tavik moved to stand beside the gnome, simply sending Tanner a sympathetic shake of his head. Okizi let out a wail of loss that shuddered in Tanner's very bones, a cry only he could hear.
We were able to fall back into the stronghold when the Samanir pushed deeper inside, and we managed to circle the battle to put more Samanir between us and their allies,
Tavik muttered, the short sword in his hand twitching as he looked over his shoulder to the thick of the fighting.
But, Jotagon... I'm sorry,
Gefnar whispered, continuing his sobless cry as the helmet clutched at his side clattered the short distance to the ground. As his eyes opened again, Tanner could see that Gefnar's gaze held some new, nameless weight.
I couldn't get to both of you in time, and I had to make a choice.
Tanner swallowed, inhaling deeply through his foxen nose before resting a hand on Gefnar's shoulder, noting as he did so the sharp tug on the flesh around his newly closed wound.
Gef, you did everything you could. You were put in an impossible position and you made an impossible choice.
You chose wrong, he wanted to scream, the resentment he'd focused on Tavik a moment earlier now crushing down on his own shoulders. What justice was there in him living at the cost of Jotagon's life? If one of them was going to live, why couldn't their roles have been reversed? He stopped, his quivering jaw falling slack as he realized the secondary source of the guilt. Okizi. A new kind of guilt settled on his chest. In his own arrogance and selfishness, he was furious that he hadn't been given the chance to make the choice himself, to take Jotagon's place. When, even now, a life that didn't belong to him beat in tandem with his own heart. A life fate had charged him with protecting in conjunction with his own. And he knew with absolute certainty then what Jotagon's choice would have been. I'll be careful, Tanner's own promise echoed in his mind from earlier that night. The concern in Jotagon's eyes was as potent in the memory as it had been in the moment.
See that you are. You and Okizi are all the family I have left.
Reluctant acceptance filled Tanner's heart. Not for the death of Jotagon. Right then he imagined that would be a weight he would carry for years to come. But for the choice he knew Jotagon would have made. When Jotagon had nearly fallen to Iramis's blade the day he and Tanner had first met. When he saved my life. He'd gone down with a snarl, teeth bared in defiance for all his unfinished business. This time, all Tanner had seen in his eyes was peace. He'd believed that his family was as safe as he could have made them. His head swimming, Tanner dragged himself to his feet, swaying as he did so. Both Gefnar and Tavik reached out to steady him as Tanner looked down to his gnomish friend.
Where's the body?
Gefnar jumped, and Tanner nearly did as well. His voice, no, their voice, had been low and menacing, two voices echoing together in chilling unison.
He's where he fell, I think,
Gefnar stammered, seemingly unsure whether he should shrink away or stand his ground, shoulders squared. The odd blend of the two he performed would have drawn a good-natured laugh from Tanner had circumstances been different. At the moment, though, he had no thought for even a smile, as a searing white-hot pain seemed to snake beneath the fur and flesh of his forearms. Tanner gasped, nearly dropping back to his knees as his eyes shot down to the sights of rippling agony. The charred markings, like petrified ash, began carving themselves in his skin from multiple points at once, tracing intricate geometric patterns that weaved together near the crook of his elbow, extending upwards to the base of his palms and morphing into what was unmistakably curled tongues of flame. Barely a handful of seconds had passed since the pain had begun, and the tattoo-like markings seemed to manifest in their entirety, shifting stubbornly to retain their shape even as Tanner's bloodied fur fluttered in the breeze. The pain receded to a dull throb, and Tanner gaped in mingled amazement and horror as his clawed fingertips traced the peculiar shapes. The mark, he thought in an odd sort of detached dread. Always there is the mark. The mark of two souls, fused together within a single body. The varied mark that invariably betrayed the nature of all domicilg, those half-breeds with the ability to alter their forms by bringing different facets of their blood to prominence. The mark that heralded an inevitable descent into madness. This was his mark. No, he nearly spoke aloud. Our mark. In this moment of mutual loss to mirror the devastating inciting tragedy that had bound their souls together in the first place, Tanner and Okizi now truly fused into a single entity. And Tanner remembered that awful moment when Iramiz's blade had slashed for his mother, only to be deflected aside. Remembered feeling Okizi's small furry hand slip from his grasp as she'd rushed to her mother's side in confusion. Remembered the snarling man's blade slicing unceremoniously through Okizi's body. Most of all, though, Tanner remembered dragging his sister's limp form away from the fight, holding her in his arms as she'd trembled and bled away her life with short, frightened gasps. He remembered the forms of Iramiz and his parents falling away into silhouettes as the rest of his family was cut down. Fire beginning to wreathe his vision as the child he'd been simply refused to lose anything else. The bond between himself and Okizi had always been strong, he grasped, deeper than blood. They'd always shared a soul in many ways. And so, as her body had expired in his arms, he'd willed her into his own, the fusion igniting the conflagration that would scar Iramiz for the rest of his days. Then only flashes of memory, the confusion in the wake of the loss and binding his soul to another's, the fearful running from the sounds and smells that drove fear into his heart. The weeks of hiding away in a dark corner of a small pilgrimage vessel, picking away at food stores. Being hauled up the fisherman's walkway bluff upon reaching port in Dragon's Nest, having tucked himself away in a crate of hardtack. Slinking away in fear from the raucous sounds of merrymaking in the tavern beyond as his crate was set down in a back room of the Iron Ladle. The dog whose bark had startled him in the alleyway, sending him crying into the tangle of Curtis's tanning racks. With the old bearkin's strict guidance, he'd recovered. He'd been able to rebuild his life, forgetting what had come before. But Okizi hadn't been so fortunate. Tanner had carried her all these years, but on the rare occasion she'd assumed control of the body in which she'd been unintentionally caged, the pain of losing their parents still burned hot. To her mind, it had only happened moments before. The world still needed to burn for it. In the time since Shanadir had helped Tanner truly discover Okizi once more, to reach out to her as family, the two of them had been racing towards this moment, Tanner realized, staring down at the marks on his forearms. Okizi was no longer a passenger. There were two souls bound together as one. And it was only now that Tanner understood something with absolute clarity. The stories had been right. His organs, nerves, muscle fiber, it all shifted and pulsed as though trying to pull him two separate ways, similar to how he'd felt passing through Hattie's tetherport. Fur, hair, and fingernails all itched to the point of pain, like it was all fractionally out of place. And a low, spine-chilling drone reverberated through his mind, only just drowning out the torrent of thoughts that weren't his own. With only the barest taste of it all, Tanner grasped his fate. No one could live like this and escape the slow descent into insanity. The fire he'd called unthinking to his grasp flickered and spat, more volatile than Tanner had ever felt it. And, with a gasp, he urged the flames to fade away. For a long, dreadful moment, he thought the fire would disobey him, would spew forth with the ferocity of an overstoked furnace beneath the gust of the bellows to engulf everything and everyone around him. In some distant thought, he mused that he'd never understood Allie's darkest fears more than in that moment. To his relief, however, the flames fizzled into nothingness, and he was left to stare at the losing battle of Chief Argos and the orcs with his own eyes, though even now they twitched with a vertigo-like sensation, causing Tanner to sway on his feet again. Even through the detached haze that hung over him, however, he clenched his fists at his sides. No, he couldn't rain fire down on the Samanir for fear of burning indiscriminately. But he also couldn't stand by and do nothing. They couldn't. Through her own fear, Okizi's resolve joined with his, and Tanner strode slowly forward to join the ranks of the orcs, catching sight of a bloody Drogul among them. "Prolem Phalaris," he began chanting, the words seeming to spill from his mouth and sweep over the ranks of orcs. "Praseduia, Fa'a Servoi, Gunawa, Prolem Dimalu." It was gibberish on his own ears. Then, to his shock, he realized the ridiculousness of what he'd just crafted. The tongue of the Thekur was still present, but by dredging up Orcish words he barely recalled learning from the other children of Dragon's Nest and his time with Drogul growing up, he'd blended the otherworldly speech with an Orcish war cry in a way that somehow preserved the full meaning of both languages. For home, to defend, to safeguard, to battle, for honor. And the response was immediate. On all sides, orcs roared to the sky, pressing the attack, with others even taking up Tanner's chant, as though they hadn't even registered the alterations Tanner had made to their own words. Orc youths, their tusks still half-grown, emerged from nearby buildings, orcish war drums slung around their necks as they began to beat in time to their chanting, in time to the heartbeat in Tanner's ears. Then Gefnar and Tavik were to either side of him, taking up defensive stances to protect Tanner from any attack at the heart of the orc formation, Gefnar shouting the chant to the night sky like it was his final prayer to Nomenkal, while Tavik muttered it under his breath, confusion on his brow. His uncertainty was reflected on the faces of the Samanir, their advance slowing as their eyes darted about in fear and uncertainty, then crawling to a standstill just outside the gathering circle before Argos's home. The overwhelming Samanir force, impossibly halted by a song and sheer orcish stubbornness. Even as Tanner felt his spreading chant bolster the orcs about him, however, he could feel the power behind them draw strength from himself alone. Their rallying frenzy would last only so long as he stood. And as Tanner felt the magic inside of him bleed away into the words, he knew that he couldn't sustain the chant much longer. "Well, what do you think?" he thought to himself bitterly. "You just run off and start winning battles all by yourself?" At this point, he reflected, staggering but holding himself upright a while longer, he'd be happy just to have the people left he still cared about survive this one. Chapter 29. When Home Comes to You. The knot that had nestled in Jack's belly since earlier that day began folding in on itself as Ember bore her and Allie back over the Glenadok stronghold toward the main gate. Argos and his people had rallied, sending a chilling war chant to the sky, but Jack could see that so many had fallen. So many on both sides. Her heart twisting at all of this senseless violence, and for a man who'd proven himself devoid of honor, Jack found herself raising Hellfade to the night sky, much as she had when calling the half-breed leaders to her back in Kadason. "Invaders!" she bellowed down to any Samanir in sight, many of whom had broken off to chase down fleeing orcs between buildings. "Misguided guardians of a bygone age, you will find no victory here.
For every life you claim in false nobility, you will pay for it with 3 of your own. For those you seek to eradicate, fight with honor and in defense of their home. Flee now and be spared."
Jack wasn't certain what she'd expected to happen, but dozens of Samanir, including those who'd just fled from their skirmish with Bozina, looked up to her and the large winged wolf she rode overhead. And they fled, each of them breaking off whatever mission or attack they might have been pressing and scrambling over themselves back toward the main Samanir force inside the gate. It was only temporary, Jack knew. They'd return to their leaders and be driven back to combat, but she'd at least contained the fighting for the moment. Only, before she could feel any sort of relief or even respond to the darkly chuckled whisper of, "Never make the calm ones angry," from Allie, seated behind her, a sliver of movement on the dark sloping horizon to the north drew her gaze. Frowning, Jack squinted into the filtered moonlight, attempting to decipher the strange shape in the distance. It was snake-like, seeming to slither across the shrouded landscape as a single entity. Only that was impossible. It had to be a herd or a swarm of smaller things moving together as one. For something of that size to be one large creature, it would have to be immense. Bigger than anything Jack had faced in the natural world. No, she realized, abruptly recognizing the speckled motes of light around the shape like flickering stars for what they were. Torches and lamps. She had encountered something on this scale before. Not in the dragon she'd faced in the past, during the destruction of Varbius Keep, but in the present, centuries later, when Veladrock had been granted 5 further centuries to grow.
"They never stop growing,"
Jack whispered, recalling the stories her parents would tell her and her siblings of ages past. And somehow, the dragon's size was even more awe-inspiring out in the open, even from this distance. She could feel Allie shift about behind her in confusion. "What?" Jack didn't look back, merely pointing northward to where the shape loomed ever closer, now showing itself in its true form. Massive, lizard-like, and scarred. Twisted flesh marked where Veladrock's wings had been ripped from their place above her forelegs, and the mound of scar tissue that marked where her missing horn had once been drew Jack's eyes to another oddity. Nestled against the dragon's crown-like head, one arm braced against the one remaining horn to steady herself, was Entohika, coming into focus as Veladrock maintained her breakneck speed. The figures had drawn easily a quarter-mile closer in 20 seconds. The High Priestess's free hand reached down to the top of Veladrock's skull, her eyes shown to be half-closed as Jack let the light of the forest enhance her own sight. Entohika was maintaining a powerful spell, Jack realized, bolstering her own strength to do so by drawing directly from the might of an ancient dragon. And that was when Jack allowed herself to acknowledge the figures carrying the lamps and torches trailing behind the dragon. Curtis was there, decked in the same battle armor he'd worn while defending Dragon's Nest. As the force drew near, Jack spotted the other familiar faces. Rithbane and Aquelia from Nizaim, town and temple guards, ruffians from the Iron Ladle and South End both, each wielding a rough-hewn weapon of some kind. Each was keeping pace with the dragon at their column's head. Even as Jack tried to grasp how the absurdity before her could be real, she began to note the subtle, erratic nature in the way each of them, including Veladrock, moved. There was an uncanny speed to their steps, and even in the way their bodies shifted. Her eyes finding Entohika atop Veladrock once more, she saw the way the High Priestess's robes and hair snapped and whipped about her face and body, the reactions clearly opposed by the western breeze. Entohika was manipulating time itself, sustaining a chronomatic field around herself, the dragon, and the entire fighting force she'd brought with her. Jack felt her mouth fall open in astonishment. Even bolstered by the raw strength of a dragon, manipulating time on such a scale was something Jack had only ever heard whispered in legends. Still, the evidence was there before her. Standing defiant of the impossible, Entohika had brought aid to the Glenadoc in mere hours. Even so, Jack found herself hoping with all of her being, as she cast her eyes back down over the dwindling orc numbers, that it wasn't too late. As she brought Ember down in a flanking position to the assaulting Samanir forces, the better to buy Aragos and his chanting people a few precious seconds of distraction, the first startled shouts of the invading archers began to sound from beyond the wall. Jack threw a final glance over her shoulder through the broken gate, seeing that neither Veladrock nor those in her wake stopped to engage the Samanir still outside, seemingly content to let them scramble over themselves out of the way as Veladrock swept up to the gate, crawling up and over the opening as her bulk proved too massive to pass through, even without her wings. Cresting over the gate, she loosed a deafening dragon howl to the sky. And, atop the dragon, Entohika raised her glowing staff. "Warriors of the Samanir, protectors of Falcon Crest and all of Covorum, stow your blades and stay your spells, for you are deceived into fighting for a cause unjust." Magic rumbled in her words, spreading like a shockwave through orc and Samanir ranks alike. But, despite the resulting stillness that swept over the abandoned fighting, even Tanner's chant fading away, Jack frowned upward at the High Priestess. Entohika may have held herself erect and imposing, but Jack could sense the fatigue of someone drained to near collapse. Below the High Priestess, as Veladrock's head swayed, snake-like and fangs bared, menacing the Samanir in the ground into fumbling inaction, the rest of Entohika's reinforcements pressed forward to fill the gateway. Even quite literally overshadowed by a dragon, Jack decided that the trio of Curtis, Aquelia, and Rithbane made quite the imposing sight, especially backdropped by the battle-ready followers behind. In the thick of the Samanir formation, frozen from pressing their assault toward the heart of the stronghold, the Samanir captain, singed and wounded, but still sitting tall in his saddle, maneuvered his horse back a few paces, raising a fist overhead. "Hold!" As a single unit, the Samanir fell a step back from the snarling orcs, bringing weapons and shields up to form a defensive front to all potential avenues of attack. Their gleaming armor splashed red, and a brackish near black from mingled human, gnome, and orcish blood, they dutifully awaited their leader's next command. Weaving out from the imposing Samanir shield wall, the captain gently spurred his horse back towards the gate, and the dragon now alighting inside of the stronghold beside Jack. Though she couldn't be sure, Jack thought she saw something like respect flash across Veladrock's vibrant eyes for the Samanir, and Jack reluctantly had to share the sentiment. Whatever this man's shortcomings, he was willing to ride toward the very face of ancient evil to speak for those under his command. The captain brought his horse up short a dozen or so paces from the dragon, sheathing his blade and raising his visor. His dark human eyes studied the scene before him with mingled unease and confusion. "My lady," he called out to Entohika, who was perched high above him, "you wear the robes of a servant of Nomenkal, and yet you halt a company of the Blade Master's finest in their mission, calling for peace while astride a beast of evil. Declare yourself and explain your actions, else I'll be forced to press our attack." It wasn't hard to detect that his enthusiasm for the prospect had faded considerably. Entohika dipped her head, and Jack thought she wouldn't be surprised if the High Priestess simply toppled from Veladrock to the ground. "Your vigilance and your skepticism do you credit, Captain, as does your investment in knowing the truth. I am High Priestess Entohika, voice of Nomenkal in the holiest of places, and citizen, defender, and spiritual guide of Dragon's Nest. I come to establish peace, and to expose the true villainy at play here." "My lady," the captain repeated, executing a sort of guarded half-bow in his saddle. "I am Captain Luridin, head of Elitaid Company of the Samanir. Your name and deeds have earned ceasefire and audience. It is your next words, however, that must earn the peace you seek." "We have proof," Jack found herself spouting as she nudged Ember forward, "of a plot executed by the hierarchy of the Samanir.
including Blade Master Volkrit, General Fathag, and Head Mage Duak, to instigate the war with Mevad and his allies in order to solidify their position of power over Falcon Crest and Covorum.
She motioned past Captain Luridin to where Argos and his people had withdrawn to reform their own battle lines.
Dunaxis, the man you were sent to reclaim from the custody of Chief Argos, was entrusted to the Glenadoc by Entohika herself, in order to protect him from the wrath of the people he formerly served as mayor of Dragon's Nest.
Allie was abruptly at Jack's side, arms folded as she added,
"And all this after he fixed his own trial by threatening the town council members and the people they loved. Your Blade Master only wants him dead or captured because he knows enough about what your leaders have done to launch a handful of coups."
Captain Luridin's scowl deepened as they both spoke, his eyes finally drifting up past Veladroc's looming head to lock gazes with Entohika. "Am I to understand, High Priestess, that these other two are entitled to speak for you and your people?" A twitch of a smile tugged at Entohika's mouth as she glanced down at Jack and Allie.
"The heroes of Dragon's Nest have more than earned this right, Captain Luridin. They speak with the goodwill of all they've helped to save behind them."
While Luridin studied Jack and Allie a moment longer, Jack's eyes drifted past the captain to Argos, spotting Tanner, Gefnar, and Tavik in the sea of green-skinned warriors. A relieved smile came to her face as she saw that they'd all made it thus far, then quickly faltered as the pain contorting Tanner's face and rippling through their link informed her who hadn't.
"Jotagan,"
she whispered, Tanner's eyes drifting up to hers as the name settled in her mind. "Very well," Captain Luridin declared, nodding up to Entohika. "We will hear this evidence and grant it full consideration." Allie's gaze darted between Jack and the captain so quickly Jack thought the man might not have spotted it.
"The memory stone implicating your leaders is back in Falcon Crest," she said crisply, already striding past the captain. "But I think Dunaxis is going to feel like talking soon enough."
She shot Tanner a sympathetic look as she passed by the orc formation, and Jack briefly considered closing the distance to catch their friend up in a hug. A more fitting response struck her, however, and she instead motioned all three of her companions across from her to her side. Gefnar squared his shoulders, his eyes flitting upward to the High Priestess before he reached up to take Tanner by the forearm, easing the vacant-eyed foxkin forward. Tavik, meanwhile, required a second gesture from Jack, as well as a reassuring nod before he scrambled to follow. Captain Luridin monitored the three's approach, turning back to Jack as her friends clustered behind her. "And who are these? More heroes of Dragon's Nest?"
"To a man,"
Jack announced with a proud smile, gesturing back to the orc ranks.
"And we count Argos's warrior Drogel in that number as well."
The hesitant, toothy smirk and wave Drogel offered when Luridin looked his way made it clear that he was either uncomfortable being declared a warrior of the Glenadoc, a hero of Dragon's Nest, or both. But, as Entohika offered an affirming, "Heroes all," and the orcs about Drogel turned to supply grunting chest taps of respect in his direction, he merely swallowed heavily and hefted his bloodied sword. "And, we're each of us proud to stand with the heroes of Dragon's Nest." Argos bellowed something to the sky Jack didn't understand, and each of his warriors repeated the word in unison, falling silent once more. The Samanir formation shifted uneasily, but no one pressed the attack.
"For better or worse," Jack thought, "we have them interested in talking."
Her eyes drifted back up to Veladroc's swaying monstrous head above her.
"Let's just hope no one does anything stupid."
Chapter 30. Cooler Heads. "Move," Allie snarled, shoving the still blinded form of Dunaxis forward with an indelicate blow to the back of his shoulder. The former mayor stumbled a step but quickly righted himself, a soft chuckle sounding from beneath the bag over his head as Allie marched him out of the cozy interior of Argos's home,
Such a fruitless display of dominance,
Dynaxis muttered as he uneasily navigated the rocky steps down to the stronghold's central fire pit. Allie wouldn't be baited, simply hanging a step back from the man who'd hurt nearly every person in his path.
It would be so easy. Just slip your blade between his ribs and be done with him. He's hardly worth all the trouble.
With a steadying breath, Sharad's dark urging faded into the background of Allie's thoughts. She didn't need some all-powerful entity to tell her Dynaxis's worth. All she wanted from him now was a chance to use what he knew to gain some small measure of peace and justice for those who deserved it.
It's over then?
Bozina's voice sounded from Allie's side, drawing her attention to the half-orc woman's hopeful stare.
The Samanir have called off their assault?
For now, Allie growled, righting Dynaxis's course with an unsubtle kick that directed him around the central fire pit. Seeing him roast in the coal beds might bring her some perverse joy, but her pragmatic side knew that it would be stupid to compromise their best witness. She snorted.
Wasn't even aware I had a pragmatic side.
And later?
Bozina pressed. Allie grunted, driving Dynaxis now up and past the orc formation with a needling jab of her dagger's point between his shoulder blades.
Depends on him.
Such is the fate of us leaders, Dynaxis sighed, the words muffled beneath the cloth bag obscuring his face.
Great responsibility always rests with us, even when we've seemingly been brought low.
Allie's dagger hand twitched, but a comforting pulse from Crexus's pendant around her neck stayed her blade.
Mercy isn't always for those who've abused the trust of their people, it seemed to say. Sometimes it's more on the behalf of the people who've been wronged.
The point was driven home as Allie marched Dynaxis into view of the dragon's nesters who overflowed the gateway behind Veladrock. Each of their gazes was locked upon the figure of their former mayor, their brows furrowing even further as Allie dropped the man to his knees between the still-mounted Entohika and Captain Luridin, with a kick to the back of his legs, wrenching the bag from his head. Dynaxis coughed, raising bound hands to shield his blinking eyes against the surrounding light sources.
Ah, good,
he said when his eyes had adjusted and settled on the frowning face of Captain Luridin above him. He made a poor attempt of smoothing down his thick, graying hair and unruffling his lengthened beard.
A captain of the Samanir. Please inform your master that I've repeated nothing untoward to anyone without the proper mindset to hear it.
That's what we're all here to fix,
Allie snarled, glancing up to Veladrock.
If he doesn't seem like he's telling the truth, you get to eat this one.
What Allie took to be a playful smile curled the dragon's scaly lips back from her fangs as she stooped low to look Dynaxis in the face.
Exciting, my dear, though I'd hardly do so without attempting to roast the bitterness from this morsel first.
Tendrils of smoke spilled from her flaring nostrils, catching Dynaxis and Allie up in a wave of heat just a tad too warm to be welcome, even in the cold night air. It was hard to put the satisfaction Allie felt on seeing the cold dread sweep over Dynaxis's face into words.
I will speak truthfully and without reservation,
Dynaxis declared, turning a pleading sort of look on Captain Luridin.
Provided that I am allowed to converse with the good captain in private.
No bargaining, a new voice interjected, cold and deep, and Allie felt a flutter of fear in her chest as she jumped back from the sound, turning to see that Tanner had strode forward, his clawed fingers already tracing a spell.
You talk now.
High Priestess, Captain Luridin said firmly, his eyes locked on the fiery-eyed Tanner as his hand went for his weapon.
Hold,
Entohika commanded, her voice slightly shakier than when she'd last spoken as she raised her staff.
I'd trust this man with my life.
Fantastic, thought Allie, retreating a pace as Tanner swept up to face his fire-swirling palm up before Dynaxis's wide-eyed recoiling.
I wish I could be so confident.
A taste, perhaps, of the fear your companions feel towards you.
Allie bit her own lip to keep from snapping back at the voice out loud, instead forcing herself to focus on what Tanner was doing before her. The foxkin held his hand down toward the kneeling Dynaxis, shimmering waves of heat spilling from his palm until Allie was sure that the man's face would begin to blister and melt. Only it wasn't heat, Allie realized. Well, not entirely. She'd never witnessed Tanner wield magic like this before, but she'd seen spells like it during her time at Aranek's sanctuary. Her old mentor, Lethold, had been quite adept at subtle manipulations on people's minds, though he'd never wielded the skill against an unwilling participant, and never except in the purposes of instruction. Not like Tanner was doing. That same reverberating voice spilled from Tanner's mouth as he glared unblinking down to Dynaxis.
Too many lives have been lost because of you. No more. You will speak freely and truthfully when questioned, and you will hold nothing back.
Dynaxis's bottom lip was quivering as Tanner withdrew his hand, and he blinked rapidly, as though frantically trying to bring something back into focus. This wasn't the simple trickery Tanner had used against that crockblood near Varbius Keep. If Allie had to guess, a droplet more of effort from the foxkin could have rendered Dynaxis catatonic. Allie half expected Captain Luridin to call Tanner a vile spectre, draw his blade, and swing it for the foxkin. But he instead released his sword hilt, his brow drifting upwards as he regarded the still snarling Tanner.
Potent magics. Even our head mage only uses such means in times of great need, for the toll it exacts on her.
Tanner merely grunted, stepping back from Dynaxis, though his eyes never flinched from staring the man down. Even atop Veladrock, Entohika's eyes had gone wide with surprise, though, as Allie recalled it, her similar methods in acquiring information from Guard Captain Phylak's aide, Bert, had been far more taxing on the High Priestess's target than herself. At the thought, Allie briefly cast her eyes about for any sign of Phylak. To her relief, there was none. He'd almost certainly just insisted on staying behind to protect his town, but Allie was just glad the volatile man wasn't there to complicate things, with the Samanir or themselves.
Not all of the heroes of Dragon's Nest are loved equally.
Ask him whatever you want,
Tanner was sneering when Allie refocused on the scene before her.
His mind is strong, but he's compelled to tell the truth for now. For once.
As impressed as Allie was, she decided that the whole thing would have been far less unsettling if Tanner's voice would just return to normal.
Well, Mayor Dynaxis, the Samanir captain said slowly. I am Captain Luridin. My company and I were sent to recover you, or to spare you from orc clutches by ending your life. We were told that you had intelligence vital to the Blade Master that could not be allowed to fall into enemy hands. Were we misinformed?
Dynaxis slowly shook his head, his brow furrowing as though in confusion as he stared off into the distant night sky.
No.
Captain Luridin inhaled deeply, clearly hesitant to voice his next words.
Does the information you have implicate Blade Master Volcrit, General Fitheg, and Head Mage Duwak in a conspiracy to start a war that they hoped would re-secure their faltering hold over the people of Falcon Crest?
Something like a strained cough sounded from Dynaxis's throat before he answered.
Yes. I was to secure the holy site of Nomenkal's temple in Dragon's Nest to regulate the rhetoric accompanying the pilgrimages of worshippers from across Covorum, which were to be ruled as mandatory when peace was re-established. The teachings I oversaw were to promote faith in our leaders, further enhancing the power the Samanir could wield.
The rest of his words were drowned out by the indignant shouts from the Dragon's Nesters nearby, and Allie saw in their eyes that they likely would have rushed forward to bring Dynaxis to justice then and there, had a dragon not stood in their way. Allie didn't suppose she could blame them. Most probably hadn't even been told where Genaxis was being held until half a day earlier, and Allie didn't imagine that they were too thrilled to learn what had been kept from them for so many months. Her staff drooping to her side, Entohika simply bowed her head in sorrow, as though hearing all of Genaxis's crimes laid bare by the man himself only increased the burden she carried. While the dragon's nesters bellowed, Aquelia and Curtis stood somber, absorbing Genaxis's confession. Rithbane and the rest of his thugs from Nizame shouted taunts toward the subdued ex-mayor, even while Captain Luridin quietly scowled down at the disgraced mayor, silent as Genaxis continued to helplessly condemn the Samanir and their leadership. Allie merely took a step back and let out a long sigh of relief. At long last, maybe everyone would be getting the justice they deserved. Tanner knelt over the still, bloodied, but peaceful form of Jotagon, not even sure if he was crying anymore. A heavy hand came to rest on his shoulder, and Tanner shut his eyes against the memories that accompanied the throat-clearing grunt that followed. As happy as most of the memories were, there was a potent sadness in realizing how he'd never again hear or see all the little idiosyncrasies he'd subconsciously identified in his cousin during their short time together. That defensive half-frown he'd get when he was confused, the twitch of his nose when he was happy or excited, that weird clicking sound he'd make at the back of his mouth when he was annoyed. Was that a cultural thing? My culture? He supposed he'd never known now.
"I'm sorry, cub,"
Curtis's gruff, bearkin voice soothed, the hand on Tanner's shoulder giving a faint squeeze.
"I would have liked to get to know him. I know how excited you were to find someone from your real family."
Tanner gave a bitter chuckle, leaning over to ease Jotagon from his side onto his back and nudge his eyelids shut. "It's okay, Dad. I mean, it's not. Blazes, of course it's not. But I think we found each other when we needed to. He saved me, us, Okizi and me. And he was a forgotten voice from home when we needed something familiar to latch onto. And he was happy with us, at peace, for the first time in a long time, I think. Revenge had nearly taken him over, and he helped us realize just how awful a life that could be." Tanner looked up into Curtis's drawn face, somehow able to state with certainty, "He found peace, Dad. Even when Jotagon was dying, How does that happen? How can someone realize that their life, everything they are, is about to end and just let go?" Curtis stooped to grip Tanner's arm, lifting him to his feet to catch him up in a crushing hug.
"I'm not sure, cub. But I think, whether through luck or the blessing of the Thakur, even the most broken of us can find something worth fighting and dying for."
Tanner clung to his father, his eyes slamming shut, and he realized as hot tears spilled down his cheeks that he was crying after all. Probably always had been. "Thank you, Dad," he choked out, his voice muffled against Curtis's broad, armored shoulder. "For everything. For taking in that scared little fox-skin boy on your porch. For teaching me the value of hard work. For caring for me like I was your own." He drew back, smiling through the tears up at his father. "For keeping me safe, even if it means running miles through the dark beside a crazed old dragon." Curtis's uneasy frown at all of the gratitude faltered at the mention of Veladrock, his eyes shifting across the body-strewn battlefield beyond the orc stronghold's battered gate, to where a now dismounted Entohika still convened with the Samanir captain and Tanner's friends. Looming behind the gathering was Veladrock's scaly form, her burgundy hide shifting like glowing coals in the surrounding firelight.
"Now there was a sight I'll take to my grave,"
Curtis breathed, a touch of awe in his words.
"When we received word of the impending Samanir attack, Entohika didn't hesitate.
I'd barely caught up to her by the time she'd marched below and demanded that Veladrock help us.
He shook his head at the memory.
The High Priestess of Nomen Kal, communing with a great dragon, bringing it to heel.
Tanner wiped the tears from his eyes, nodding briskly as he gauged that the conference between Entohika and Captain Luridin was drawing to a close.
I could imagine.
And he could, he found. Entohika's strong voice ringing through Veladrock's rocky cage of a cavern and demanding that she help them. Veladrock assenting and bursting out into the streets of Dragon's Nest.
Cub.
Curtis's wary tone brought Tanner back to the moment. The old bearkin was looking down at Tanner's forearms.
I know,
Tanner sighed, holding up the marks freshly emblazoned there.
It's a lot to explain. It's supposedly a manifestation of two souls inhabiting a single body.
His voice trailed off as he realized that Curtis wasn't scowling at the presence of the marks that faded from geometric patterns to swirling flame. He was scowling at the absence of the bracers he'd gifted Tanner to help keep his more volatile side in check, a side he now knew to be Okizi.
Ah,
Tanner grunted, clearing his throat uneasily. In the interest of not causing Curtis to worry any more about him than necessary, he'd purposely neglected to mention to the bearkin his loss of the bracers in Varbius Keep months earlier.
Well, you see, when we ran into the servants of Kravog again, they had us at their mercy, and I figured I had to do something drastic to...
He found it awfully hard to finish his sentences whenever Curtis stared at him so intently. He swallowed.
If it helps, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't do much good anymore anyway. I think Okizi's awake for good.
Curtis nodded slowly.
For better or worse. We should join the others,
Tanner managed through his haze of thoughts, reaching out mentally to steady Okizi's raw, heartbroken presence before it could take offense at Curtis's words. The last thing she needed was any sort of stimulus that might cause her to lose control. It was all Tanner could do not to panic at the prospect. In his current state, he wasn't sure he could stop them both from lashing out at everything and everyone in sight. He glanced down at his forearms and the geometric markings there that flared near his palms into a semblance of fire. They'd stopped glowing, at least. Still, he self-consciously folded his arms over his chest. He knew that Curtis had already noticed the marks, but somehow, at least having them out of sight was a small comfort.
Dad?
He whispered. Curtis turned back to him, concern knitting his brow.
Yes?
Tanner motioned to the still foxkin form at his feet.
Don't want to leave him behind again, but I don't think I can carry him myself. Could you?
He didn't have to finish. Curtis stepped over to Jotagon's body, hefting it up into his arms as though Jotagon had weighed no more than a bundle of rags. The sight nearly caused Tanner to break down into tears all over again. This wasn't how he'd imagined them meeting. His arms effortlessly holding Jotagon aloft, Curtis motioned Tanner forward with his chin.
Go on, Cub. I'll follow. And, Tanner.
Yeah?
You're welcome. For, well, the things you said.
A smile tugged at Tanner's foxen snout, and with a long exhale that left him feeling like he might just be able to find his feet again someday, he set off to join his companions.
Our family isn't gone, little one, he whispered to Okizi in his mind. They've just turned out to be a bit less hairy than we expected.
You've all given me a great deal to consider, Captain Luridin declared as the remaining Samanir finished trickling out of the nearby gate to form up behind him. For now, at least, I think it's best that we leave Denaxis with the Glenadoc and return to confront our leaders about these allegations. I have many questions that need answers.
Jack merely nodded as she saw that the captain's form, as well as those in his small army, were beginning to shift and flicker as the magic that held them in place began to falter. Before the Samanir disappeared, however, Aquelia, who'd remained silent through the proceedings thus far, stepped forward, bringing her Samanir blade up before her face. You honor us all by asking them, the woman announced amid her salute. Thank you for showing that there is still integrity to be found among our ranks, even when those who lead us have stumbled. Captain Luridin blinked in surprise at finding one of his own so far from Falcon Crest, but he only had time to offer a hesitant salute in return before he and those under his command simply faded out of existence, the glowing enchanted tethers affixed to their breastplates winking out like dying stars. Jack turned to Aquelia, pausing to let the other woman gather herself. The faraway scowl on Aquelia's face told Jack that this was likely the first time she'd interacted with another Samanir since joining the duplicitous orc Tagathis' service years earlier. You've served with them, Jack finally ventured. Do you think the Samanir can bring themselves back from this? Aquelia's eyes fell. I'm uncertain. The division and abuse of power in our ranks was evident well before I left. I fear who else might be left to impart their will on the land in Volkrit's place should he be unseated. I'm glad to hear that Dewak has been elevated to head mage, but if she was too weak to stop the others, she is still insufficient. Agreed, Jack sighed as she turned back to take in the battered Glenadok stronghold, and the orcs already hauling away debris and bodies. And if Volkret and Fetheg refuse to abdicate quietly, they'll make another attempt for Dynaxis, Aquelia finished with a nod, her eyes drawn with sorrow as she looked over the damage her order had caused. Almost certainly. A dry groan sounded from nearby as Rithbane strolled up beside his fellow ruler of Nizame, wiping sweaty hair from his eyes. Tragic and all, I'm sure, he sneered, folding his bare, muscular arms over his broad chest. But the greenskins can't always be expecting us to jump in to help. Aquelia and I were only just dropping in on Dragon's Nest for a bit anyway. We're honestly supposed to be back by now. He cocked an eyebrow, glancing to Aquelia. Aren't we? I mean, I usually just go where and when I'm told. Glad to hear it, Jack interjected, because I think we've got a job for you. Rithbane shot her a puckering smirk. Yeah? One that pays, I'm trusting. Handsomely, Jack assured him with a smile, motioning back to where Veladrok's snake-like force section loomed over the kneeling, vacant-eyed Dynaxis. I need you and your best men to escort our deposed mayor across Covorum to Falcon Crest. Both Rithbane and Aquelia fixed Jack with incredulous stares. You want to bring Dynaxis right to them, Aquelia pressed. And in plain sight of everyone, Jack affirmed. It's the best place for him, no matter the outcome. If Volkret and the others are deposed, he'll be a valuable witness in their trial, and if they instead choose to deny everything, Dynaxis' presence will at least get people started asking the right questions. Rithbane snorted. Provided the Samanir don't just snatch him right up. Jack leveled her gaze at him. If they try, that's where I'm expecting you to earn your pay. Right, Rithbane grunted, already scanning the islanders who'd accompanied him and Aquelia this far. Guess I'd better start picking out a crew then. Got a few swords here I wouldn't mind having at my side. With that, he merely wandered off to begin his recruitment drive. A relieved chuckle escaped Jack's throat as she shared a satisfied look with the wolf slumped down by her feet. That was easier than expected. I think he'll be glad for the change of pace, Aquelia offered with a smirk. He's often lamenting how little head-knocking he gets to do while helping me run things. The poor man, Jack commiserated with a laugh, finally allowing herself a moment to relax and absorb everything they'd achieved. And lost. Her eyes drifted over to where Entohika and Gefnar were deep in conversation, then to the drastic diversion Allie took in her path toward Veladrok to avoid Rithbane's smoldering gaze, and strut in her direction. Can't have everything, Rithbane, Jack thought dryly, noting the shocking amount of disappointment on the man's face as Allie refused to engage. She failed to ignore the way Tavik's eyes kept darting her way amid helping to gather fallen orcs for their final ceremony.
In the end, I think we all have that one person who just might make us forget who we are. If we let them.
So lost was Jack in her thoughts that it took her until Tavik was almost on top of her to register that he was even approaching.
"Think I'd best be heading back to the keep then,"
he declared with an uneasy clearing of his throat. Ember stepped forward to nuzzle into his hand by way of farewell, and he visibly relaxed a bit.
"I don't doubt Captain Lurden'll do as he says. Well, I'd just like to see it with my own eyes, I suppose."
"Good, that's smart thinking," Jack affirmed, barely remembering to smile.
"I'm not sure if we'll be returning to the keep or to Hadi's workshop when the spell ends, but we'll hope to see you again soon, either way."
"Me too," Tavik chuckled, giving Ember a final scratch behind the ears. Locking eyes with Jack, he reached up to the fragment of caged memory stone affixed to his breastplate.
"Bye then."
Frowning down at the tether as he continued to fiddle with it, he muttered,
"Guess we'll see how this works."
With a sharp flicker of pseudo-motion around his body as he pried the tether loose, Tavik simply winked out of existence. Jack was unable to keep back an amused peal of laughter as Ember offered a confused snort at where Tavik had been standing, then trotted back to Jack's side. Wrapping an arm around the wolf's broad, furry neck, Jack offered up a tired sigh. No, none of this was how she'd seen her adventures beyond the clan grounds taking place. But she knew now more than ever that she wouldn't have had it any other way. Despite the trials and heartache, she now understood what it was the Earknot was trying to show her. Life, in all its highs and lows. Only now, for the first time, a strange feeling of melancholy settled on Jack's heart in the wake of her contentment. One day, her journeys would come to an end, and she wouldn't be the same person returning to her home as she'd been when she'd left. The thought left her feeling strangely hollow. Just as she couldn't ignore the time she and her new friends had failed to keep those around her safe, it would be equally as foolish to invalidate all of the good they'd done. Worse, Jack realized as she entertained the thought of leaving her new friends behind, she wasn't certain her family and familiar clan grounds would feel like home any longer. A small seed of panic began to fester in Jack's heart, and she clutched Ember even closer. It was a childish thought to have, surely.
Home will always be home.
She looked over her shoulder to take in her friends, each of them absorbed in their own task, and she found herself nearly taking a physical step backward.
And nothing will ever change that.
Chapter 31 Pyrrhic Ceasefire. Having successfully evaded Rithbane's pointed advance, Allie found that she wasn't nearly so overwhelmed to stand before the immense form of Veladrock as she had been on their last meeting.
It's all about what sort of hungry look you find more disturbing, I guess.
Though, Allie supposed, part of what kept the overwhelming terror at bay was the anger that welled up inside of her as she recalled her most recent encounter with the dragon, in the past. When Veladrock had slaughtered Gwytherin's ancestor, Kylemis Edvarbius, along with his people. The dragon swung her head around to regard Allie as she drew near, her scaly chin easing down to nearly ground level.
"Yes, morsel? What is it you wish to say?"
Allie gripped the dagger that hadn't left her grasp since the fighting began until her knuckles must have shone white in the glow of nearby torches.
"Why are you here?"
she demanded, glad to hear that her voice sounded steady on her own ears. Veladrock's scarred lips curled back in a fanged smile.
"To aid your little priestess in saving your orc friends, of course."
Allie's eyes stared unblinking back into the inferno of the dragon's eyes. A rumbling chuckle slid from Veladrock's throat, causing the earth beneath Allie's feet to give a slight shudder.
"Very well, vessel. Call it a show of good faith, or even a repayment for the warning you and your friends supplied before my master's betrayal.
The street kid in Allie wanted nothing more than to reply with something like, "Warning didn't seem to do you much good," while motioning to the dragon's missing horn and wings, but the way Veladrock had just addressed her caught in her thoughts.
"Vessel? The blazes is that supposed to mean? That you aren't quite what we thought you were."
Entohika's tired voice cut in as the high priestess eased up beside Allie, leaning heavily on her staff. She smiled sadly to Allie, glancing back over her shoulder.
"Gefnar's just finished telling me everything that's happened."
Allie's eyes followed, watching as Gefnar shuffled up to meet the approaching Tanner and Curtis, the latter with Jotagun's still form in his arms. The gnome shot a furtive look the way he'd come, as though he felt Allie's eyes on him, only to avert his gaze quickly and march onward.
"He cares for all of you a great deal,"
Entohika was saying when Allie turned back to her.
"You've come to be the closest friends he's ever had." "Yeah, well, you'd think he'd have a bit more faith in us then,"
Allie muttered, folding her arms awkwardly around her bared dagger. Entohika frowned, easing a step closer to Allie.
"It's not that he doubts your strength, Allie. He merely fears that Sharad's is greater."
"Impossible. How many mortals have you beaten? All I've ever accomplished is shaping and bending vast swaths of the netherplane to my will."
Allie ground her teeth, groaning as she attempted to block out the voice in her head.
"I get that, but I won't let him have me."
Entohika's hand was somehow resting on Allie's shoulder before she could flinch away.
"I know, but understand that the path before you will be more difficult than we ever could have imagined. While the weight of a spectre may be borne and even channeled with selfless purpose, the will of a Thakur is inescapable. Foster the magic you've always carried within yourself, but take no strength from him, or every spell you conjure will only bring you more under his sway." "And how am I supposed to know the difference?"
Allie snarled.
"This power, the blood of my family, is already his." "But you are still you,"
Entohika insisted, her eyes boring into Allie's.
"Look to the heart of your actions. Keep that part of you pure and selfless, and the power you wield will always be your own."
"Wasn't it selflessness that caused you to act in haste when those brutes came for Shala? How helpful was your power to others then? You possess the will to hold this being at bay."
Veladrock's voice rumbled from just overhead, causing Allie to jump slightly as she turned to the dragon. Veladrock's eyes were narrowed as she continued.
"You asked me why I came to your aid? Why I would expose myself to the world despite my vulnerable, grounded state?"
She hunched her shoulders, and Allie supposed that the dragon felt her phantom wings unfurl to the sky, like those who'd lost arms or legs were said to sense the lost limb.
"It is because I sense the path that fate has set before you. We dragons may not know the heart of things as well as the giants once did, but even I am certain that you and your companions are destined to shape the future of this world."
A guffaw of laughter erupted from Allie, surprising even her as she looked up into Veladrock's quizzical face.
"So, all that talk about us being morsels who barely stood out was what?"
The dragon sneered, craning her neck back so that her head was set over her shoulders.
"An attempt to keep you humble, and make no mistake, morsel. Now that knowledge of my existence will surely spread in Falcon Crest and beyond, I expect you three to value the restoration of my wings more highly than ever."
"Or Dragon's Nest dies, we know,"
Allie mumbled. Veladrock gave another toothy smile.
"Though I would always advise that you do not test my patience, I would hope that we are past such threats. Rather, imagine all we might accomplish together once I am returned to my former glory."
"Right,"
Allie grunted, frowning as she began to feel as though someone was attempting to shift her a pace to her left. Looking down to her hands, she saw her fingers were beginning to twitch this way and that all on their own, her hair standing on end as her skin rippled with goosebumps. I believe our time together is drawing to a close, said Entohika, draping an arm over Allie's shoulder. Come, let us join the others. Your efforts in Falcon Crest are not completed, and I think we should send you off together with Nomenkal's light.
And Allie?
Veledrock added from behind. Allie frowned as she turned back to the beast, registering that this was the first time the dragon had addressed her by name. Even more shocking, Veledrock's features appeared to be furrowed in— was that regret? Something like a reluctant growl issued from the dragon's throat.
I feel no pride over the countless beings I slew at Kelevost's command. A true dragon protects their own fiercely, but they do not seek the hollow glory of battle. Should I indeed be restored to my former glory, know that I will act as a free dragon, not as a weapon for another to wield as they see fit.
The words held just enough edge for Allie to grasp the warning hidden within the apology. Veledrock would only rush to the aid of their friends again if it aligned with her own goals. And she would not respond well to having her debt to Allie and the others abused. Understood, Allie grunted. Your show of good faith here tonight is appreciated. Veledrock's long neck shifted about, as though the moment of mutual respect left her feeling uneasy. Seemingly eager for a shift in conversation, she added,
My birdkin agent in Falcon Crest has gone silent.
Allie smirked. We'd noticed.
I suspect you should inquire at the fortress,
Veledrock went on with a curt dip of her large head.
Word has it that the Samanir have been quick to lock up any half-breeds for the most minor of infractions in recent days.
Nodding her understanding, Allie stifled a yawn as she let Entohika lead her away. She began to feel faint butterflies in her stomach, as though in a perpetual fall, her form continuing to shift and flicker. Sure, more things to do, she thought, looking up to the stars. I never needed a full 2 hours of sleep anyway. Tanner's mouth fell open as he tried to absorb what Gefnar had just said. Hattie's machine? Gefnar nodded animatedly. Yes, the one he was using when we first arrived. He glanced back to where Entohika and Allie were approaching. Not even Nomenkal's best can bring someone back once they've gone cold. But Hattie was trying to bring that dead street dog back to life, remember? What if he could actually get it to work? Tanner looked over to the body of Jotikon in his father's arms as Curtis seemed to slip out of focus for a moment. In the back of his thoughts, a terrified sort of excitement stemmed unmistakably from Okizi. Could it really work? He shook his head, striding up to his father to heave Jotikon's body into his own arms. Whether or not it was possible was irrelevant. What mattered was that he had to try.
Cub,
Curtis wavered, reluctantly surrendering the body.
I know you want to believe you might be able to get him back. Blazes, get everyone you've lost back. I know what it's like to bargain with fate like this, but he's gone, son.
He waited until Tanner's gaze lifted to meet his own, and Tanner saw a loss to match his own there, but far older.
They're all gone, and we have to accept it. Have to move on, as they would have wanted.
I know, Dad, Tanner choked out, daring to look down into Jotikon's peaceful face. But what if, just this once, what if there's a chance? An obscuring haze had blocked out the surrounding night and was beginning to envelop Curtis himself as Tanner turned back to his father. He was the one who was fading, he knew. The magic that held him in such a faraway place from his true location was beginning to crack at the seams. Yet he still had to fight down the panic of losing someone else as Curtis faded from view.
I don't know, Cub.
Curtis heaved a gravelly sigh.
Just be careful of the price you're willing to pay for such a miracle.
The old bearkin had nearly faded into the haze entirely as Tanner felt like he was being swept off his feet by a noiseless hurricane.
The power to give us what we want most often also demands the highest fee.
Then Tanner was left to feel as though he was falling through a starry, molasses-like swamp. spilling out the bottom of it into the soft light and familiar crackling chaos of Hattie's workshop. Only he'd stumbled, fallen onto his back on the hard floor in what felt like an impossible tangle of limbs by the humming tetherport doorway he'd entered not an hour before.
Ah, good.
Hattie's drawling voice soothed as Tanner fought to clamber to his feet, eyes blinking against the change in illumination.
Y'all are still in one piece, and each in your own respective one piece at that. Wasn't sure I'd worked out that little issue.
Tanner caught sight of the man's wispily bearded face, just as its good humor faltered, Hattie's eyes settling on the still form of Jotagon in Tanner's arms as he hauled himself upright from the mass of Allie, Jack, Ember, and Gefnar, who'd all been deposited in roughly the same spot on the platform.
Oh, damn,
Hattie muttered, easing forward to rest a hand on Tanner's shoulder.
I'm sorry, Master Tanner. I wish there were something I could...
There is, Tanner growled, distantly hoping that Hattie knew he wasn't the source of his anger as he shouldered past the man toward the front of the workshop, fighting not to stumble beneath the weight in his arms.
What are you... Whoa! Hold on there, boy,
Hattie blurted, darting forward to plant himself between Tanner and the machine that held all of his hopes, the one Hattie had been using in an attempt to bring life back into something beyond the help of conventional magic. Tanner tried to sidestep the man.
Move!
He snapped, finding Hattie constantly between him and the machine, no matter how quickly he shifted back or forth.
Jotagon's dead, and your machine is the only thing that might be able to bring him back.
Abruptly, Hattie's hand shot out to grip Tanner by the front of his collar, holding him in place with surprising strength. Snarling in frustration, Tanner locked eyes with the man, on impulse letting fire well up in his blood and gaze. Just as quickly, the fire wavered as Tanner saw the mingled fear and sorrow contorting Hattie's features.
It won't, boy. Don't you understand? Nothing can.
Tanner stopped fighting against Hattie's iron grasp, but he still glared defiantly into the man's glistening eyes.
How can you know that? We can finish the machine and... It is finished,
Hattie yelled into Tanner's face, his eyes slamming shut against a wellspring of tears as he swayed back on his feet and released his grip on Tanner, barely steadying himself against the machine before he would have toppled to the floor.
It is finished,
he repeated in a whisper.
Finished it years ago.
Excitement and confusion warred in Tanner's heart as he shot a look over to a frowning Gefnar, who stood at the ready to aid Tanner in his efforts, then over to the uncertain pair of Allie and Jack, the latter holding Ember back from subduing the recent conflict with an upraised hand.
I don't understand,
Tanner said shakily, turning back to Hattie.
It works?
Hattie uttered something between a sob and a laugh.
It reanimates,
the craftsman corrected, his tearful eyes drifting up to meet Tanner's.
That's all it was ever going to be able to do.
He gestured weakly to the body in Tanner's arms.
You put that poor boy in there, he'll be on his feet again, sure enough. But it won't be him, you understand? What's gone is gone, boy. Ain't no amount of necromancy or even an army of tinkering fools is gonna change that.
Tanner's mouth fell slack as he understood what Hattie was saying.
You've already used it.
The effort of a weak nod seemed to cause Hattie's knees to buckle as he slid back down the side of the wired archway over the machine he'd stumbled against, slumping to a seat on the floor.
I did, and it didn't work. Not only did I not get back the person I'd lost, in my selfishness to get her back, I nearly made her destroy her own legacy.
Winded as though he'd just run the distance from the Glenadok stronghold rather than being magically transported, Tanner dropped to a knee, Jotagon's body nearly toppling from his arms to the floor before Gefnar rushed in to help ease the dead foxkin out of Tanner's grasp. Fighting back sobs as he tried to rein in his own frustration and anger, as well as Okizi's, he fell back to his rump, hugging his knees to his chest for a long moment, silently staring at the floor across from Hattie. Then, finally, and almost without understanding why, he whispered,
Who was she?
At Hattie's pained, reluctant gaze, he added,
Please, need to know what she meant to you. That you did everything you could to bring her back, the way she was.
Hattie inhaled deeply before giving a long sigh.
I can't put what she was to me into words, boy.
Then, if nothing else, Jack cut in softly, easing to sit cross-legged on the floor nearby and motioning Ember down beside her, you can at least help her to live on by sharing her story with us. To Tanner's surprise, Allie nodded, joining Jack and now Gefnar in sitting around the craftsman on the floor.
The Tower of Memories back in Lorsen might just be the place to relive the proudest moments of the rich to some people, but I only ever sneaked in to learn about ordinary people who use their ordinary lives to help others.
At Hattie's guarded frown, she pressed,
You mentioned her legacy?
Tanner caught Gefnar's inscrutable scowl over in Allie's direction at that, but then Hattie was recovered enough to begin speaking again.
When you're as driven as I am to unlock the secrets of the universe, you don't expect you'll find someone to be sharing your life with.
He gave a sad smirk.
And I didn't. She found me. Was willing to live out in the middle of nowhere like I wanted, too. And we were happy. I'd been fine using my talents to build contraptions just to satisfy my own curiosity for years, but she showed me what I could be. How I could be making other people's lives better. I've never felt more alive, more driven than when she was helping me be the man she loved.
He swallowed.
So I barely gave it a second thought when, quite by accident, I stumbled upon a method of opening a gateway to another plane of existence while trying to put together a way to irrigate dryland crops. I ran enough tests to tell that the other plane was a desolate void, a no use to anyone before letting the gateway crash and dismantling the machine. Only someone must have noticed somehow, 'cause a few weeks later a group of bannerless soldiers turned up at our door, demanding I rebuild the gateway. They were offering enough coin to finance my tinkering and take care of my family for years to come. So I agreed. Thing is, as they was leaving, Namella—
His voice trailed off as he closed his eyes against some private memory.
My wife, she heard him talking about how they'd be using the gateway to hurt people. So in the next few weeks she kept insisting that I stop building the machine, but—
His eyes found Tanner's once more, drawn and desperate.
But what was I supposed to do? I'd already agreed, and they were gonna be coming back expecting the job to be done. I knew we couldn't fight him off, so I finished the job. Told Namella everything would be all right.
He wiped tears from his cheek as his eyes fell to the floor.
Might have been, too. Think they might have let us be if I'd just given him what they wanted. Thing is, when they came back, Namella decided she wasn't going to let me do something I'd regret, endangering other people. So she destroyed it. The machine. And they destroyed her. She'd hid away Myrthian, our little girl, to keep her safe, but when Myrthian heard everything, she—
Hattie bit off his words, visibly chewing on his tongue.
Our visitors left me holding their bodies in my arms, powerless to bring them back. Told me I'd found out just how much more I stood to lose if I hadn't fixed the machine by the time they returned. But I knew I couldn't do it. Namella died to keep me from becoming a monster, so I dismantled the machine for good.
He looked tiredly about his workshop.
Came here to Falcon Crest and started working for the Samanir to ensure I'd be protected, in case the bannerless men ever came back for me. Meantime—
His eyes fell on the back of the workshop, where the half-cylinder contraption Gefnar had examined on their first visit sported numerous cables and, Tanner could now see, a thin layer of frost.
I'd done what I could to keep Namella and Myrthian's bodies from decaying. Had 'em frozen minutes after the bannerless men were out of sight. And I built this.
He indicated the machine propping him up by hitting it lightly with the side of his fist.
The temple priest said they were beyond their help, but I thought there must be some way. Only when I was sure the machine was ready, and I used it to bring life back into my wife's body.
He shut his eyes tight against the memory.
It wasn't her. Not anymore. Her body was fine, but her mind...
His gaze shot to Tanner's once more.
You understand, boy?
He motioned broadly at his own temple.
If the mind's even a few minutes without warmth, without air, it starts to crumble away. That's the mercy of life-giving magics few people understand. If it won't bring him back whole, it won't bring him back at all. But, like some arrogant necromancer or legend, I convinced myself I could bend the powers of the universe to my will.
His features contorted in self-loathing.
And, Nomencal have mercy, I was right. Only when I saw what Namel had become, broken, crazed, and violent, did I understand what I'd done. She tried to rip this place apart, tried to rip me apart. And when a pair of Samanir heard the ruckus and came to investigate, she tried to rip them apart too. Probably would have succeeded. So, I kept her from doing something I knew she'd regret. The real her.
With the pain on Hattie's face, Tanner didn't have to ask what that meant.
But what about focused restoration of the mind afterwards? He asked. His eyes fell to Jotagon's placid face. It might take time, but a skilled mage like Entohika could rebuild.
You don't get it, boy,
Hattie snapped, slamming his fist into the hard floor and splitting his knuckles open.
Namela was long gone. Piecing her mind back together wouldn't restore her memories or personality. She'd just be a scared child in an adult's body.
He exhaled, his anger visibly deflating back to loss.
Namela, my Namela'd still be gone. Better to let her find her rest.
Understanding and acceptance filtered into Tanner's thoughts through the anger still blazing hot there. And, with a defeated sigh, he folded Jotagon's limp arms over his chest, hoping he wasn't offending any ancestors by having his cousin adopt a Covorum-style funeral posture.
He's right, Gef, he breathed, looking up to where Gefnar sat, teary-eyed across from the body. It was a good thought, but sometimes it's better just to let someone go, I think. For their sake as much as yours.
Gefnar merely nodded a sad nod, and Jack and Allie wore sympathetic smiles on their faces when Tanner looked their way, with Jack's even holding a bit of pride, he thought. He could feel Okizi lash out at the sentiment in defiance, however, as though being physically attacked, and he did all he could to enfold her in an embrace of soothing thoughts. What Hattie had said about his wife being left a child in an adult's body had cut deep, and he knew that, whatever the consequences might be for himself, he owed it to his sister to restore her to a body of her own. And the fact that we're slowly driving each other mad by sharing this one certainly supplies a sense of urgency.
All right, Hattie, he said, clearing his throat.
Nodding to the other man, he added,
We let them rest.
Inclining his head in response, Hattie stood shakily to his feet, glaring over his shoulder at the machine.
Should have never even kept working on the damned thing.
He shuffled over to the back corner of the workshop to stand over the frozen cage there.
Best to put it all to rest.
Tanner clambered upright, sure that he had to voice the ridiculous idea in his head before he thought better of it.
Maybe not,
he blurted, trotting over to stand across from Hattie. At the craftsman's wary frown, he added,
Look, I don't know if it'd even work, but long story short, my sister's been trapped in my mind since we were little on account of an overwhelming shared trauma.
He held up his forearms that still sported the geometric patterns that morphed into flames as they neared his palms by way of proof.
Don't know if you know what a demisilg is?
Hattie's blank stare was answer enough, so Tanner pressed on.
Anyway, the point is, my sister, Okizi, needs a body of her own, or else we're gonna drive each other insane.
His eyes fell to where he could just barely make out the features of a small girl beneath the hazy glass of the coffin-like chamber.
And I know it's not ideal, but in a way...
He looked up to meet Hattie's drawn eyes.
Your daughter would have the chance to live again, too.
Hattie's gaze shifted between Tanner and the obscured face of the girl between them multiple times before he managed to mutter,
"Look, I don't even know if what you're proposing be possible. The sheer scale of the magic, machinery, and the delicate interactions thereof would be nearly impossible to calculate."
"Take your time," Tanner said with a smile, holding up a hand. "I mean, not too much time, because I have no idea how long we've got before Okizi and I lose our minds, but—" His voice trailed off as he stiffened at the sound of feet pounding toward the door of the workshop from outside. Jack, Ember, Allie, and Gefnar had already spun to face the door, each braced for combat as Tanner's head swiveled back their way. And, without thinking, Tanner nearly let the fire blossom in his grasp before breaking off from the impulse. Even just the faint flutter of fear from Okizi was causing him to snarl instinctively, easily retreating into his more animal nature. "Probably best not to see what we become by building off of each other's volatility," he thought heavily, recalling how difficult it had been to regain control of his own thoughts after running down and immolating Iramiz. Somehow, he knew that, fully bonded as he and Okizi now were, coming back to himself from such a state would now be nearly impossible. The door to the workshop burst inward as Tanner fumbled at his belt to draw his morning star, and the relief that washed over him as he saw that it was only a winded, red-faced Tavik who'd clearly sprinted all the way from Falcon Crest Fortress was quickly stamped out by the worry in the guardsman's eyes. "Tavik?" Jack barked in surprise. "What is it? What's wrong?" Tavik leaned heavily against the doorway, wiping sweat from his brow as he fought to steady his breathing. "Fathaig's lost it," he gasped, his gaze settling on Allie. "She's got Swidona." Allie's features instantly shifted from wariness to focused anger. "Where?" she snarled, already trotting for the door. Up in her office," Tavik wheezed, sidestepping Allie as she bolted off through the market square outside. "Volkrit's trying to talk her down, but—" "Gefnar, with me," Jack ordered, already leaping onto Ember's back. Her eyes shot over her shoulder back at Tanner. "You're faster in your fox form. Can you?" She left the question unfinished, as she saw what Tanner was certain to be the panic in his eyes at the prospect of merging with his sister like that again. With a curt nod, she merely motioned Tanner up onto Ember's back after the gnome currently heaving himself into place behind Jack. Tanner's feet felt like lead weights, however, as his eyes fell to where Jotagon still lay, serene on the floor. "I can't just leave him." A calloused hand settled on his shoulder, drawing his gaze to where Hattie had circled the table to stand at his side.
"I'll see to the boy, Master Tanner," the craftsman promised with a reassuring smile. "Right now someone's in danger, and you and your friends are able to do something to help."
Tanner's eyes briefly shot over to the tetherport, but Hattie gave a tight shake of his head.
"Not again. Not so soon. Extended use might well tear a person apart."
He offered something like an apologetic smirk to Tanner, Jack, Gefnar, and especially the wide-eyed, indecisive Tavik, who still stood in the doorway, clearly unsure if he should be pursuing Allie already.
"'Fraid you young folks'll just have to run."
Chapter 32 Internal Perils. Jack tapped her heels against Ember's flank as she leaned low over his shaggy head, throwing Tavik a sympathetic look as he quickly fell behind the wolf's broad strides. The guardsman was still winded from his sprint to come and fetch them. Between herself, Gefnar, and Tanner all crammed astride Ember, however, there was no room left to haul Tavik up after. For the second time that night, Jack reflected on how strange it was to be wishing that her oversized wolf friend was even larger.
"Go on, then,"
Tavik blurted, waving Jack and the others on past the quiet, vacant stalls of the market square.
"I'll catch up."
It was a rather optimistic projection, Jack thought, as even a fresh, unwounded Tavik would have been hard-pressed to keep a running Ember in sight through the streets of Falcon Crest. Hampered as he was by battle and exertion. Even so, she threw Tavik an affirming nod, nudging Ember into his full gait as the wolf carried his 3 passengers through the lamp-lit corridors of the city toward the looming form of Falcon Crest Fortress. Ahead, in the wan, discolored light that peeked over the eastern horizon, Jack could see the lone figure of Allie, the woman's feet a blur as they slapped against the stonework streets. She'd clearly lent herself a burst of speed by the purplish magic swirling beneath her every step. Nothing so powerful or taxing as what Entohika had used to manipulate time in her small army's favor, but enough to allow Allie to keep pace ahead of even the sprinting Ember. Just how long Allie could maintain her magic for, Jack couldn't say. Thus far, she was simply grateful that they hadn't been accosted by any curious citizens milling the streets in the early morning hour. Or worse, by a patrol of city guards. Then, to Jack's astonishment, she realized that Allie's feet were no longer striking against the ground. Her legs still churned beneath her as though she herself hadn't yet recognized the futility of the action, but she carried herself through the air as quickly as she had at her dead run. In the rapidly growing illumination of sunrise, Jack watched as the swirling magics about Allie's feet began to rise and envelop her entire form, catching her up in a sort of dark, crackling hurricane that now carried her skyward over the rooftops of the more densely packed city center. "Wow," Gefnar breathed from behind her, while Tanner remained uncharacteristically silent. For her part, Jack merely felt something like a proud smile spread across her face as she breathed, "Follow," into Ember's pointed ear, the wolf's furry wings manifesting from nothingness to bear the rest of them up after. "You won't find us so easy to leave behind," Jack thought toward Allie's billowing form. "Wherever one of us goes, the rest will find a way to be at their back." Allie's heart pounded in her chest as she let herself absorb what she'd just done. Buildings that glistened with morning dew in the pale sunlight of dawn rushed past beneath her feet, feet that were shrouded and caught up in purplish swirling magic, just like the rest of her. Eastward, past the abandoned city docks and the few dozen ships at rest on various moorings, the rising, increasingly vibrant orb of the sun reflected off the shifting blue-gray surface of the sea, with a beauty that seemed to spill over Falcon Crest like the waves on the shore. And, for a few precious seconds, Allie let herself bask in the splendor of the moment, even as she soared onward for her goal. Her eyes found the dark, glinting monstrosity that was Falcon Crest Fortress, as they had back on the ground, fixed on the head of the enormous falcon-shaped effigy. Fetheg would be there, ready to snuff out Swidona's life, just as she'd done with the woman's son, Allie was certain. All for some misguided play at maintaining power. And, in that distilled moment of focus, Allie had simply longed to carve the quickest path toward the one spark of pure altruistic kindness she'd found in this awful city. Ridiculously, fate had complied. There was no fear in Allie's heart as she felt the rush of wind and magic carry her like a missile through the air. This wasn't Sharad's doing. She could barely even mark the dark kernel of his presence at the back of her mind. This power was her own. The realization of her drive to keep those she cared for safe the way she'd failed to wield it on that dark night in Lorsen. "Look to the heart of your actions," Entohika's words rang in Allie's mind. "Keep that part of you pure and selfless, and the power you wield will always be your own." A defiant smirk tugging at her mouth, Allie soared onward, up and up, toward the pinnacle of the fortress. As she drew closer, however, her heart seemed to fall into her stomach. At the great window that spanned where the immense falcon's eyes should have been, a portion Allie knew to extend as a sort of balcony for addressing citizens in the street below from her time in the fortress archives, a span of the glass had been shattered away, revealing the unmistakable figure of a woman with graying hair pulled back in a taut military fashion, and dressed in resplendent Samanir armor. And, her throat clutched in Fetheg's grasp, her feet flailing to keep purchase on the floor of the chamber, was Swidona, hands slick with blood as she fought to hold herself aloft over the endless drop to the streets of Falcon Crest by clutching the frayed, jagged edges of either side of the opening. Other figures stood behind Fetheg in the chamber, and Allie thought she could hear one of them address the general imploringly, but Allie's thoughts were too frantic to make out what was said. Her eyes darted back to where Jack, Gefnar, and Tanner were held airborne by Ember's flapping wings in the same instant that she recalled Gefnar's previous infiltration of the fortress, and how he'd been able to throw the stolen memory stone down to them via the window of the fortress's one magic-free room. Unsure even what she was planning at first, Allie altered her course, capitalizing on Fetheg's averted gaze and circumnavigating the fortress's exterior. "Be ready to catch Swidona if you have to," she snapped through the link in her mind to her companions, already reaching the window Gefnar had used before. Relief flooded her chest as she found it still cracked open, and, with a strike that would have shattered a lesser window, she threw it inward, her pace never slowing as she darted over the room's single table and burst out into the hall. She had the vague sense that the others had acknowledged her demand through the link, but she couldn't afford to lose focus. Trying to snatch Swidona from Fetheg's grasp from outside the broken eye portal of Volkrit's office would have granted the general time to ready herself for attack. Allie wasn't about to afford her that opportunity. With the sound of rushing air and crackling static, Allie was in the nearby stairwell, swimming up the single level of spiraling stonework and into the top level of the fortress. 2 seconds more saw her outside the outer door to Volkrit's office, and the sound of strained words reached her ears once more.
"What you're doing here, Fetheg?" pleaded a clear, commanding voice that was clearly Volkrit's.
"I'm doing what I must," came the jeering reply. "For all your shame, Volkrit, you were never truly willing to do whatever was necessary to achieve our goals. If left unchecked, this woman will bring about—"
That was as much as Allie heard before she swept into the outer chamber in a flurry of magic and wind, cresting over the large desk strewn with documents where Volkrit's secretary would have sat during times of business, and hurling herself into the Blade Master's inner sanctum. The scene before her seemed to etch itself on her mind in a frozen instant. The stalwart form of Volkrit in bronze-shaded tunic and breeches, his back to the chamber door as his hands reached toward the back of the room in a calming gesture, guilt and horror on his noble features. A lightly armored Fetheg, stonily staring him down, sword held drawn and half raised, her gaze only now beginning to shift to the nexus of power that had burst into the room, as she grasped Swidona's life in her other hand, her lean, muscled arm holding the smaller woman aloft just beyond the safety of the chamber floor and into the wind-swept heights beyond, through the shattered portion of window. Swidona, her eyes wide with sorrow and fear as she flailed to find her footing, her white-knuckled hands ever slipping to trail bloody smears down the frayed glass edge of the window. The unmoving form of Captain Luridin a few paces in front of Volkrit, splayed on the floor in full armor as a bloody welt darkened his temple. And, absurdly, Allie caught sight of 2 other figures in her peripheral vision, their postures apprehensive as they backed away into the corner of the chamber as opposite Fetheg as possible. One was a bleary-eyed, soft-featured man in fine clothes Allie could see in the lamplight only just beginning to be overtaken by the sickly glow of dawn. The other was a petite woman in a teal dress, who clutched the man's arm in what appeared to be a need for security, mingled with a silent urge for the man to keep from interjecting into the strained dialogue before them, as the demanding look on the man's face indicated he was about to do.
"Lord and Lady Wizened?"
Allie thought incredulously, her frantic thoughts barely placing Tavok's half-sister. There was no time to question the noble's presence at this delicate moment, however, because Allie was nearly on top of Fetheg then. The general's eyes shot wide as Allie impacted, her arms snaking around the older woman's middle as she heaved Fetheg off of her feet and out into the stomach-churning heights beyond. In the split second when Fetheg's grip on Swidona faltered, Allie pleaded with Nomenkal and whoever else might have cared to have let her made the right choice. Lunging straight for Swidona would have left her open to Fetheg's war-honed reflexes that even now saw the general contorting in Allie's grip to swing her sword. If Allie hadn't currently been holding them both aloft over the hundreds of feet to the base of the fortress below, her arms caught up under Fetheg's armpits, the general likely would have already relieved Allie of a limb or 2. But even knowing she'd made the most sensible option didn't stop the dread from rising in Allie's gut as she glimpsed Swidona on the fringes of her vision. Without Fetheg's wiry grip keeping her from plummeting to her doom, her grip on the jagged glass of the window faltered, and her arms windmilling for anything to grasp in the empty air, she dropped unceremoniously downward. Without a heartbeat's hesitation, Allie prepared to loosen her grip on Fetheg, allowing the woman to fall to her doom as Allie moved to keep pace with Swidona. Even if her magic was strong enough to keep all three of them airborne, her arms simply weren't. Her eyes found Fetheg's as her grip began to slip from beneath the other woman's arms, and Allie couldn't help a rush of satisfaction as the general grasped the reality of her own impending demise.
Yes, drop her. There's no question that she deserves it.
Allie pushed the voice away with a snarl. She knew how important it was to keep Fetheg alive to answer for her crimes, to voice those of her fellow leaders as well should they decide to deny involvement. But Swidona was an innocent, and one who'd already lost far too much to the Samanir's vaunted plans. If it was a choice between saving Fetheg or saving Swidona, there really was no choice. The heavy "thump, thump" of pounding wings reached Allie's ears an instant before Ember swept into view below. Tanner's heart pounded in his ears as he saw the three figures of Allie, Fetheg, and Swidona plummeting towards him. Smooshed between Tanner and Jack astride Ember as all three clung to the wolf for dear life, Gefnar issued a startled bleat at the sight. "Jack!" he cried, a gauntleted hand shooting out to point at the helpless Swidona.
"I see her,"
Jack shouted, driving Ember on a flurried diving intercept course with her knees. All of these sounds echoed to Tanner as though from a deep cavern, however. He fell into a sort of obstinate focus, one that left only himself, Okizi, and a falling Swidona in a world of smoldering coals. "We can save her," he thought, feeling his sister's skepticism and fear flash through his mind. He dredged up images of the leaves and tiny pebbles he'd been left panting after trying to keep aloft while huddled close to countless campfires. He let himself recall the helplessness that had threatened to drown him as he'd watched Crexus plummet from sight to his death. No more. A stubborn growl granted him further focus in this single suspended moment. Too many people have died on our watch. He thrust a hand out toward the falling Swidona, the air below her beginning to shimmer with false heat as he found a single lyrical word on his lips, spoken before he even understood what it meant. The shock of that strange sensation might have broken his focus at any other time, but now a smile simply tugged at his foxen snout. Okizi had spoken the word, a fragment of an enchantment Tanner had dismissed as far too obscure and complicated to be of use from the book even now tucked away in his pack. The book written in the tongue of the Thakur. Brimming with magical energies, the word bolstered Tanner's spell, and as time seemed to return to normal, he could see that Swidona's descent had slowed. Not enough to save her entirely from the impact that awaited her below, but relief washed through Tanner, leaving him feeling weak-kneed as Ember swooped close enough to clamp his jaws onto the back of Swidona's dress. Overburdened and contorted awkwardly in the air as his wings pounded, Ember sank down after the woman for the last 100 feet or so, depositing the gasping Swidona onto the stony street outside the yawning main gate of the fortress. Eyes shut tightly, Swidona simply lay on her belly for a moment, gripping the cold stone beneath her as though it were a long-lost friend. From all sides, a handful of Samanir and city guards bustled forward, easing Swidona to her feet and peppering her and everyone else in sight with questions.
"Oi! Leave! Off!"
A sweaty, red-faced Tavik panted as he stumbled into their midst.
"This woman's just had a horrifying experience. Help her inside and see to her wounds."
When the Samanir present visibly hesitated at the thought of taking orders from a lowly guardsman, Tavik blurted, "Oi! Right now!" Tanner, meanwhile, looked up to where the dark, swirling speck that was Allie far overhead was hauling a far more fancily dressed speck back through the broken glass of the falcon-headed crest of the fortress. "Swidona's safe," he sighed through their link. "I know," came Allie's response, her echoing voice thick with emotion as she added, "And thank you. If she's safe for the moment, I could use your help up here.
I think it's time someone made sure the Samanir faced their crimes.
Chapter 33 Through the Eyes of a Falcon. Jack nodded in response to Allie's words, turning a pleading look on the winded Tavik.
Could you?
She asked hesitantly, gesturing to where Swidona had been helped back onto her shaky feet. Tavik waved off the rest of the question, gently draping an arm over Swidona's shoulders.
Go. I'll help her back inside.
A snarling smile came over his face as he locked eyes with Jack.
Make him squirm, huh?
Jack squared her jaw, issuing an affirming grunt before Ember hurled them into the air once more, the surrounding guardsmen and Samanir cries objecting that she and her companions didn't have clearance to go before Volcret, cut short by a sharp interjection from Tavik.
The Blade Master's expecting him, he declared, still catching his breath. Now, bring this woman some water.
Nice to see him taking charge, Tanner grunted, and Jack could feel Gefnar nod against her back.
Someone's got to, and better someone like him than someone like Fathag.
To her surprise, Jack smiled, partly at her own faith in Tavik's integrity, but also at the shakiness in Gefnar's voice. Her passengers were desperate for a topic of conversation to distract them from the staggering distance to the ground that fell away below. As Ember crested his near-vertical climb, fur glistening in the warming light of the sunrise, his wings gave a final powerful shove downward before flattening against his sides to allow all four of them to slip cleanly through the gash in the Falcon Eye window mere seconds behind Allie. With a sound like the unfurling of a sail, the wings fanned out to either side once more, allowing Ember to alight in a graceful crouch just inside. Slipping from her saddle, Jack saw that Volcret had slumped into the intricately carved seat behind the room's desk, barely flinching as the flurry of air from Ember's wings toppled books from their shelves and flung loose papers into the air. Allie stood solidly on her own 2 feet again, glowering down at the man, but Jack suspected that, when she'd been caught up in that torrent of magic, it had been far more disruptive than whatever wind Ember's vanishing wings had created. The absolute chaos that trailed from the chamber's entry to the windows she and the others had just arrived through confirmed her suspicions. Volcret's focus, however, was on the woman curled up on the floor by Allie's feet, Fathag's formerly military bearing shattered by the recent terror she'd experienced. The general's eyes were wide and unblinking, and, from the way her dry mouth worked this way and that, it seemed like she was attempting to speak. Then Jack's eyes shifted toward the 2 figures at the back corner of the chamber. Both were finely dressed, though the man's cloak was just as ruffled as when Jack had last spotted him in the Wizened estate's cellar.
"Really, Blade Master?"
Lord Wizened bellowed, the slur in his voice telling Jack that he likely hadn't let up on the bottle throughout the night.
"This is an unacceptable way for your general to treat someone of my position."
Darling,
Hanware pleaded from his elbow, managing an apologetic smile around the room through the fear in her eyes.
Perhaps we should leave the Blade Master to his business?
Perhaps you should, Volcret agreed, his eyes drifting stonily over to the 2 unwelcome guests. Armored Samanir began pouring into the outer chamber as though on command, a pair of them stopping to rouse the mumbling form of Captain Luridin on the floor. "Sergeant," the Blade Master called to the foremost Samanir to press through to the inner chamber. The Samanir halted, the shift in her stance and the way her 2-handed sword drooped from its ready position betraying the hesitation and confusion that must have covered her face behind her visor.
Blade Master?
Volcret turned back to Fathag as the general's usual pompous glower began to return. "Escort the Lord and Lady Wizened down to the common area. And, after searching her for any concealed weapons, lock away General Fathag in a cell." Jack imagined that she could hear the Samanir sergeant's jaw drop.
"Blade Master?"
she repeated. Sighing, Volcret hastily withdrew a small square plaque, seemingly made entirely of memory stone, from a hidden compartment beneath his desk. He slammed the thing down before him on the lacquered wood between him and the sergeant, yanking his right hand free of its glove just as Jack saw that there was an imprint of the man's hand formed into the plaque's surface. With a heavy stare at the sergeant, Volkert thrust his hand into the depression, the memory stone immediately glowing a soft blue.
I'm no impostor, Sergeant. General Fatheg is to be held, awaiting trial for crimes against the citizens of Falcon Crest.
A heavy guilt swept over his features but was quickly pushed aside.
Fulfill my orders, then you and your fellows wait in the corridor.
He looked over to where a dazed Captain Luridin was being hauled upright.
And see that the captain receives healing and a full medical exam.
The sergeant snapped to attention, uttering a crisp, "Yes, my liege," before dutifully executing the command she'd been given. In moments, Fatheg's wrists were clapped in irons, while Luridin and the Wizened were swept from the chamber.
What? This is the thanks we get?
Lord Wizened practically sloshed mid-departure.
We'd come with important secrets. Had a mage for hire scour our cellar, and what did we find? Only the last known whereabouts of your fugitives. The half-breed, the wolf-tamer, and, worst of all, the foul murderer of the good steward Delagar Ord McAllister.
His voice trailed off as his eyes fell on Allie, a deep frown furrowing his face, even as loss filled Allie's. Then, eyes widening.
Eh? That's her, isn't it? We've found her.
Darling, please, was the last Jack heard from Hanware before both nobles disappeared down the hall. Fatheg, meanwhile, seemed to have regained her resolve with her feet, hauling back away from the pair of Samanir who dragged her from the room, her eyes flashing with hatred as they locked with Volkret's.
Betrayal! You've always lacked the conviction to—
Remove her!
The Blade Master's voice rumbled off the chamber walls as he bolted to his feet to lean over his desk, slamming his fist down into its surface.
Gag her if you must. She'll be granted the chance to speak at her trial.
Jack tried not to feel too much satisfaction as, in order to stifle her continued screams at the Blade Master, a gag was, in fact, shoved into Fatheg's mouth, the general reduced to frenzied growls as she was hauled from the room. Volkret, however, swayed on his feet, as though absorbing the weight of his own words. With the knowledge Jack and the others already possessed, she knew that Volkret himself would likely be joining Fatheg in her cell, if the general was allowed to speak before a court.
Blade Master?
The sergeant ventured, visibly jarring Volkret from his dark musings. The woman lifted her visor now, pointedly glancing between Jack and her companions, an obvious question in her eyes as she looked back to her superior. The Blade Master glanced first to Allie, his slow, sweeping gaze reluctantly taking in Jack, Ember, Tanner, and Gefnar as well. Jack was surprised to find complete bewilderment for how to proceed in his defeated expression.
They will remain,
a fresh voice declared, and Jack turned to see that the short but regal figure of Dewak had swept into the chamber, her staff clacking against the stony floor as she strode up to Volkret's side. The gnome woman nodded to the hesitant sergeant.
We have much to discuss. You are dismissed.
Head mage, the sergeant deferred with expansive genuflection, her armor shifting against the padded mail beneath as she trotted from the chamber. Dewak's posture slumped to match Volkret's as the sergeant exited, the door creaking shut behind her.
What happened?
She asked flatly, turning to meet the Blade Master's eye. Volkret loosed a deep exhale, slumping back to his seat. He closed his eyes, raising his bare hand to rub at his drawn brow.
Precisely what we deserved.
Allow me to be a bit more precise, Jack growled, circling to the far side of the desk from Volkret and Dewak in slow, measured steps as she spoke. I pride myself on my ability to trace the circumstances leading up to a scene of violence. She found her voice had a colder edge to it as she added, It's a skill that comes in useful while hunting. As Volkrit's eyes narrowed, she glanced about the room, letting her senses inform her.
Blood on the floor where Luridin fell. A heavy blow from a blunt weapon. Fatheg's sword dropped to the floor just inside the window. Bloodstains on the hilt. I'm guessing that Swidona arrived first, she announced, her eyes shifting back to Volkrit and Dewach. Your underlings would have had no reason to deny access to such an esteemed member of the McAllister house. She found Fatheg here, in your offices.
Jack looked pointedly to Volkrit, then to the documents strewn about the room.
The way these orders have smeared fresh ink everywhere, I'm guessing the general had felt the need to adjust your battle plans for when the fighting resumes, following the spring thaw.
A soft groan escaped Volkrit's lips as he followed Jack's gaze. She's set on using a new asset of ours well beyond any bounds of safety. Allie folded her arms.
You mean Hattie's tetherport?
It was Dewach's turn to scowl.
Where did you learn? Swidona wouldn't have threatened Fatheg.
Jack pressed on, eager to avoid placing Hattie under any scrutiny.
Which means, I think, that Fatheg only would have reacted violently at being discovered if she was thrown into a panic. Say if a captain under her command arrived to ask that she submit herself for questioning.
Pain tugged at Volkrit's eyes, and Jack gave a slow nod.
That's when you arrived.
Volkrit turned slowly to Dewach, who inclined her head.
They know most of it already, she uttered softly. And given these recent events, I think the true identity of Delagar's killer is now clear, if there was ever any doubt.
Gefnar gave an audible exhale.
We're not being charged with murder, then?
No, said Dewach.
We know of Fatheg's dealings with Delagar in the past, and it was only for lack of evidence that I was kept from overruling her ruling of U5.
She frowned, seeming to grasp that one of their number was missing as Tanner's eyes fell morosely to the floor.
As suspects, she finished slowly. Besides which, it's hard to imagine that you would so brazenly rush to Swidona's aid, having murdered her son.
Jack's eyes darted over to where Allie stood a pace off the corner of the desk, and she saw that the other woman's features bore mingled relief at the sudden clearing of their names, and guilt at having been blind to the danger Delagar was in at all.
This night has been a long time coming, Volkrit muttered, scratching tiredly at his silver-flecked beard. She was always the one of us who insisted that the increasing cost of our machinations could never grow too high.
At the distinct lack of confusion on the faces of his audience, he gave a bitter chuckle.
It seems you know a great deal already.
He spoke with the freedom of a man who knew he no longer needed to hide his darkest secrets. Even so, Jack was surprised at the ease with which they were drawing so much out of him.
But not everything, she replied, gesturing vaguely about the room. Who arrived here behind Luridin? Was it you or the Lord and Lady Wizened?
All three of us at once,
Volkrit sighed, his eyes growing distant as he relived the fresh memory.
They were brought to me with the Lord Wizened babbling on about how he had vital information as to the whereabouts of, well, all of you.
Jack was glad when no one bothered to point out that the claim was probably true. She didn't imagine that Hanwer would appreciate the extra Samanir attention for having assisted them either.
We entered my offices to find Luridin and Fatheg already in a heated exchange, while Swidona stood, trapped behind Fatheg in the inner doorway. Volkrit continued. Luridin was firmly informing Fatheg that he had reliable and incriminating information about the very fugitive she'd so hastily condemned.
The Blade Master seemed to sink deeper into his chair.
Lord Wizened offered up some drunken cry of alarm at this, and Fatheg, she became like a cornered beast at seeing the two witnesses I'd unwittingly brought with me. Before I could act, she'd drawn her blade, thankfully only using the butt of it to strike Luridin unconscious, then flinging a blasting orb from her belt pouch against the far window.
He peered listlessly over to where the shattered ends of the blast circle were still slick with Swidona's blood. I interposed myself between her and the Wizened, but she sprang for the matron Kelarath instead, dragging the poor pleading woman over to the window. I think it's only now, when left no alternative, that I've allowed myself to see Fetheg's true face.
She's always had the heart of a warrior, Dewach whispered, barely audible. It's left room for little else.
Volkret shook his head jerkily, not bothering to smooth back his mussed hair as it fell into his eyes. No, not a warrior. A killer. One who delights in the lives they're compelled to take, rather than one who mourns as befits the deed. While she found herself sharing the sentiment, Jack stopped short of empathizing.
And she has excelled in the world you've built together, a cesspit of deceit and backstabbing built to help her kind flourish.
Dewach swallowed, and Volkret hung his head, his words heavy as he finished relating the night's events. With matron Kelarath as her hostage, she ordered myself and the Wizened into the inner chamber, then demanded that I help her to hurl all 3 witnesses from the Falcon's head. I refused, begging her to see how far she'd fallen. He clenched his jaw. How far we all had. She wouldn't listen, finally screaming of how I was too feeble to do what was necessary to secure the future of Covorum. Jack inclined her head, her voice lowering even further.
From our perspective, you doomed an entire tribe of orcs and your own captured ally easily enough.
Something between indignance and confusion flashed across Volkret's face, but he didn't argue the point. Instead, it was Dewach who spoke, her measured gaze shifting between Jack and her companions with newfound respect.
You were there.
She wasn't quite asking. A slow, relieved nod of understanding then.
That is why Captain Luridin did not report to me as ordered upon his return.
She squinted, scrutinizing her visitors' faces.
And you do not have the look of defeat about you. The Glenadoc survive? Weakened and bloodied following your unprovoked attack, but united and stronger than ever,
Jack declared proudly.
Their allies from Dragon's Nest came to their aid in time.
A groaning chuckle slid from Volkert's throat as he rubbed at his eyes. Their allies, of course. Entohika's reputation precedes her. She would capitalize on an opportunity for peace. Jack scowled. The words were bitter, but also filled with admiration.
And here we busily prune away at the very war we sowed, Dewach sighed.
Her eyes found Volkret's.
The people will learn the truth now.
Volkret nodded. Which is only right, I suppose. At the least, we will be invited to relinquish our posts. He gulped. At the most. His head lifted, and Jack saw that his gaze was pointedly fixed on Allie. Which brings me to why I wish to speak with all of you. Now, before all of this gets out. This city, all of Covorum, will need someone else to guide it in these troubled times. His meaning dawned on Jack in the same instant she saw Allie's glare fade and her jaw fall slack.
You've got to be blazing joking,
Allie guffawed, her features drawing tight with incredulity.
After all the lies and murder from Fetheg to keep me from regaining my title? What would be my title? Richest orphan? How is this even an option? I'm not remotely qualified to run a nation.
Volkret raised a hand, a patience in his eyes that spoke of one accustomed to being heard. Governing can be taught. A selfless heart is what Covorum will need to recover from our failings, and your actions in preserving the Glenadoc and rescuing Swidona reveal precisely that. Furthermore, your family name commands great respect among the people.
As landlords,
Allie snapped.
As merchants. You're just going to turn Covorum into an aristocracy overnight on a whim?
It wasn't hard for Jack to reason out the volatility behind Allie's objection. Yes, she was ill-prepared, but the fear in her eyes told of a far deeper concern, one Jack happened to share. How would the people react if they discovered the dark secret in the blood of their new ruler? A vessel of charade ruling from the Falcon's head would do little to instill confidence in the cause of the Samanir.
These are the only breed of nobles that are left to us, Dewach explained in a subdued tone. The ruling houses of the Age of Birth are centuries extinguished. Not a single heir to the houses of Koroloth, Varbius, or Harstiad remains.
A frown furrowed Jack's features just as Gefnar cleared his throat.
Yes they do.
The first pangs of worry fluttered in Jack's chest at the baffled eagerness that shone from Volkret and Dewach as they spun on the gnome. Gefnar's eyes were narrowed in unease as well when Jack shifted to watch him out of the corner of her eye.
I mean, one does. Remain, that is, Gefnar continued. That we know of anyway.
Volkret and Dewach exchanged a look that lasted the span of a second, yet one that held at least 3 different unspoken messages Jack couldn't decipher. Slowly, Volkret turned back to Gefnar.
A true noble line endures?
I wouldn't get too excited,
Allie advised sourly, her scowl making it clear that she didn't enjoy squelching an idea that would spare her further Samanir attention.
She and her family have rebuilt their ruined keep to shelter them and their fellow farmers from vermin attacks. Can't imagine they'll be wanting to uproot after all that effort. Vermin.
These days, Jack couldn't help but wince at the word. Dewach's already large, gnomish eyes widened even further.
Varbius Keep? Varbius Keep has been restored? You're not listening, Jack interjected stonily. Gwytherin and her family are ordinary farmers who merely want to be left alone.
But she cannot deny her heritage, Volkret stammered. There is inherent power in a name, in blood. Jack rolled her eyes. She would never understand city dwellers' fascination with raising certain people over others, simply based on an inheritance beyond their control. Allie, meanwhile, visibly rankled at the poignant reminder of what her own blood carried, as, Jack noted, did Gefnar, the gnome glancing guardedly over to Allie.
You know what?
Tanner announced, stepping forward with his arms spread wide.
Do whatever the blazes you want.
His voice was thick with fatigue, pain, and loss, and Jack could see that his foxen eyes brimmed with tears.
It's been a long damned night, and I'm going to go get some sleep.
He spun and strode from the room, even in his haste seeming to think better than to press his luck in defying gravity by hopping out the shattered window port. Hesitantly, Gefnar followed, with Allie falling in behind after a final demand.
And I want my damn title back.
She didn't wait for a reply, but the stuttering, of course, from Volkret followed her into the hall. Jack was last to leave, dipping her head toward the headmage and blademaster in the most factional show of deference she could stomach.
If you have anything further to say to the Lady McAllister, have Guardsman Tavik come and summon us. He is one of the few people under your command whose integrity we trust implicitly. You'd be wise to do the same.
With that, she turned on her heel and trailed her friends through the uncertain band of Samanir in the hall and down the long, winding steps of the keep, a chuffing ember in tow.
Best to keep as few people aware of what we can do as possible,
she thought, patting her wolf companion's thick, furry neck.
And to leave anyone else who might hear about it unsure how tall of a tale's been spun for them.
She actually smiled tiredly at the latency of the precaution.
For once, it's probably best we keep our heads down.
As her booted feet slapped a steady rhythm down the stony streets of Falcon Crest, Allie felt strangely like she'd just woken from a dream, only to realize it had all been real. Hattie's tetherport, fighting alongside the Glenadoc to protect Dunaxis. Jotagon. Delagar.
It's hard to imagine how life can go on,
Swidona sighed from where she kept pace alongside Allie in the waking streets.
when you discover that such an integral part of yours has been lost.
Unsure how to respond, Allie simply looked to the older woman, sympathy in her gaze. Swidona's cheeks were free of tears, but the redness in her eyes betrayed the fact that this was likely only from all her tears being spent.
I've lost so many people,
Swidona went on, a sad smile curling her lips.
and I'll cherish the time I've had with each. Delagar will not haunt my memories as he died. He'll be remembered as his father, a noble heart eager for justice.
The woman's hands flexed tentatively, as though in subconscious phantom pains at her recent injuries. A Samanir mage had closed Swidona's wounds by the time Allie had met up with her on the ground floor of the fortress, but the older woman still tapped her fingers testingly against her palms and the sticky blood that remained. Gently, Allie reached for Swidona's hand, avoiding the quizzical look she received in response by focusing on her attempts to cleanse the bloodstains from Swidona's skin. That done, they slowed their pace as Swidona silently offered her other hand.
Did you go there to kill Fithag?
Allie asked softly, purplish magic swirling about her fingertips as she wiped Swidona's hands clean. Swidona flinched, and for a moment Allie worried that she might have hurt her.
No,
the older woman exhaled sadly.
I went to tell her that I knew what she'd done, and that I forgave her for it.
Allie blinked, slowly turning her gaze upward to meet Swidona's. What?
Fithag was not always as she is now,
Swidona sighed, withdrawing her hand as they pressed on for the McAllister estate.
I first met her when she was a fresh recruit, young and full of exuberance. It was clear to me that she had a vision of security and peace for those whom she served.
Swidona offered Allie a drawn smile.
But a vision can soon grow into a nightmare if one's actions are left unchecked. Compromises become second nature. Misdeeds in the name of progress begin to shift about on the scales when one isn't looking.
Delagar, Allie found herself saying. Again, Swidona flinched, but her smile remained.
And his father before him. All those in power must remember to listen to their better voices or be felled by the darker ones within.
Allie shuddered as a low, cackling chuckle echoed in the back of her thoughts.
There is strength in a name, in blood, in ourselves,
Swidona continued, reaching out a hand to rest on Allie's shoulder.
But there is also strength in surrounding ourselves with those whose strength of character we admire.
Allie didn't shrug away from the touch. Instead, she found herself focusing on the four figures before them, preceding them up the pathway to the dawn-lit McAllister grounds and mansion. Tanner had stormed on ahead, obviously eager to be alone behind the closed doors of the McAllister home. Gefnar hurried on behind, just as eager to be there for his grieving friend. Jack, meanwhile, looked back over her shoulder at Allie, a comforting smile tugging at her features as she met Allie's gaze. The huntress had clearly made a point of not pulling too far away from Allie, while still respecting the privacy of her interactions with Swidona. An exhausted smirk emerged on Allie's face in reply.